something along the lines of a drunken master at the Sith techniques.
I'd call you a Darth F slur if you were a Sith.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, with a record of 600 wins and 0 losses, the Canadian gay man who will never take a loss, 10th man.
Well, hello, GI Flo. This is my first time meeting you. Interesting.
Dude, how does Cynthia? You hate me. You called me a leech. Don't say it.
Yeah, that sounds like me. Well, hi.
You're a Punjabu, ain't you, or whatever they call it?
Somebody's been watching Pornhub.
This guy.
Yeah.
The guy. I'm like the guy over Jabba's shoulder with the head things.
That's a guy.
Oh.
Yeah,
back there. Yeah, with the head thing.
It's like Biloba or Bilboa or something. I can't remember his name.
Oh no,
Bilbo Baggins.
No.
That was Lord of the Rings, wasn't it?
I know. I was getting it all mixed up now.
Flo, I can see the 1,000-yard stare being the only man who's not a nerd on this panel.
Let's finish this story.
Is that true? Am I the only non-nerd here? Chuck's not very nerdy.
Dude, you're such a fucking nerd. You're a knife nerd. You're
Chuck is a nerd.
Economy nerd. Dude, anytime someone's talking economy,
he cancels out the nerd like carried in 60.
I used to program computers with BASIC, and then we moved to DOS before there was such a
economic
thing as
nerd and a close combat weapon nerd. Okay.
Sometimes my husband will walk in on me and say, "Are you playing Star Trek while you're watching Star Trek?" And I'm like, "Yeah." You're fucking nerd.
That's extra nerdish. That is wild.
Oh,
even nerds are wanting to give you a swirly.
Yeah,
I hated the first Star Trek game I got for the PC.
Is it like one of those chess games from back in the day?
It's called. I've mentioned it before. It's called Star Trek Fleet Command. I got a whole clan of almost 100 people.
Oh no!
Oh, sorry.
My ex-son-in-law's addicted to that game. Fleet Command. That's the new one, right?
But Sasquatch was asking you, was it one of those old type of chess games, like the first?
No, it wasn't a chess game. It was you went out and explored other planets, but it was clunky at best. I mean, it was super clunky. It was terrible.
Welcome.
Oh, shit,
finish the
it's
video
Vibe.
or you done?
It's Vibe, the man with common sense,
Oh, yeah,
the man
yeah,
with
yeah.
patience.
Did y'all have the action figures and everything like that as well? Because
I had G.I. Joes when they were 12 and a half inches.
Damn thing but a couple of blocks of some broken fucking cars.
I had the action figures.
I lived in Georgia, so we
The only
had
action
BB guns.
I ever had were
12 and a
Wonder
half
Woman,
inches.
Batman. And I had
They were.
Did you just say a 12.5-inch Batman?
No.
What?
No.
G.I. Joes. They used to be the size of a Barbie.
That's what you call it.
Anything's a dildo if you're brave enough.
I remember the first black G.I. Joe that had the afro on it. Oh my God.
How to be racist.
Come on, Chuck.
Here,
we used to have battles in the backyard with them.
All right, we don't have much less than this. Let's
called. Schools were falling apart, and when the soldiers came off the bus, deputies began harassing them like everyone else. Some GIs even had their military discharge pay stolen by the machine. They'd had enough. The veterans began meeting in secret, and on May 9th, 1946, they announced the formation of the GI Nonpartisan League. No party loyalty, no backroom deals, just a mission: take back the town and restore free elections. Over 300 veterans answered the call. Their campaign headquarters became the heart of a grassroots movement. They raised over $8,000, nearly $130,000 today, and ran a clean slate of candidates for 5 local offices. Their pick for sheriff was Knox Henry, a war hero and McMinn native, and he was running against none other than Paul Cantrell himself, who had returned to reclaim his old position. As election day approached, the GIs knew things would get dirty. They petitioned the FBI and the Tennessee governor to send in election monitors. No one responded. On August 1st, 1946, the people of Athens went to the polls. and so did Cantrell's army. Over 200 armed deputies were imported from outside the county. At 9:30 a.m., deputies began intimidating voters and arresting GI poll watchers. That afternoon, an elderly black man named Tom Gillespie walked into the Waterworks precinct with his poll tax receipt in hand. Deputy Wendy Wise called him a racial slur, beat him with brass knuckles, and when Gillespie tried to vote anyway, Wise shot him in the back.
Damn.
Yeah, that's what we call vote rigging.
Yep.
Holy.
You do it my way or no way.
Like this is kind of what people are thinking is happening today. You know, the really radicalized people on each side of the political spectrum.
No, people today are acting like voter ID is oppression, right? Like this is
Yep.
Yeah, but like we're literally, they said they had to bring out exterior law enforcement agents, you know, like on bid, on hire, outside of that jurisdiction.
Hold on.
Like
No,
that's
that
fucking
was
crazy.
that
That
was-
is crazy.
That was, hold on, stop, AJ. That was the vote riggers that went and hired mercenaries to come in and harass the locals.
Yep.
Right. But they're
The
like,
other
how, okay,
people-
okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. In order to be a deputy, don't you have to have a licensure through the government?
No. All you gotta be is sworn in by the
Explain that for
sheriff.
me. Can you explain
No,
that for me?
The sheriff is elected, but the sheriff can swear in his own deputies if he wants.
Right. So
Yeah,
the
no,
moment the
sheriff-
moment
sheriff-
the sheriff
sheriffs
does
are-
that, isn't the sheriff, aka the government, held liable for that deputy's actions?
No, the sheriff is different from the local police. The sheriff has the ability to choose his deputies from the citizenry, whereas the local police has to hire people who apply.
Right, correct. Like
you
the
ever
police
seen Walking
chief
Tall?
be hired and fired, but a sheriff is elected.
Right. Have you ever seen Walking Tall?
Yeah, that's
No.
my country down here in Tennessee. Buford
Right.
Pleasure.
So homie comes in. There's a crooked place. Everything's freaking going horribly wrong. He runs for sheriff and wins. When he does, instead of going with the usual deputy crop that he had, he went and found a handful of homies that he could trust. And while they were just as crooked as the previous administration, they were fair to the populace rather than being purchased by the lobbyists of the cartel, essentially.
Yeah, they were robbing the
Like,
government.
I guess what
as
I'm saying
opposed to
is,
the
I
people.
don't know how shit worked back then, but like according to my knowledge, in order to become a deputy, like you have to take and pass the civil service exam. You got to complete medical and psychological.
Not back then.
gotta
Not
take
back
a
then,
polygraph.
buddy.
No,
hold
not
on.
even
Okay,
now.
but-
You can still be deputized under
Right,
the
right,
sheriff.
but I'm
You have to
I'm
do that
giving
to be
you
a paid police officer.
right, but I'm giving you guys just the general information I have. I'm not asking for a correction. I'm not saying the information I have is correct. But in order to like do that, you also have to like
Giving
complete
it.
a
I don't understand.
$700.
What's the point?
Hold on, guys, please. You have to complete like
Oh.
a
You
seven,
just-
800.
You just want
Fuck
the floor
me. Can I finish
just
the
spew
sentence?
out
Oh my
unverified
god.
information that you're not even sure if it's good.
No,
Go
what
ahead,
What I'm
AJ.
saying is if you can't even fucking take 700, okay, so you guys are trying to claim that without taking at least 700 fucking hours of like basic law enforcement training in academies and getting a fucking civil like service license is not required to be a deputy at that time. That's what
It's
you guys
not even
are saying.
required. It's not even
Correct.
required to be a cop. All you have to do is pass the post certification.
AJ, do you understand the difference between a
I
police
came-
department?
Oh
I
god,
can't-
here we go. Now Furby's chiming in.
I can't. I myself became a cunt hair
No,
away
because
from being a
Orthodox
cop
wants to
when I
talk
was.
over me really fucking badly. AJ, do
Are
you know
you
the difference
angry?
between a
Are
police
you angry?
department? Do you know the difference between a police department
Does
and a
it offend
sheriff's
you?
office? Do you know what the difference is?
I'm not your daddy. You don't have to hate me.
Of course I fucking do. That's what I'm trying to explain. You guys are
So
trying
it's up
to.
to the
You guys are
sheriff.
trying
It's
to.
up to
Yo,
the
hold on. Let me
sheriff.
answer the
It's up
question,
to the
Furby. That wasn't a
sheriff.
rhetorical.
So it's
was
up
it?
to buddy.
Was it a
buddy,
rhetorical
calm down,
question,
calm down,
Furby?
calm your fucking
Oh
Was
tits.
it a
my
rhetorical
God.
question,
Calm your
Furby?
fucking
Because
tits.
you
No,
asked me
you
a
full
question.
on
Let me
your
fucking
period
answer it.
because
Calm your
because I
tits. It's up to the
BTFO'd you and Ryan.
sheriff. It's up to the sheriff.
my
how
God,
much
dude.
training his deputies
No
need to
shit,
have.
Sherlock. But you guys are trying to imply sheriffs don't need to have a background check and
They
fucking
don't.
way
They
to
literally
bring
have to
people.
just win the
Up
election.
to the sheriff.
Furby, that doesn't mean you can just go to any Joe Schmo and give him a deputy
Yeah,
license, you
back
moron.
then, yes, yes.
You can
Hold
even
on,
still
Bird.
do it. You can be
Yeah, we're not
deputized
talking
by the
about
sheriff.
back then. We're talking about this weird Furby telling me the difference between sheriffs and cops. We
How come
know
I
the
more about
difference.
cops than you do.
I'm trying to give you the basic qualifications for what it means to be a deputy today. So if we could work back from today, that would be great.
AJ,
I
today
got-
all you need in most states is to pass post certification to be a cop. The sheriff can deputize you anytime they want. Typically, they have policies to where you have to have what you're talking about, but the
I just
sheriff
don't
can
think
hire
that's
you as a
true,
deputy if
but
they want.
maybe
It
you
is
might be
true. It's
right.
the right of the sheriff.
Sheriffs are held accountable. They can't just fucking hand that badge to anybody. You guys are losing your shit, but okay.
$1 a minute to drop or revive anybody on panel except for me. I'm $2 a minute. Either way, $5 minimum. Thank you. Carry
Can
on.
we finish
There's
the
a good
story?
point
It's almost
here.
done.
Go ahead, finish your story, and I want to respond to GI after your story.
Gillespie survived, but the crowd outside was stunned. Tensions exploded. GI poll watchers Ed Vestal and Charles Scott, who were being detained in the building, broke out. Literally. Scott threw himself into a glass door, bounced off, then hit it again and crashed through. The crowd helped them escape bloodied and cut before they were recaptured by deputies. Later that afternoon, the GIs captured several deputies sent to arrest them. One by one, armed deputies stormed the Veterans HQ, and one by one, they were disarmed, beaten, and tied up. By nightfall, the veterans had taken 7 hostages. Meanwhile, the ballot boxes were carted away to the jail, standard operating procedure for Cantrell's crew. Once again, they would count the votes behind locked doors. And once again, the people were robbed. The GIs regrouped at Otto Kennedy's garage, demoralized and defeated. But one Marine, Bill White, refused to quit. He stood up and gave a speech that snapped everyone to attention. What did you come back to? A free country? You came back to a town run by outlaws. They shoot out your windows, burn your barns, jail your families. You have no rights left, not even the right to vote. If we don't fight now, we lose everything. Go, get your guns. Come back fast.
You're gonna radicalize further with stuff.
Armed themselves with 60 Enfield rifles, 2 Thompson.
Oh, that's great. I love it. That's great. That was so jamming. Sorry.
That's literally, this story is literally why I say
They
you
went
have
and
to
robbed
write
the
it out.
armory to get weapons.
We made it 2 minutes before AJ had to spurg.
Submachine guns, and enough ammo to launch an
I'm
invasion.
pretty sure Flo said
At
we
9
need to do
p.m.,
that
they surrounded the
to
jail.
avoid copyright.
Snipers took position on the
Right
second
here,
floor of the
panel
bank across the
hopping
street.
clown for me.
Others
Look at
crouched
it.
behind cars, waiting. One of them
Yeah, what'd you
shouted,
do?
"Bring out the ballot boxes, and there won't be trouble." Inside, the deputies laughed. "You'll have to come and get them." Gunfire erupted. The jail's windows shattered. The streets lit up with muzzle flashes and shotgun blasts. Deputies hunkered down inside, returning fire when they could. One was shot trying to flee and lay bleeding for hours. Marine Cecil Smith, hearing the man's cries, crawled out under fire and gave the deputy a blood transfusion with his own arm. He saved the man's life. That's the kind of men these were. By 2:30 a.m., the deputies were nearly out of ammo. The telephone lines had been cut. Reinforcements weren't coming. Cantrell and Mansfield had already
That
fled,
sounds like
slipping out
BS.
in an ambulance during a ceasefire. The GIs made one final offer. Release the ballot boxes in 15 minutes, or we dynamite the jail. The deputies stayed silent. At 2:48 a.m., the first charge went off. A police cruiser flipped. 2 more blasts tore apart the porch and shattered the jail's foundation. The 4th stick took out Mansfield's car for good measure. At 3 a.m., the deputies surrendered. The jail was cleared. The hostages were freed. And for the first time in a decade, the ballots were counted in public, in the light of day. The GI candidates had won, by a landslide. McMinn County was free. There was no revenge killing. The GIs held the moral high ground. Deputies were released the next morning. Wendy Wise, the man who shot Gillespie, served 3 years. Everyone else walked. Knox Henry served 2 terms as sheriff. His first act, deputizing Bill White. They capped public salaries, shut down illegal gambling dens, and restored law and order. No one was ever prosecuted for the Battle of Athens. The national press condemned them. But in the South, the message was clear. The people still had power. Their actions inspired other counties to stand up to political machines, and Crump's empire soon collapsed. If you've made it this far, thank you for watching. If you'd like...
Right?
That's it.
Never test a Marine, bro. Just don't do it. It ain't worth it.
Is this one that, like, do y'all have Rangers? Because we have Texas Rangers down here, not the baseball
No.
team. Do
You're the only
No, that
state
was
with
the- that was the
Rangers.
specific thing for Texas.
and do the Rangers outrank the police, the sheriff?
Yes.
Rangers
They're
are
your- they're your
we have state patrol, right?
For your state.
And Texas Rangers occupy a space slightly above state police. And they're not federal, but some of them cross-train through federal marshals and whatnot. So, I mean, in
Well, it
Texas,
started as
pretty
like a
much are the law.
volunteer special ops.
Aren't they allowed to back up marshals
Yes.
across state
Well,
lines?
yeah, all law enforcement can.
No, I mean like work directly with marshals, like
I was,
going in and doing their shit.
Just can't all law enforcement work with marshals?
They can't go across state lines to do it.
Yes, they can.
Well, that's why I was asking.
We had local police go across state lines when authorized by the next state over.
We have game wardens.
Everybody
Oh,
has
yeah.
game wardens.
Game
Game
warden.
wardens are those guys. You don't fuck with a game warden.
No fuck
They're
with those.
super powerful.
Those
Their,
guys will
their
handle-
name
those-
literally
if you
starts
do-
with gay, though.
It doesn't matter, Furby. You can sit here and make all the jokes you want, but they will manifest. They will manifest if you're doing something wrong.
When I got raided the first
part
time,
of why they get so much respect is because they're on their own in the middle of fucking nowhere, and they have to run into like drug dealers and shit.
yeah,
they're allowed to go anywhere.
When I got raided for a drug search warrant, they were the first ones at the door because they're like super cops. They have extra power, extra privileges. I was asleep when I got raided. I woke up floating out the front door in handcuffs. I was being carried by one game warden in one hand.
Wow.
While he opened the door with the other one. I'm 6'1", like 200 and some pounds. Like,
yeah, dude, you guys gotta like fight off bears or fucking multiple people with guns.
that's when I realized that I was fucked.
Yeah.
Some of the baddest motherfuckers
I
out there.
guarantee you that game when the warden was looking at you like, I want you to resist.
I get pulled over riding down the road, and the game warden snatches me out, doesn't like a joke that I told, and ran me up for 19 felonies. When I get to court, the judge just laughed. It was like, where's this guy at? And I was like, I'm right here. And he's like, no, the game warden. This is an absurd list of felonies. What were you doing? Smoking weed, nut, deer? And I was like, no, sir, I was a passenger in a car. And he said, really? Where's this game warden at? And homie got a tongue lashing from the judge, and I'll never forget it.
Well, you got to realize, like in the Golden Triangle in California, they're walking into situations where 50 miles away is any backup, and they're on their own, and they could be running into like 20 people with guns or just a fucking bear. Like these guys are pretty badass. You can't be.
Game wardens are assholes. Most of the time, they don't do shit.
We was out joyriding one time in Georgia.
To bust him, like, what'd you say, motherfucker?
And this sheriff pulled us over.
I was just angry because the game warden carried him like a baby out the house.
Drop flow and let the crazy commence.
All right. I'm putting your time.
But we were joyriding in Georgia. We were some military kids, and we were youngins, 17, 18, and we were out boozing it up, driving around, and we got pulled over by this county sheriff. And he walks up to the car, and he's conversing with us, and we're all like, what the hell did we do to get pulled over? And he says, well, it looks to me like you got a busted taillight. Well, it was a 78 Pontiac Trans Am. And my buddy says, this brand new car, ain't nothing broke on it. Sheriff walked back there, pulled out his nightstick, come back and said, look here, this taillight's broke. And we're like, yes, sir.
Where that was going the minute you said
and we were like, yes, sir. No problem, sir. It's broken.
That's so fucked up. Like that's why it's so important for people to record all the time, like record themselves, have dash cams, because cops can still turn their body cams off. Like cops get in trouble all the time for turning their body cams off. When they get in trouble, like a senior, I'm not even fucking. Oh my god, dude! You guys, I don't know what it is with you fucking guys, but when somebody pauses or there's like a pause between their words, that's when you can talk. Like, why are you telling somebody to calm down?
Well, you're a hyperventilator.
Breathe.
Mid fucking sentence. Are you jealous because you don't have lungs? Go practice how to use speech talk, bro. Like Jesus Christ.
You're hyperventilating, dude.
Now I don't even know what the fuck I was saying. Now I don't even know what the fuck I was saying, bro.
Keep saying words.
You guys just fucking do this shit.
Keep filibustering.
That's because you're in charge.
Oh my god!
If you're gonna have a conversation, let the other person finish talking.
This is the insanity. What do you want? This is what they paid you to.
It's hard to listen to either of you when you're just yapping over each other.
No, sir.
Do you not understand?
The master of Yapponomics is talking about yapping. That is fucking wild.
If you get a millennial
okay, Orthodox guy, my brother in Christianity, shut the fuck up, you troll.
My brother in Christ, calm down.
Get a younger spouse.
I don't even know what the fuck I was saying now. I guess somebody else might as well talk.
If you don't remember what you were saying, it wasn't important.
Yeah. Okay. What are you gonna tell us about how sovereign citizens can win in court? Shut the fuck up, dude.
Absolutely.
This is the thing with you guys. You guys sit here and try to pretend like a fucking deputy can just become a deputy without any checks, without any fucking background check. No, that's what you said this entire fucking time. Do you know how stupid you fucking sound? You guys sit here on the internet and act like you know the law without doing any actual fucking.
Hey, man. Hey, you gotta wake up, man. Hey, seriously. Come on.
Hey. You gotta wake up, man. We gotta get in there right now.
Wow.
Thank you.
It's something interesting going back to some of the police and the sheriff discussions was in our education system. The government actually holds the education system responsible for making sure the kids
shut the fuck up. Take a hike, bitch.
but here this is something really important when it comes to the sheriff's departments. So if you look nationwide, the government actually has no oversight of the sheriffs, and they have something which is called like a close ratio on assaults or crimes that happen. And there are many counties all over the United States that have a 5 to 10% close rate on every crime. Then you have other counties that have a 90%, and there is no government oversight on any of this, right? And this is part of the problem with the sheriff's department versus when you have the police department. Right now, the mayor is responsible for hiring or firing that particular police chief. Right, he is held accountable. And most people actually don't even take a second guess when they're voting for the sheriff. They just go for whatever sign they see, and that sheriff can be reelected over and over and over again. And sorry, Sasquatch, jump in on that.
A sheriff under stressful situations can deputize anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
this is sort of part of that Good Samaritan concept where you got 10 people standing there and you look around and it's like, all right, boys, you're deputies. Let's go do this thing. Whatever the problem is, whatever the disaster is. Now, is it used? No, it's almost never used. We had Hurricane Helene blow through here a couple of months ago, and I don't believe they deputized a single additional person. Everybody was already volunteers.
Hiring
was like, this is my chance. I finally get to become a deputy.
Hiring policies from
I was too busy playing Captain Savaho.
Hiring policies from department to department are completely up to their governing officials most of the time, i.e. the police chief or the mayor or the sheriff. And
when I looked it up, it said that, and they have to have a clean criminal record. Well, I can show you dozens of examples where they don't.
Well, the thing is, like, a sheriff, like, I don't know if his Indian brain can comprehend this, but you have to have a sheriff that can deputize who they want. It's literally just how it's written to be a sheriff. You can't do anything.
Yeah, and that's the way it is today, right? And I mean, who really pays attention to like the sheriffs when they're electing? And this is why we have so many. We currently have corrupt sheriffs, or sheriffs that are just lazy, that don't do anything. We also have sheriffs that are awesome, that have like super high closing rates on crimes, right? So I'm not saying sheriffs suck. I'm just saying that the system allows there to be shitty sheriffs.
Fun fact: the sheriff is the only like legal, local, or constitutionally approved local law enforcement you have.
Yeah, I got deputized once for a short while by the sheriff.
For what?
We were on a search mission for a kid, and he deputized everybody that was going to volunteer to search.
You know why they deputize though?
I want to be
It provides you immunity in the event that you screw up in the process of doing your duty. You're going out there to look for a kid. You're not trying to cause damage, but in the process, you knock over a fence. You can't be sued for knocking over the fence unless you did it with a bulldozer. You know, if you tried to just hop a fence and broke a post or whatever, you call it for me, like, hey, man, I broke the fence post over here. You might want to come check on it.
Correct.
I'm looking for the kid.
But that goes two ways, right? So, like in that particular case, that is, I personally think, ethical, right? Like, hey, there's a kid. Let's deputize everybody to find this kid.
Any farmer worth his salt would say, yes, sir, I'll be out there in a few minutes, and they'd come fix the thing, and then probably get
so fucking out of reality. You're so stupid. It doesn't make sense.
But at the same time,
this idea that constitutionally cops aren't allowed.
Sheriff.
You guys are fucking dumb, dude. It's city and county. That's what it is. It's not what the fuck you guys are saying. It's city and county. That's
the sheriff is both city and county. You dumb fuck.
Okay, so when you call 911, the sheriff shows up to the city, not the police.
That is a modern concept. The sheriff has authority
about
over
the government. I want to
the
take a class. I want to take a class at the fucking government school you teach
Google it.
at.
My brother in Christ.
Hold
Google it.
on.
Yeah, we'll Google how the sheriff shows up to fucking
AJ,
city limits, not
AJ, bro.
county. Okay.
No.
Close back.
Wait a
Close
second, bro.
back.
I want to know: is the city inside the county?
Don't do that to him, Sasquatch.
That's do you understand how stupid that is? Do you understand how the whole reason
you realize the sheriff's
okay,
gonna
are you
AJ.
AJ? Are you AJ dumbass?
Right?
Are you AJ dumbass? No.
Yeah,
right?
The cities that have incorporated
Sasquatch.
police departments
Sasquatch,
have
do
control
you
of their
realize?
cities.
Okay, so if there's a
cities that do not
domestic
have
violence
incorporated police
call,
departments, the
if there's
sheriff controls.
okay, I guess Vibe's gonna answer that. So if there's a domestic violence call out in the fucking county, right, and it's in the middle of buttfuck nowhere with a population of maybe 1,000 people, you're gonna tell me a police officer. You're gonna tell me a police officer from the local precinct who would leave his neighborhood where he's assorted to on that territorial. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck
I just
up!
explained this. I just
Shut the
explained
fuck
this.
up! Yeah, but okay. So why is this fucking guy Sasquatch asking me a question about the difference between police being assigned to cities and sheriffs being assigned to resort areas?
I can tell you that I made the mistake of thinking that sheriffs did not investigate things within city limits, because when I got raided, there was there was one state agency and 3 different counties sheriff's departments, and there was not a single city cop at any of my raids, because I got to know the cops and I made sure to get on good terms with them. City cops.
The only reason multiple departments are in those situations, Flo, is because of a unified front. If a lawyer tries to question the point of evidence,
my point is that the sheriffs were entirely, solely the ones who had investigated my case. It was not a single city cop involved.
right? Okay, but that's particular to you. Most of the time, you're going to have multiple departments because each department can testify for each other in court when the evidence is put into question. That's why you need the police chief and all these people involved so they can speak for their departments and have people that were there to witness it. That's why they have multiple departments.
Bro.
Dude, you got how many years have you guys spent telling people to get away with charges in
we've
court?
got an active
one person beat a case with your advice, Orthodox guy? Give me one. I'll fucking secede.
We have an active.
I'm surprised nobody's donated to kick me out with this idiocy.
On your mom, AJ, calm down.
Yeah, at least CJ's mom loves him. You know, that's something.
No, she doesn't.
He doesn't say no, she don't. That's why
I'm being optimistic. I'm not saying I know.
Yeah, no, I'm sure she doesn't.
No,
county can still go in the city and do what they need to do, but many don't want to step on toes. And this is from somebody who claims to be an active law enforcement officer. For whatever reason, I believe him. He just passes the vibe check.
Remember, we made him age or whatever that guy's Aladdin so upset that he had to call his mom there a couple months ago. Remember?
Yeah, that's because I asked him if he was a communist, right? Wait, well, no. A jihadist.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, he didn't say that. But
something like that. I can't remember.
You alluded. You did say something about a magic carpet ride. I don't remember at all.
So, well, Dan, I'm glad you're here. You should find a better career. But
yeah, you some chicken wings.
You do to keep our community safe, Dan?
No, they actually make it more dangerous, especially if you're a person of color.
Do they make it dangerous for Fox?
We could only hope.
Yeah, right. Have you ever considered running around in blackface?
I would never mess. Like, I come from a small town of 700 people, and I would never mess with this.
I never said that he was a liar. What's AJ doing down here?
There.
He ran off to go straight to the chat and keep commenting.
Is that AJ?
Yes.
No way, dude.
Buddy.
Did his Adderall run out?
No, it's just now kicking in good.
Must have just got a refill.
I sometimes do that when I have to go, and then as I'm getting ready, I'll still comment in chat, but I don't think he said he was going to do that, so he doesn't get to rest on my laurels.
Did he get kicked or did he leave?
No, he left.
Oh, okay.
Well, he was pretty fun. He just needs to lower his voice a little bit to get his conversation.
Oh, he can't. He can't, dude. I'm telling you. Once his emotions get to going, we're serious when we say he called his mama about some stuff that me and Flo were just talking about on a casual aside. We didn't even think about it any further than just I wonder if, and then we moved on, and there was nothing else. And he comes back and has a heart to heart with us to let us know that apparently that shook his faith in humanity or something. And I was like, what, it took us 3 minutes?
In defense, though, I do hate fuck my partner when you guys make me mad.
What?
That is disgusting, but funny.
I don't want to apologize to that man.
You have to be joking.
I don't swear, and I just did.
You should do it more. It's good for you.
Mel, why are you so angry then if you're busting nuts like that?
Because we don't take her victimhood seriously.
Because Mel's partner is.
I just feel sorry for Mel's partner.
Me and my partner never have sex, so.
So basically, the panels, when you get angry, then your partner's
This
like, I'm
story
super
went
happy
from
now.
gross to sad. Now it's grad. That's a new thing.
Right?
Where did
Remember,
AJ
you
go?
saw it here first.
I had to step away.
I don't
The
need
good
your
news
help.
is we're about 50-50 sure that AJ's not Muslim, but we're still 50-50.
Yeah, he might be. I don't know.
Isn't he Indian though?
He claims to be Sikh, but he talks very oddly for a Sikh.
He says he's going to watch a movie, but
Who
we
doesn't
doubt
have
that.
that much hair for us?
He's gonna go watch porn to calm down.
Yeah. Well, no, he's on so much jack, there's no way he could get it up. I mean, you heard him talking, right?
You don't have to, you can stay on panel and watch that.
Oh, good to know. Let me just open up a couple tabs real quick.
I've got both hands above the keyboard right now.
I
What
don't.
are you doing, step bro?
I was like, I don't.
It's my party.
I can jerk it if I want to.
Quit tearing stuff up.
It makes the angels cry.
Yeah,
See,
I
I did
debated
black-
whether I was
Let's
even going
do
to
a
join
pot-
this
let's
panel
do a-
because I knew it was D-Gens, right?
Let's do a palm check. On the
Degens
hair.
are welcome here.
You just didn't know the level of degeneration we've taken it to.
Degeneracy is welcome.
Mm-hmm.
So is
Although,
money.
every time you masturbate on panel, Speakeasy cries. So it's it'd be worth it.
Everybody's camera's about to turn off now.
I was reaching for the button. How'd you know?
I take it Speakeasy's not well liked around these parts. Is there some lore? Is there some lore I'm not aware of?
Oh man, you're such a youngin.
I'm a baby, a little
You
baby.
sweet summer child.
Speakeasy has a history or actually a consistent pattern. This is how he's fallen out with basically everybody that I know, of feeling like if you're friends with him, he gets to determine he covert contracts. And so when we fell out, it's because 3 times in a row he ran up on my panel and freaked out because I had somebody on my panel. So the first time I had a new person on panel, it was oh my God, Toxic Angel. He'd never been on my panel before. I didn't know him. I knew Easy for a minute, so I gave Easy the benefit of the doubt, and I said, all right, sorry, guy, you're going, though. Second time, what happened the second time? I don't remember what happened the second time. The third time that he tried it, though, he just got a full-on, fuck off. Yeah, it just didn't go well from there. He also accused me of stealing Verbal Combat, which I have, by the way. Welcome to Verbal Combat, the debate show or whatever that I stole.
Is that why he did his little monologue when I was moderating Bumpkin's show that day?
What monologue?
I forget what all he said, but there were some people in here. In here, I think Furby was there for it. He just did a monologue about having haters in the chat because
That's what that's referring to.
There were more viewers.
After Furby won the debate.
Yeah,
I didn't see that. So, some lore.
Furby won a debate.
Against
That's
Big
what
Easy.
I'm saying.
Try to hold it in. I know it's so surprising that it made you drop your tea, but clean it up right quick.
The best part is he's doing what he calls a panel purge, where he goes around like onto other people's open panels and apparently purges them, and he got fucking purged.
He never comes to my panels.
because he'd get purged like out of hand.
So after we had the sort of the falling out, I started making little hit shorts on him, which actually did really well.
I saw that.
And then we one time on Glenn Lawrence tried to mediate something, and Easy was freaking. He wanted me to take the shorts down. He was flipping out, calling me names and demanding I take them down. I was just like, no, in fact, we're gonna watch them.
No, I don't think I will.
Yeah, let's watch them. They're good.
I thought he was a good Christian boy like myself.
He's absolutely a fake
Christian boy, just
he is
like
the fakest Christian ever.
It's cool to hate Easy right now. This is what's happening. This is what you're seeing happening. It's cool to hate Easy right now, right? So you got a lot of people jumping ship now, like, oh shit, I better fucking go over to this side. Oh shit. I only have one way I'm going. Sup. You guys don't affect me. You understand? You don't affect me.
Throw some manly tears, okay? Throw some manly ass tears right there that you looking at.
I always gravitated to the black people for some reason, and it's just I just connected more. I don't know. I've always felt a little different, and I always felt like I wanted to have darker skin. I just wanted to be like all my friends and stuff like that. So in middle school, I started thinking about doing plastic surgery to become, see if I can do the opposite of Michael Jackson. And then I was like, you know what? Fuck that. I'm just gonna be me. As I progressed into adulthood, I started trying to find other ways to darken my skin, but it never seemed to happen. But then I found out about the tanning injections, and I wanted to try it, and I tried it, and I like it, and I finally have dark skin, which I've always wanted.
He is the blackest white guy you've ever seen.
So wait, was that like a thirst trap attempt?
He's in Georgia. He lives in Georgia. No, that was Nuka Zeus.
Yeah. I want to point something out. The fake black guy had better cornrows than Easy did.
No, those were some fresh braids on him. That was some artwork done on his head.
No, the other cornrows were actually even. Speakeasies were like fucking looked like somebody was trying to chart like the mountainous regions in Rockies.
Look. When I lived in the ghetto, I let a black girl put my hair in cornrows one time.
That shit hurts.
It does. It hurts like a motherfucker.
But it makes your hair. You can have in those for just a week, and your hair grows. I don't know.
I got 1.5 cornrows in, and I said, "Fuck this shit."
Oh, I had just buzzed up my hair, so I let her do it when it started growing back, and it hurt like a bitch. Like
it's great for when you actually have long hair and you don't want to have to do your hair every day.
Yes, but oh my god, it hurts, and they do it.
I have long flowing Jesus hair, so
your
TMI.
It feels like your forehead goes back, and your eyes are permanently picked up.
I don't even remember what this one is.
To have like a little debate with me, he looks completely stupid.
We're gonna skip that one. Yeah. Anyways, they're this is right after the last time I had a debate with them, and they're both like traumatized.
That's a really good song, though. Like
the people that come in for the face,
but that song is a masterpiece.
This short has the most views of any short I've ever done.
tattoos, they're a little out there.
Why did you feel that it was smart to get tattoos on your face?
That's what ratchet people do, baby.
If you're an 18-year-old and you think you're a hip-hop star, don't do it. Don't. It ain't worth it.
That goddamn splotch on the side of your left eye. What is that?
It's like a little thing on their cheek. The SoundCloud rapper tattoo.
It's a heart with an XO.
Little hearts, little butterflies, moons. I think they're cute.
The tattoo on my face is for someone who passed away. That's what a heart on your face means.
It's not always like this, but 9 times out of 10, the people that have face tattoos, they tend to be like, look at me. They're very egotistical, or they're very like self-centered, and they want that attention.
They usually don't spend over $50 for a face tattoo. I'm saying this about rappers.
Don't like it, don't look at me.
I'm more impressed by a butthole tattoo.
That's where it's at.
Are
Oh.
you suggesting to be?
Okay, so this is a good one. This is just
I can tell you why that has more views.
why.
See,
Go on.
Shows on a particularly popular topic.
You cut
Whenever-
out your mic cut out or something. For a
Whenever
second.
you use clips from a topic
That's the panel.
from
versus-
popular your shorts.
Yeah. Sasquatch cut out again. So it sounds
Yeah.
like you're saying that you used a popular show, so people clicked on it because they thought they recognized it.
The second, I think my second highest one was the tanning injections one.
Yeah, that guy was more orange than anything. I
That's
thought he was
Dick
trying to do
Kazoo.
that drop.
What state is Speakeasy from? Does anybody know?
He's from
He's
Canada.
in Georgia.
Ain't no
Sir, he
fucking
lives-
way.
Yeah, he's Canadian.
He
Yeah,
lives
He lives 30 minutes down the road.
my
from
house
me.
in your house, bro.
He lives in Georgia.
So you
Sasquatch,
can
your
see
audio is like
Georgia.
lagging
Speaking-
out or something. But here, anybody who thinks that he's a good Christian boy, this is good evidence of the contrary.
Be a true Christian. I should do whatever the Bible says, no matter despite what laws are around me.
Oh no.
I'm
Is that what you're
questioning who has more power, the government or the Bible.
The Bible's a book. You understand that, right?
It has no rules.
The Bible's
It has
a
no
book.
bylaws.
It's a book with
It has
words.
no
You
bylaws in
understand
it.
that? What do you
But
mean?
don't
What
have to
power?
follow them.
As hard
I'm
as it
going
would
off of
hurt,
your own words.
hard
I'm
as it
going
would
off of
hurt
your
to
own words,
smack
bro.
somebody with that
Calm
Bible,
down. I'm
that's
going
how
off
much
of your
power
own
it has.
words.
So now I'm going to ask.
He say
As hard as it would as much as it would hurt to smack somebody with the Bible, that's how much power it has.
Oh no.
it's wild. So he's actually because I knew of Speakeasy from well before I got in the Panelverse because of the Gauntlet people. So I knew about it from the Orthodox stuff. So he's like he's grifting as an Orthodox. That's crazy.
He entirely changed his presentation, his perspectives, and his belief systems when he met Andrew Wilson.
Oh, he's Orthodox now too.
That is wild.
I think as far as I know, he's just generic Christian. I don't know that he's Orthodox, but
But
Yeah,
this is like a common thing with like right-wing propagandists is like half the time they started as leftists because it's actually kind of hard to preach to leftists because we're very critical. Like if you say one thing that we disagree with, you'll know about it. Whereas like if
That's a goddamn lie.
if you say
I would say illogical. not
Whereas with
critical.
right wingers, if you say 9 out of 10 things that they agree with, they'll ignore the one thing that you
Do
say.
you know how many? Do you know how many of converts I have from the left wing to my political
He
ideology?
married a mod. He married a mod, like for real, for real.
Anyone who actually
I've been
knows
able to
these
convert.
groups of people knows that with leftists, they won't even let you get away with.
Bro,
one
I've
thing.
been able to convert
Right-wingers
more
just wanna
leftists
hear
to
the
my
part that
right
they
wing
want to.
ideology than I have right wing conservatives.
Okay, I
the
don't care how
issue
many
is that
people who've converted. That's all hearsay. What I'm saying is that at the end of the day, the leftists do not let that shit slide, whereas right wingers will just so long they can hear. Just so long as
because
they can hear
leftists
90%
are
of the
emotional
things
and
they don't care.
indiscriminatory.
And I'd be curious on
And,
what do
emotion
you
is how I
not let
convert
slide?
people.
Welcome to MAGA
I
country.
consider it misinformation. Have you not seen my panel presence before?
Mel, half the shit you say is left wing misinformation. You just believe it because you're caught in a cult, just like
Give
right
me an
wingers are
example.
caught in a cult.
Give me an example.
90% of the shit you say about
Give
your
me an
ideology.
example. I didn't ask for a statistic. Did I ask for a statistic? No, I asked for an example. What's an example?
I gave you an example. 90% of the shit you say
That's
about your
not-
identity.
that's not
All
an
right,
example.
pause your little squabble. There's only 2 shorts left.
Most women are hoes.
Now I'm going to ask you a question. Just because you're fucking doesn't mean that you are a hoe. Now I'm going to ask you a question. By 29, what is the probability?
The dragon
of
has
you getting
arrived.
what is the probability of you getting a virgin at 29?
You remember the white black guy from Georgia that I showed you?
No.
He was taking a bunch of injections to increase.
Oh
his
yeah, Speakeasy.
I started trying to find other ways to darken my skin, but it never seemed to happen. But then I found out about the tanning injections and I wanted to try it, and I tried it and I like it, and I finally have dark skin, which I've always wanted.
That laugh has a different inflection when your voice is gone.
Bro, I'm having to hold my vocal cords in
I
place.
see that. I see that. They're about to fall out.
So what do you think of that, Melanie? I mean,
I just
there's a
want to
white
know.
guy trying to be a black guy.
I just
Oh,
want to
sorry,
know
I-
how many women has that
might
thirst
calm down,
trap
Tom.
worked on?
Well, obviously, Ahmad.
Oh, you mean the little
woman.
like showing his braids?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
he was he should transition because those cornrows made him look very feminine.
I think he
I'm a
is
black
transitioning.
trans
He's
woman.
trying to
You know
transition.
that.
He's trying to transition to a black man.
Well, actually,
What up,
we're making
Joe?
different things.
Hey, what's up, girl?
That
He's trying to transition to a conservative Christian now.
Okay.
So he got a wife. I wonder if he got married just to make Andrew happy. Wouldn't that be adorable?
Wouldn't he have to be married to come to America?
However, he's not married to any of his 3 baby mamas.
3 baby
that's why
mamas,
he
so the
got a
braids
wife.
thing worked
That's why he
times?
got a wife. So every time one of
Yeah,
his
but one of them was
battles for
apparently 15 when he was 18, and
Oh,
I'm sorry, is my mic broken or something?
you're a little bit low.
Oh, okay. So by the way, that's why he got
Your
a
mic is
Holy shit!
that way his
Turn
baby
it
mama's
down.
gonna fucking come at him, and Alicia fights all his battles for him.
he's a 90-day fiance.
What's that mean? I don't get the reference.
Oh yeah.
Like if he had to get married within 90 days of coming to America, or else he'd have to go back. That's why he married his mod. Like, wouldn't he have
God.
to get citizenship from Canada?
I
Right?
can't
No.
believe he's no, acting like he's black.
Oh, I
You don't
just
know
heard the
what
laugh from
90
Joe
Day
Cool. I know he's here. I love Joe Cool. What's up, buddy?
Flo, you
That's
never
good,
seen
man.
90 Day Fiance before?
No.
What?
It's the most offensive and also. Do you ever see the one with the little people?
Yep.
Big World. It's that, but the guy's like Danny DeVito, but uglier, and he's got like a Polynesian wife or something, and they
Oh,
like get
yeah.
into fights. Oh yeah, it's madness.
There was a show all about little people, and I met them when I was a teenager. They
Little
came
people,
down.
big world.
Yeah.
Grid,
Yeah,
Grid
they-
says that Easy got married to gain a green
Yeah.
card, so Canada couldn't bring his ass back for child support.
Yeah. 90
Is
days.
that
fiance.
Ouch.
Is this gonna make Easy hate me for talking about this?
Um,
Of course.
You're
very
breaking-
likely,
you're breaking
actually.
the silent contract.
He shouldn't. Well, I'm not his friend. I don't know him. I'm a neutral party, so I can talk about what I want to. All right. But
I debated Easy in a one-on-one. He put up a "Why won't anybody debate me?" So I popped in and I was like, "Oh, what you want?" Right? And we debated Odinism versus Christianity, and it was him and I one-on-one for about an hour, and he couldn't get anywhere. And so he started letting the other guys come in, and they piled on me, and then I turned it on them, and I asked and hit them with, and it's just the Socratic. If that's why they all started talking about that, but Flow State took that show down. But that's why all the ortho bros were talking about if God is omnipotent, can he make a rock so big that he can't lift it? That's just that's a Socratic question. That's why they all started talking about that. I got their whole panel arguing about it. And
I
just
didn't take it
busted
down.
all-
It's I put all my shit behind a paywall. It's a member.
not you, Flow State or Easy.
Oh, Easy took it.
They were talking about that.
I've never debated you one-on-one.
No, you
said
just
Flo
said
took it
Flo
down. I
said-
didn't know what you were talking
yeah,
about.
you did say Flo took it down.
I heard him.
My bad. My bad. I was looking at Flo and thinking about it. And
I look at him and think.
my bad. I
all
meant
the time,
Easy.
so I totally
I've never even
understand.
debated.
You are
Flo.
so fucking out of reality. You're so stupid. It doesn't make sense.
Joe
Otison's
Cool's
like
all
a-
white people look
Otison's
alike.
like
to
a
me.
fat man,
All
but with
white
candle
folks look
drum
alike,
and
yeah.
people he hates
Hell
people.
yeah.
They all look alike.
You know, Easy wears cornrows. Flo wears his hat backwards. I don't know. You know, just
Same
some weird
thing,
people
man.
trying to be cool.
They're both transitioning. What do you expect?
You know, Grid, somebody did just try to get in here a minute ago. I doubt it was him, though. I don't think he'll show up here.
I mean,
Grid was pretty sick earlier.
I
If
have to know
anything, he'd send Shazzy.
So
I have
Easy
to-
lives in America, but he's Canadian. I thought he lived in Canada. He stays here.
He
Easy.
moved here.
Okay.
Married American woman with kids, I think.
American woman.
Oh, that's cool.
I just find oh man, there's
Yeah, that way she won't want to have any kids with you, and you never have to pay her child support.
I'm gonna have to go fuck a Canadian and make it equal.
yes, Joe.
Mel's available.
Mel's Canadian. Mel's available.
Wow.
Yeah, I got higher standards than date someone on the internet.
I wish I could say that. I
You don't
want
have
like
standards, Mel. Don't you lie to us.
I mean, my partner is 2 degrees
of
Yeah, but
separation.
your partner is 5 fingers. Calm down.
My partner's what? I didn't hear that.
5 fingers.
Rosie Palm and her stepdaughters.
I don't get it.
It's Palmy Peterson.
Palmy Peterson. You all are degenerates.
Yeah.
Have you
Well,
not
I've
seen?
never-
Have you not seen
never.
my scores on the test?
Oh yeah. What was it? You were 1 point more or less you were 1 point less degenerate than me, and Bumpkin was like 3 points more degenerate than me. I
Wasn't
think.
that the fascism test? I thought
No, that was the rice test. I'm talking about the BDSM test. Have you not seen them?
Oh yeah.
I've
was
proven that
watching
I'm
the
very
fascism
sadist
thing.
over the past couple days. I don't
I was
like
watching you do the
that you know
fascism
that
test,
now.
and I was like, "You're gonna get like you're so fascist, you make a fascist blush."
Instead, I just got baby fascist because I don't really think the state deserves to. I don't think the state exists to just be the state. The state.
You're like a
deserves to,
kawaii
take care of
fascist.
people. I swear to God, Mel.
Do you see my flag? I don't believe in fascism.
Look, never mind. I don't know if I can talk about that here. Okay, so I have a Jewish
OnlyFans.
cousin, right? And they've been trying to get me to go to temple for years with them. And I made the agreement that I'll go to temple if they buy me a yarmulke. Well, I want a Confederate battle flag yarmulke, but they won't buy me one unless I go to temple with them 6 times.
Is that a thing? The yarmulkes can have designs, or
Yes.
is that disrespectful?
Yes,
You don't get
that's
the
an actual
Confederate-
thing.
Wait, you don't just unlock the Confederate flag yarmulke on your first time to temple, dude. You have to unlock that.
You
Yeah.
have to level up.
I think you have to have like 4 purchases before you get that one. Yeah.
Well, no, they're gonna buy me an American flag one. I saw a little one with like a pinwheel on it, and that's the one I wanted. But my cousin's mom was like, "No, not at all." I'm like, come on, bro. Yeah, it had a little pinwheel on top, a little spinny pinwheel on top of it.
I tried to
Yarmulkes
go
are for
to the
Jewish people, right?
I tried to go to the gay parade with one of my buddies, man. I got about a block away and saw people with the guys with their shirts off and scantily clad. That was the
What does
closest
this
I
have
got.
to
I
do
was
with
like,
anything you were just talking about?
I don't have any idea.
I can bring it in. I saw an LGBT flag yarmulke, and my Jewish cousin.
Bless it.
She said some things that I can definitely not repeat on this show about it.
He didn't miss a beat.
Where in the fuck do you find these people?
Can I just say that obvious bait is obvious?
There really is one of those LGBTQ flag yarmulkes. I can pull it up on Etsy.
Yeah, but it's not a
Yarmulkes are
Jewish, it's not a
Jewish,
Jewish
right?
approved yarmulke.
No, I'm not, at least not Orthodox Jewish approved.
No,
It's like my
not at
cousin
all.
married an Orthodox Jewish woman, and she wears the shawl and like the Jewish face covering and everything. It's fucking
So are you Orthodox Jew or are you Orthodox?
no.
Christian?
I'm neither. I'm neither.
Just get the money part, all right? Just get the money part done.
Give me money. Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now.
Money
Orthodox is just your name, but hey,
Well, no,
give,
it's
flow some money.
Orthodox to mess with people.
The funniest part about that is that Charlie wrote that for his mom to read, and his mom thought that made sense.
money me now.
That show is probably one of the funniest shows on TV.
Never seen it.
Look,
I'm
I may be
with
a
you,
boomer,
Chuck.
but I'm waiting for the King of the Hill revival in August. Can't wait.
Well,
gonna
I
suck.
think-
after,
I
It's gonna
think-
suck.
after
You're
one
gonna
of
hate
the
it.
actors experienced a hate
I
crime.
think
Yeah, but
one.
you also remember one of my tours is masochist, so I'm actually gonna love it.
Well, since one of the actors died from a hate crime, I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen now.
Can't you just
Melanie's
get
obviously
anybody
a
to
millennial,
play
right?
comedic
But
voice?
The new-
Orthodox is
The
gotta
new
be-
Hank is
Oh my
black.
god, yeah, I'm such a millennial. They're so true.
No, I'm
what would
actually
millennials say it. So true, buddy, or something. I don't know.
No. I mean, just
So true,
curious, how many
girlfriend.
boomers do we actually have on this panel here? I'm
anyone
not a
older
boomer.
than me is a boomer. in my
I'm the
opinion.
oldest.
I'm the oldest.
Oh,
or
yeah.
youngest.
I'm
I'm the
second.
youngest.
The problem with boomers
only-
is that they just self-destruct.
I'm
Well, I
only
mean,
46.
Okay,
You're
so
what?
you're Gen X.
Actually, I'm 64. About to be 5.
You're right on the
We're going on
border.
5?
You're right on the
Joe-
border, buddy.
Joe's
But you're a
82.
boomer. Yeah.
82 years old.
He's a lie.
I think about 46 is the cutoff for Gen X, and then 47 or 50. Sorry, 57. You go into the boomer class.
Wasn't
There
there
is
a
no
baby?
Wait,
Wasn't
they
there
have
a baby
classes for how to
boomer?
be a boomer? Is that like at my? Is that like at the recreation?
Thank you, Lauren, for the $5 cash app. She sends in $5 and says, "Well, we'll get to that in a second."
Drive fancy cars, everybody know you. It's like you a trap star. You breaking down bricks, chopping up O's. Breaking down bricks, chopping up O's. You got big money. You drive fancy cars, everybody know you. It's like you a trap star. You breaking down bricks, chopping up O's. Breaking down bricks, chopping up O's.
I'm a Gen X.
The best part is him spinning that rim while he
That's
raps.
You're
yeah,
a Mexican, Cynthia. Not
That's
Gen
when it
X.
get really
coconut.
cringe, man. When he spin
Huh?
that rim, that just
Coconut?
cringe, bro.
Yes.
Brown
No,
on the
you
outside,
don't
white on
spin
the
rim
inside.
that's hanging from your neck unless you've got real money.
The best is him singing about chopping up ounces, and it's all little kids
There's
behind
a bunch
him.
of 6-year-olds in the background.
Yeah, you're like,
chopping up O's.
Well, that's just the
Bricks,
beauty of Tim and
chopping
Eric.
up O's.
Shout out to the Gen Xers.
I'm with you, Cynthia. Much love.
It says we are often described as independent, adaptable, and skeptical. And I can agree
that's
that
because they left us home by ourselves.
exactly.
we have many names. We were the lucky kids, right?
Yep.
Because we were the ones that
latchkey.
went home, took care of ourselves.
Y'all
did
are
our
just
own
boomer
shit.
juniors. Calm down.
I thought we were kicked
Abuse
out the
victims.
crib. That's the
Sometimes
way I
call you people
remember.
abuse victims because you got spanked a lot.
I
I'm
was
sorry.
not
What
allowed
was that,
in the
Melanie?
house.
I tend to call you guys I tend to call Gen Xers abuse victims because they got spanked a lot.
And we're the
No,
one
bro, I
generation that
just
does not
for
actually
weeks at a
claim to
time.
be
No one
abused.
cares.
Are you
What?
jealous?
And we're well
I was
adjusted.
gonna ask that same
One
thing.
of that.
We're the ones that don't get offended when somebody actually calls us a name. We're the
Considering
ones
don't
that
break
like,
down
considering
and start
how this
crying.
generation spanking
I
became
think
such a bigger
most
fetish than what it
people
used to
don't get
be,
offended
I wouldn't say you
all
came
the
out
same.
okay.
Is it
We
abuse when
laughed
you get spanked,
In
Mel? Is it
Demolition
still
Man,
called
when they
abuse?
needed their little safe space
No, I
to,
do the
to have their
spanking.
feelings and
No,
shit,
you
we
do
laughed
the
about that and thought that was unreal.
In the group homes, when staff went to go restrain me, I actually restrained them. That's not
Wait,
true.
did
I
you
would've
say
been
restrain
in
you
jail
at
so
first?
fast.
We couldn't go in the house. We were locked out until it got dark. If you come
Oh,
in the
yeah.
house, you're gonna stay in
That
the
was
house.
that was my one foster home actually.
You want this lore Orthodox guy?
Absolutely. I don't care if he gets mad, he can stay mad. I'm a strong, independent black.
No, I
man. don't need
didn't.
No white man.
Nope. She was 16. I was 18. I don't know how many times I gotta say this story to y'all.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
2 years difference.
That's
Big time pedo, yeah. I mean, no, but okay.
Well, surprise. Baby mama has been found. Now let's take a look. 21. On January 19th, 2017. Birthday dinner, January 23rd. Birthday card, January 23rd. 20th birthday in 2015. Well, easy, it looks like you need some help with your math. Let me help you. You stated you just turned 30 to April 9th, 2024, which makes your birthday April 9th, 1992. 20th birthday in 2015 would make her birthday January 23rd, 1995. That's 3 years easy. Second birthday, May 2013. Baby was born May 2011. Let's do some more math, easy. Someone born April 9th, 1992 would be 19 in May of 2011. Someone born January 23rd, 1995 would be 16 in May of 2011. Now let's go back about 9 months from May 2011. That takes us to around August-September of 2010. Now how old will someone be in August-September of 2010 that was born April 9th, 1992? 18. Now how old will someone be in August-September of 2010 that was born January 23rd, 1995? 15. 15 and 18 when that baby was conceived. Easy. 15.
You ready?
Holy.
So what you're forgetting is that Easy told her he was younger than he actually was. So that actually makes it okay.
Well, honestly, 15 and
not evidence to
18.
prosecute him?
I mean,
I'm with you, Bolton. I'm with
like
you.
like that's two people in high school.
Yeah, that's two high schoolers.
That's
That's
a senior and a sophomore in high school. That's normal.
Now,
shit.
if he was 20 and she was 15, I'd be like, hey,
Then that's weird.
Hey,
But
get 'em, get 'em,
18, that's a
trans-
fucking senior and a sophomore. If you could have been in high school together, that's just nonsense. Freshmen and seniors date each other all the time.
That's kind of a nothing burger. Now, if he lied about his age or he did some scummy shit, it's more of not taking care of your kid that is damning to me.
Agree. This is not a big thing to me. Although I will say, if the tables were turned on any of us, he would be leveraging the fuck out of that.
Probably, because most people are a piece of shit when it comes to certain things. So I can understand that.
Also, you can criticize him for contributing to the teen pregnancy issue.
Say that
Okay,
again.
does he take care of the child? That's the question.
No, he's
like
running
I
from
had
child
my
support.
oldest.
The whole
I
point is
had
that
my
he's running
oldest.
from-
My,
no, Balderson,
my
we've been
girlfriend
very
was
clear.
16, I was 16.
Balderson, we've been super clear. He's running from child support, so don't even ask that question.
How do you know? You got proof?
I don't get involved in all that.
Well, that's
least
my
it's
question.
not-
Yeah, how do y'all know? Is there proof that he's not paying child support?
One of his baby mamas comes around. I haven't seen her in a while, but she used to. And she kind of keeps people up to snuff or up to speed on things.
Okay, so we've got a bona fide, verified baby mama saying he ain't shit. That's fucking wild.
Yeah, it sounds like this is a bona fide horrible person, and his parents had a very failed on raising him correctly.
So I guess apparently me and his discussion on the Constitution is now not going to happen. What's weird that he tried to.
He's Canadian. How you
Yeah,
gonna
that's-
have a constitution?
That's what I'm saying. Like, he wanted to tell me I didn't know about the Constitution. I'm like, my brother in Christ, not only am I a history buff, but I'm an American. I'm the one with the Constitution.
It's
I didn't know he was Canadian. But now
I don't know. I get a kick at it every time you say my brother in Christ because it's absolutely the bless you. It's got the same inflection, the same.
Yes, yes.
Started.
I like that new Talcock clip you played earlier too. That was pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Learn to marry.
Can I
Uh,
say it up? Take a hike, bitch.
That's the best one.
Born with the Constitution written.
It's definitely not right. I mean, I consider myself a Christian, and I'm not going to call him my brother in Christ.
Why?
He's gone.
Holy.
It has
Bro,
exactly.
you're in the violence.
That's
I
like the
figured-
someone got booted clip.
It's
Now
the
I'm
Mars
on, like,
energy,
on edge,
Chuck.
like you got booted.
Yeah, it's
The
the
what?
Mars energy NPC.
Candy bar. Mars candy bar.
No, the Mars energy. Do you not watch NPC? It's going to go
No.
on for 14 years.
No, I quit.
And in Vedic, my sun and my moon are ruled by Mars.
Yeah, I let Snow do a star chart reading a couple streams ago.
Also,
I
the
found it
cool
very
thing about
interesting.
astrology means you don't have to try to change. You can just like be like, it's fine that I'm this way. My astrology says so.
Good point. I tried to let Snow do a star chart on me, but she said I had to have my clothes off. It got really weird, so we never finished it.
That's a
But we
starfish.
did have
He
sex.
tries to do the starfish on everybody.
If you want really accurate results, it gets really close to doxing. Like, where were you born? What time down to the minute were you born? What's your full name?
What's
You believe that shit, bro? Do you
What's
believe
your
that shit?
what's your social security number?
What's the last 4 digits, right? Like, let's see how we can steal your identity afterwards.
Anybody up here believe that shit?
I think there's something to it, personally.
Hold on. What up, Cynthia?
Would you believe in that or the Myers-Briggs astrology or the Myers-Briggs more? Which one would you?
The Myers-Briggs. You remember that's like the MBTI is how like I even got started in YouTube communities at
Right.
all. Yeah.
Yeah, Myers-Briggs doesn't make like
standard.
doesn't
I also
infer like
did
a
the Myers-Briggs.
causation that the stars
No,
make us do a certain
The
thing.
interesting thing though is when they
cool.
correlate, when the two
Mm.
systems correlate, because one of them is self-reported, that being the Myers-Briggs, and one of them is not.
I got INTP.
That's not right.
Not for you. No.
You see, every time someone says what they are, you say it's not right. So I don't think you actually know what is and is or isn't.
How
right.
many times have you heard me?
I've mentioned
against
what I am.
Bert?
You said it wasn't right.
What are you?
That. But
What do you
anyways,
think you
like the INFP, but really I'm IEFP on here.
I mean, I could see. I don't think I would have said that to you because I could see you being an NFP.
Okay.
Intuitives
I remember you saying that, but-
intuitives are over-reported. I got an intuitive the first time I took it too. The issue is the language. There's just not great words to describe intuition, and so when you're taking the test, what it ends up being is like, are you dynamic or are you simple? Right? Like, so the test, the language is not conducive to describing intuitive functions or sensing
Yeah, I
functions.
understand.
It's old and
So-
it's very outdated because our understanding of cognition is much more
Well,
advanced.
what do you think I am, Flo?
Gay.
No, INTP. The issue that I have with INTP is that their blind spot function is extroverted sensing, which is corresponding to like force and assertiveness, and you're too assertive to be that type. That's a very flimsy type.
Fair. I feel like
will
Chuck,
point out that,
I feel
like,
Chuck
astrology
and Joe are
could-
trying to induct me into their gay
I will-
cult by telling me
I will
I'm
point out
gay.
that like astrology could have something to it. By
If
the
you
way,
ever get any
holy fuck! Can I
bass
say
in your
one thing?
voice, it
Every
might
time we
help.
start talking, it's fucking ridiculous.
Oh, Christ, more. God damn.
Astrology
I
could
have
have
some
something
bass in
to
my
it, but
voice.
it's all mind over matter,
No.
right? Like my mom literally told me growing up, "You're a Cancer. You're going to be emotional. You're a Cancer. You're going to be emotional." Right? So,
And you believe that
yeah.
shit?
He did, and now he believes it because his mom told him to.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, you
Oh,
are
no,
emotional.
I also, I
My mom,
just
my
genuinely
mom
have
told me to go to hell. You think I went?
You're still there.
You probably actually went the opposite
No,
way.
I got
You
out of
probably-
it, Joe.
You probably told your mom, like, no, I'm not going to do that, right? And mean, these tests are kind of funny, right? Like the Myers-Briggs test. I mean, if you have even the slightest bit of intelligence, you can take that test and place wherever you want to put yourself. Like, you know how to answer the questions, put yourself where
Really,
you
I'd
think
like
you
to see you
belong.
do that actually.
Yeah, I've done
I mean,
it.
Sure,
I've done
you
it.
can if you understand the system and the test,
Yeah.
but ideally, you would not be trying to.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah,
when I
could,
took the
you could take
test,
it
I didn't.
honestly.
Yeah, when I took
But a
it,
lot
I
of
didn't even know that I was taking a personality test. I knew it was prerequisite homework for a continued education thing I was going to, and so I just went through the homework in one night. I didn't even pay attention to what it was for. I just needed to check it
I
off the list.
assume most people, if they do know what it's for and what it means, because they think they're a certain personality type, they're gonna consciously or unconsciously answer questions
Yep,
in the direction that they believe
You're
they
right,
exist.
Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is the thing. It's actually used in the workplace a lot, right? So if I'm like applying for a particular job and I'm taking the test, and like I said, you don't have to be super intelligent to understand where the questions are leading you. you can put yourself in the box that you need to be hired for. It's not a hard test to break, right? But as you said, Powdered, I mean, if you really want to see what your personality is, then go online and do it in silence and actually answer the questions correctly.
So when I worked at the bank, we had, it was not the MBTI, it's called Culture Index. It's a better test. We use that. I wouldn't interview anybody until I'd seen their results on that. And when I quit the bank, so I quit the bank in 2000, whatever, 17, right? And because the owner of the company, of this testing company we used, he offered me a sales job, having never met me at all. He just saw my test results and said, if you ever want a sales job, I'll hire you. And so I was taking that job, but I wanted my daughter to be able to finish out the school year. So I quit the bank, and there's like a month left in school, and I was just waiting for her to finish out before we moved back to Kansas City. And that's when I got rated. So I never did end up working for him, but I did go through the training stuff, and I still got the materials over there.
You quit being a banker to become a salesman?
Yes. So
yeah, salesmen make a lot more money than bankers.
How's the expungement
Unless
going?
you're on Wall Street, right? That's another story, which is just sales.
Wall Street would be different, and even to make that much money on Wall Street, you actually have to be a better trader than most other traders.
You have to be a better salesperson.
Right. Yeah.
The company you work behind is doing the
Just
trading.
hashtagging on all the conversation.
I am so you sell the packages to the company. I think that the lowest priced one at the time was $80,000 a year.
Oh wow!
And because you get a whole consulting package, and you're selling to big companies, and the commission it's commission only job, but it was 50% commission.
Holy hell, that sounds like fun, yeah.
So yeah.
So
That is
basically,
a
you have to sell
resourceful
2
tool.
packages, and then you're making 80 grand a year. It sounds like.
Correct.
And then you could travel and smoke weed the rest of
But
the
I
year.
wouldn't. I mean, I would, and that's part of the reason he hired me. He could look at my chart and tell that I would just kind of keep pushing. Right.
That's what she
See, if
said.
someone hired me to remove their confidence and self-esteem, I'd make bank, but not very useful as like.
I just don't know that people put that much weight onto what you say.
Yeah.
People definitely pay for
In
it.
your little box. So I don't know how important that plays into it.
I think that means she
you
get
could just
paid
sit me right on
double.
a desk. Like it's pretty convenient to have
They
me
would just
around.
flick you off. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Well, no, that's the thing. Is
Oh,
like,
you know what? Hold on, I forgot to read this. Y'all think Easy made it to senior? LOL. Touche.
Can't talk shit.
fucking-
I dropped out. I dropped out as a junior, so I can't talk shit.
What the fuck
now, I
happened
know
to
this
Easy,
isn't
man?
what
He
Brad
was-
means when he says senior, but I will point out that real gangsters have much shorter lifespans than Easy will.
You just made the entire term of a gangster less gangster by saying gangster.
I know. Yeah.
No, he's right
That's the
though.
point,
I hate to
motherfucker.
admit it. It's weird to talk to gangsters and they always think they'll be dead by like 30.
Yeah, you can't be a
Okay.
gangster without dying. Like,
I mean, Canadian gangster.
You know, that
that has a longer
Oh,
lifespan when you're a Canadian gangster.
That just means we should fear Easy. You should always fear old men and
No, Canadian
one I
gangsters
was-
will kill each other for not being polite.
The one I worked for. Sexually assaulted by a bunny. Oh boy.
That's Canadian gangster right
Yeah, that
there.
was a furry actually.
That-
That was
all-
a verified member of the furry community.
All I'm saying is you should fear Easy because you should fear older men in industries where young men die. That's all I'm saying. He's a real G, you know.
Easy is
I
not
work
real.
for real
Yeah, no, he's not.
gangsters.
I'm not even.
I don't know,
saying
this is
what-
kind of like fearing war generals because they sat behind a desk while all the actual soldiers went to war for them.
I don't know. Would you be more afraid of the guy that can kill you or the guy that can put the order for you to die?
Yeah, they get.
I'm
In a
more afraid
gang-
of the guy who will
Same
go to
thing.
the front lines and kill other people.
Yeah, but do you think Easy is either one of those? Come on.
That's
I don't know. He's a
Yeah.
he's a gangster that lived to old age.
I don't.
Is
I
he-
don't think he's
is
ever
he
done like a
serious?
single drive-by in his life,
Is
let
he
alone have one
serious?
aimed at him.
It can't be, right? They're joking or they're being
Is he? Are they
sarcastic.
joking about Easy
Yeah,
being
they're
a
being
gangster? They have to
sarcastic.
be.
Does he
He
consider
put
himself
the gay in
a gang?
gangster.
Yeah, y'all stop it.
I don't think
Easy.
he
If
would
you're on, if
consider
you're
that.
watching this, I'm ready for you.
That
Does he
sounded good.
claim? Does he claim to be a
That
tough
was
guy?
okay. Coming from the
Gangster?
channel, that was the
Canadian
gayest thing I've
graffiti
seen.
in
someone
French is
say in any of
hilarious.
his, panels.
I bet Canadian gangsters are the most passive aggressive.
I mean, to be fair, if y'all seen when like Canadians actually do commit
Trailer
crime,
Park Boys.
they do go hard in the paint.
Yeah, we're more
I-
dangerous because if you slightly disrespect us, we take that as like the end of the world.
No
and we
one
will-
believes
we will
that.
fuck up your
No
entire
one believes that, Mel.
Yeah, but no,
Legally.
you should look up.
No,
what
you
Canadian-
will talk mad shit. You don't actually fight. If somebody
No,
would have
no,
punched
no,
you in the
no,
jaw a few times, you wouldn't be like
family.
that.
You got to understand, disrespect in
scared
Canada
of
is
you.
a war crime. There in America, it's how you talk to each other normally. Here, we treat it like a war crime.
Well, look.
Yeah,
look,
that's-
all I'm
you're
saying is
sensitive.
Canadians are
We're
responsible.
And then you go
for most
cry in a
of-
corner about your
Well,
feelings
y'all
and put on
talking bad
makeup.
shit about the people that put the Geneva check.
Hey, I'm not a gangster. Actual gangsters will cry with bullets.
Yep. Canada's responsible for that.
Oh, y'all are talking the most.
Everybody's
shit
scared of the
people that are like-
Canadian gangs. We've all heard about it. It's been on Vice and
Wait,
shit.
didn't the HA start here? Didn't Hell's Angels start up here? Or am I mistaken?
California.
No, yeah,
What's
California.
wrong
As a
with
matter
you?
of fact,
I
did you
know,
know
like-
that they actually produced
There was some
albums?
biker gang that started up here that went down to America.
The
and I forget-
Geneva Convention started because
Their
of
gay wing
Canada.
is in Canada.
Yeah,
That
but
was
how
when they
much
started
mileage are they going to
accepting
try to fucking get off the Geneva Convention?
Well, here's the thing. Every time Canada's been involved in a war, they've done some Geneva checklist kind of stuff, and are unapologetic.
Atrocious. Yeah.
That's the one time they don't say sorry.
See, Gen X, we have
Dude, you're just mad that we beat the
They're like
mustache man.
John
okay?
Candy and Dan Aykroyd took over Canada.
Are you guys aware that Canada just like increased their military budget like by hundreds of
Two
thousands
guys in a
to
moose instead of
60
one in a
no
moose.
to like $60 billion.
It's not-
What are you trying to say, Sasquatch?
I think they're trying to do something bad.
It's not a
No,
war
they're
crime until
capitulating
Canada
to Trump
does
with
it.
this whole like fentanyl crossing the border thing, even though Canada only contributes to 0.1%.
What are they gonna do, have
of the amount of
horses with lasers?
Fentanyl in
It
America.
was Sasquatch's turn.
It's two guys in a moose instead of one.
It's too late.
Sure.
You that's all fucked up. But it's okay because Sasquatch didn't actually have anything to say that I haven't heard him say about 18 times.
I think he's having internet issues as well.
That's not like something Cynthia would say.
I'm just saying, y'all keep making fun of my squeaky voice. I'm gonna start running into burning buildings to burn my larynx.
It's okay. I can make sure I have a squeakier voice. That way
Oh
you sound more
my
manly by comparison.
You two do sound similar. I will give you that.
I'm gonna kill myself now. Excuse me.
Are y'all flirting with each other? Am I misreading?
Are they?
Am I
So, Cynthia,
or are they?
they need a speed date, I think.
I guess we're just the same person, according to Chuck.
If you're gonna off yourself, cam up with it. I just got one said.
Got my fingers crossed for a little freaky deaky.
By the way, if you got to boot me, I'm sorry I didn't say the.
Speed hate the same rate as dropping, which, you know what, let me remind people. Anybody on the panel can be dropped or revived for $1 a minute with a $5 minimum, except for me, I am $2 a minute because it's my channel. If you would like a speed date or a speed hate between any two panelists, same rate applies.
Don't y'all fucking.
As a
dare.
furry, I actually want to have a speed mate.
Oh.
I'm done
please
way
don't.
too intrigued by that flow state. No, I regret saying that now.
I think that you should. I'll do that for 50 cents a minute.
What's the
The furry
difference between
community, I
a
apologize
date and
for that.
speed
Actually,
date?
Look,
I was trying to figure it out in my head too, son.
There's
What's the difference? Mel?
technically it's the
Oh.
same exact thing. It just depends on how they interact.
yeah, it depends if you're a furry, and it's about getting straight to the point, if you know what I mean.
Proof that. Pull up the proof of me putting hands. Last time I checked, I put dick on a bitch. Unless you can show me otherwise. Show me that I put hands on a bitch outside of my dick.
Were they alive? Yeah.
Ew.
Wait to get my dick wet.
I knew Megamind was gonna do that to me. I fucking knew it. God damn it.
You know, I'm just going to turn this into a debate. So, it sounded like you were mad earlier that Canada won against Mustache Man when you were like complaining about us breaking Geneva Conventions.
Oh no, I don't believe war crimes.
Okay, good. Get her undressed and we'll do this thing.
Look, Mel, I just want to set some terms. All right, you are Little Spoon.
No, I'm not. I make men.
This ain't gonna work out.
I bend little men with my psychic powers. Like they're the spoon. I bend them with my mind.
Oh my god. I feel like I'm being pimped out. Flo, don't turn me out. I'm no good. That's crazy. You're Little Spoon. That's all.
Stop
I'm saying.
fagging out.
I'm just gonna say I hope Trump makes Canada the 51st state, because then I can walk across the border and go say hi to all of you wonderful people.
I agree. That'd be great. All that oil.
And like, I'm the type of person to just like, my way of saying hi and showing my love language is standing outside your house and staring at you for like hours on end and not making a single movement.
I am so red in the face right now. This is embarrassing. Hi Mel, how are you?
Why is he here?
Yo, let's go! Eiffel Tower bonus. High five.
Someone better have paid for this.
I have no idea either, but if you did that, I would just turn my dogs out on you and it would be hilarious. I don't know what they would do with a Furby. You might like it. I don't know. My dog still got nuts.
We know how to act with dogs.
My pit would try to.
Oh, it gets deep. It gets so deep.
I had a dog try to bite me out in the country one night when I was super high on acid. And like, I knew exactly what to do. I just kept walking, kept looking straight ahead, didn't show any fear. And it like got one nip at like the back of my knee.
Shut up, nerd.
Yeah, that's what I did to the dog. I was like, shut up, nerd. And the dog left.
Oh no, I'm alone.
I didn't
again.
punch it, but I said, shut up, nerd. And the dog was like, oh, I'm a nerd. I should go.
That's nice. It's hot.
No. It was
Now
actually
I'm
like,
gonna suck my own dick.
it was one of the most terrifying experiences in my life, but I've spent so much time like in nature and stuff like that. I had like prepared myself mentally for doing that for
Spend
so
time
long.
in nature, yet you're scared of dogs. My brother in Christ, that makes no sense.
No, I just said I'm not scared of dogs. Like if a dog were to come along, I would know what to do.
I bet you would. Sniff
Like
its butt.
the other day,
It's freaking breakfast.
while my cats were out, and I
I'm not
knew-
gonna lie, that was pretty rough. Y'all sucked at that. I don't know if that was a hate or a mate.
But
That was the you stay the fuck away from me.
Yeah,
Well,
that was
I
mutual
learned that
disgust.
Furby-
That was something known as mutual disgust. Now what?
Flo, don't do it.
The fuck is
If you
going
guys
on?
fucked, who would be the top and who would be the bottom?
I would be the top.
No. See, that sounds like someone who's never had to fight for it before. And then the moment I make you fight for it, you can be like, did you choose me?
I don't want to have this conversation.
That is what he'd sound like.
Then
though,
that will
for
just
real.
be me like consoling you, like, it'll be okay, Orthodox. I was just trying. I was
I
just
better
trying
put
to
a
help
Orthodox
you.
guy down there to make it more.
It'll be okay.
I
bud.
would. I swear to God, I'm gonna say something that's gonna get clipped. And
Yeah,
I can't,
yeah.
can't
So
do
say
that.
hate crime. Come on, let's say hate crime. It's
You would
Pride
bite
Month,
your
right?
pillow and
Is
appropriate-
it a hate crime? Is it a hate crime that you would need a 55-gallon drum of anal-ease when I'm done with you?
My goodness.
See, I don't believe that's true. I find that just a little bit unbelievable. You know what I mean?
I mean, you can, but it is what it is.
No, but really, like
I'm not gay, so please nobody clip this.
So
this all all feels like a trap against Orthodox guy, and I don't want to be a part of a no trap.
I feel like I'm being
That's
beat
bad
today.
optics for a trans person.
Well, I mean, I think that you clearly just said you're the winner, right? Because all that lube you'd need for Furby.
Ugh, that's a fucking whore. That is a slut. She's a cocksucker. She's a fucking bukkake whore.
Shout out to
You
Jeff.
got a number?
I don't even know where to go from that.
Oh, I was like, did you just kick Orthodox for saying he would need lube?
I was just trying to.
said you would need lube.
I was just trying to get my money's worth out of you two, wet noodles.
I'm not good at gay for pay. Okay.
How do you not dunk on Melanie? How? Melanie just
Because
not
it was sexual and-
dude. Are
it
you
was
actually
sexual in
clutching on Melanie? If you were on cam, would your whole fucking face be red right now, blushing?
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
No,
You can hear him blushing.
like
Gay
He's
shit is embarrassing to me.
sipping hard.
Gay shit is embarrassing to me. That is my kryptonite. Gay shit is like, don't touch me.
Really interesting. Why is that?
Because
it's
he's
actually
gay.
the gayest thing ever. Is to
Lay
be
on the couch
up
and tell us about it, young man.
How does this make you feel, sir?
It's weird, man. It's gross.
Is it?
So
Do you want to check out the weirdness a little bit more?
No!
Maybe a little bit.
Did somebody travel down your old dirt road?
No, it's just weird.
Are you afraid that you might like it and you don't know how you feel?
No,
about it?
it's fucking weird. It's gross.
That is actually
wait a minute.
99% of trans folks
It's
and homophobes.
weird. That means he's already tried it. He's saying it's weird.
No. On the internet sphere, people will like post gay porn at you, and it's like the weirdest, grossest shit you could think. Like, I can't imagine a dude submitting to another dude. Like,
I can't think of a time anyone's ever posted gay porn at me.
I was going to
Yeah,
say
why
the
didn't you
same
complain
thing.
when
That's
I
never
sent you
happened to me.
I mean, it is what it is.
You can come out orthodox. Everybody here will love you.
I'm just gonna say orthodox.
I don't
if
care
it
if
bothered
people
you,
love me.
orthodox. If it bothered you when I sent you gay porn, you shouldn't have replied with more, please.
All porn is
That was
gay. What
pretty
are you
savage.
talking about?
That was actually a good one, Mel. That was a good time. You were funny. No, it's just fucking
Yeah.
weird.
Lauren.
All porn
Maybe
is
true,
gay.
but I have no fucking idea where this is coming from.
Coming.
Okay, now
It's
you're
not
telling
Neve.
me
It's not the algorithm. I used to be in Telegram groups that were like they would get bombarded with gay porn. By
Oh, that's what you meant.
I've been in
You're the
Telegram
comic.
groups and I've never had that happen. That's wild.
I think you were in the wrong
have
group.
you never had leftists come into your group and be like, "Here's gay porn."
Just
especially
stay out of the
black
gay
people.
porn groups.
Flo asked for nudes and you asked for gay porn. Oh boy.
That's probably not a leftist doing that.
Okay, so when you get bombed with gay porn, do you save it?
No, I leave the group because it's disgusting.
No, he technically he doesn't, but he also screenshots it for evidence. If you know what I mean.
What makes it disgusting, and what's your definition of disgusting?
You know that video clip where Flo's got where he does that fucking visible shiver.
Zombie porn.
It's like that. That's what I.
Yeah, I
That's
love
what I
that
get.
clip.
That's what I get. That's
seen
what I
it, I
get
won't watch
whenever
it.
somebody like spams it. I'm like,
All this in your
I've had non-sexual orgasms within my body, pleasures that I didn't know were possible.
How
I don't
dare
get-
you
I don't
cut
get-
me
I
off
don't-
while glazing a cat?
I don't.
What is
I don't
this
get
anti-cat
angry. I don't get
discrimination?
angry about it. It's very weird to me.
During Pride Month, no less, we're discriminating against cats.
Stay away from my cats, dude.
No more Pride Month.
Weirdo.
Pride
I'm trying
Month's
to
canceled.
I'm trying to trans your cat.
Cats are good. Y'all don't even get
When
it.
did Pride Month go from being a
Alderson-
day to a month?
Alderson wanted to say something there and just couldn't.
I don't know.
To
Kid,
Pride
man.
in like 2003. It was
All right,
Pride
if
Day.
we call it something else. If
Then
we
it
don't
just
call
became
it
Pride
day,
Month, and I'm like, hold on, we weren't slaves. What happened here? How come?
if we called y'all
Man,
partners,
Why do we get a month?
You just thought people were saying P-Ride.
I had to leave vacation in Florida because of that gay day they
I don't
call
like
it
it
down
either.
there.
I don't like it either, Chuck. I'm
You had
from the
to
old
run
school.
from it. You
It ain't
literally
right.
ran from Pride. That's
I
kind of
feel
funny.
like
Yes,
some of you
yes, I
dudes
did.
let gayness have too much influence over you.
Well-
and it's us.
I had my kids with me, and they're like, "What the hell is that, Dad? What are they doing?" And then when the dude hit on
How
me,
old
I'm
was-
like, "That's
wait,
it.
when was
I'm
this?
out."
I used
No,
to.
this
Your
is
kids are
Literally
too
fled the
old
state
for
to
you to have
90.
a
been-
gay man hitting on you. That's hilarious.
92.
You fled the
So-
state to get away from a gay man hitting on you. I would normally think that's hyperbole, but I actually do know you well enough.
I
to know.
would.
So I used
There
to
was a
volunteer at the AIDS clinic in our gay community. Like, and gay day parades were amazing. I went to at least 5.
what?
Yeah. They're insane. Their costumes are amazing. They put so much art and effort into their work.
Yeah, they make women feel low effort, okay?
Fun question for the panel: would you rather eat ice cream flavored dick or dick flavored ice cream?
Oh, I thought it said dice.
This is one we need to start asking like the easy ortho bros. Like this is
Flavored ice cream, flavored dick. I'll take the first one.
I'll take the second one because at least it's ice cream, right?
I moved to LA.
Okay.
I moved to LA in like when I was 22, and I went to the gay pride parade with my friends. And yes, they dressed up fantastic, and there was a bunch of naked people. Some people that just were wearing a tin can over their genitals. And I've never been back to a gay pride parade ever again.
Well, you mean you had the choice?
I do have the choice, but I mean, the people on that street don't have that choice. There were people there that were very respectful and celebrating Pride, and there were people there that were very disrespectful celebrating Pride. I have 3 children now. I'm never ever going to let them close to a Pride parade ever again.
Amen.
I
mean, I saw it and I didn't enjoy it.
This is just cope for not being able to actually guide your children through things that aren't just like conformist to your worldview. So
now make that booty work, twerk. 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 Now make that booty work, twerk. 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 Make that booty work, baby. This is like you doing squash. Hit the flow, make it dry, firecracker, make it pop. Got the ballers throwing guap. She can go and don't stop, but she took it up a notch, started coming.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk
Here's
about
the
that.
problem.
You're actually good at
Would you
parenting.
still
You're
have a
able to
problem
explain
if it was
why
straight
it's wrong,
people
why they shouldn't do
doing
it,
sexual acts and
your
being
child
naked
to not
in a
do
parade?
that thing. But since you're
Nobody
a
knows that
parent,
does
you have to
conform
hide
with
your
your
child from
worldview.
anything
Hang
that's a
on,
different
let's just
opinion.
do it one at a time. Mel, hang on one second. That was a
okay.
good question.
Yeah, I
Can
was
you
literally
repeat it?
mid-sentence when I got cut off, so I'm going to try to finish.
You cut me off all the time. So
Again,
shut the fuck up.
if you're actually good at parenting, you can tell your child why something's wrong, convince them not to do it. But since you probably don't know how to do that, you try to hide them from a different opinion.
Okay, so that was a direct bullet. Since I don't know how to raise my children, since I don't know how to tell my boy that he's a boy, and since I don't know how to tell my girl that she's a girl, I don't know how to parent. Fuck you, right? I mean, that's not a good statement that you just made, right?
You know how to parent through conformity. You don't know how to teach them how to actually think for themselves.
Don't be triggered.
Okay, so how explain this to me, right? So are you saying I should take them to the gay parade and the Pride parade and say, look at this. You can run around in the city naked. You can flaunt sexuality. Like, explain to me how you would parent my parents. Tell me how I should parent my parents. What is your view of how I should parent my parents?
To a better parent, then the better parent is the one who can encounter something with their child that may make them uncomfortable, but actually explain to that child, here's why this is wrong. Here's why you shouldn't do it. And then their child.
So
since
you're
their
saying I
parent,
should
will
take them
listen
to the
you,
gay
right? Because
parade
you're their
and
authority
tell them
figure.
why it's wrong, right?
I don't think you can. Yeah, I think you run from it, which also ruins their ability to understand why they shouldn't do these things, which makes it easier for them to rebel against you in their teenage years.
Explain to me how I'm running from it.
By trying to hide them from the other opinion rather than explain to them why it's wrong.
I don't hide them from it. I actually, I don't censor what they watch on TV. I explain everything. They're 7, 6, and 8. I don't know if I'm ready to let them do that one before I explain it to them. But you fired the bullet. Saying
Boy, when
that
you started getting
parent.
busy, you started getting busy and stayed busy. There's like no gaps there.
Yeah, my wife.
It's
My
like
wife
3
and I
months later,
decided
gotta be pregnant again.
That's
that
fertile hunting ground.
we wanted children and we wanted to get done quick. But seriously, like, I mean, you called me. First, you said cope before the video came on, and then after the video, you said I am a bad parent. You specifically said that. So I want to know exactly what I'm doing wrong when you don't know anything
I think you're compensating for the places that you can't do good parenting. You might feed your kids well and give them a good quality of life.
I can't do good parenting.
So I can't say overall you're a bad parent, but that's one thing that you're failing at is actually giving them critical thinking skills.
Okay,
See,
and how am I
here's
not
the
giving them
thing
critical thinking
Melanie
skills by telling them
insinuated
biology?
that it was because it's gay. And my question to Vibe is if this was straight people, because he made very clear that some of them were being respectful, which
So, you know,
tells me
I'm going to be asking
that,
Vibe what he
that
wants
he's
to say.
okay. Shut the fuck up. That he tells me that he was okay with the gay portion of it. It's the portion where they were being nude, being overly sexual, which you don't fucking expose kids to, you fucking weirdo.
So
And
Vibe,
that's
what were you
where
going to
it seems
say?
like the problem
Vibe,
was.
Vibe,
So
what
if
were
it
you
was
going to say,
straight
buddy?
people doing that, would you have a problem with it, Vibe?
Yap. Okay, shut the
So,
yap.
so I'll address to Balderson with really quick here, right? So if there's straight people
No, but
also
should kids be
doing
able
a
to go to
parade
strip clubs
naked,
at any age?
yeah, no, the same thing, right? I would be opposed to that. Now, if you go back to the gay thing, I also do not believe that. I think that's an illness, and so I'm not a proponent of that. Although I would say, hey, that's their thing, right? Jesus went to everybody, prostitutes, tax collectors, and he welcomed them in, and he talked to them, right? We're welcoming to all sorts. So I'm not going to shun them. I'm not going to say what they did is right. Now, going back to Melanie here and keeping my children's eyes open to the world, I do not hide them from any of the realities, and I actually encourage them to question me on any of these things. But when it comes down to biology and science and facts and religion, I'm going to tell them the truth. I'm not going to tell them made up words that make men men or men women and women men. That's just made
So you're
up
acting like you
words.
understand biology and facts.
I
don't
do.
you understand the difference between?
I know that you
Biology
don't.
is easy.
You do not.
If you
That's the
understand
problem
facts-
here.
If you understand
let's-
facts, then you should
let's-
understand the difference between sex and gender, because sex is
No,
reproductive.
actually, I
Gender
do
is
understand sex and
behavioral.
gender. I'm gonna tell you exactly what sex and gender are, and they
Oh,
are
so it
both
sounds
binary.
like maybe you're a product of parents who couldn't teach you these distinctions.
Okay, so listen to me if you want to have a real debate here, and I'll let you respond. Okay, so we both agree that sex is binary. There's a male and a female, and we do know there's
Nope.
that rare
We don't both
scenario
agree with
where
that.
there is a different gene, right? But the majority is binary.
You
when
not
it
put
comes
words
to
in my mouth,
sex.
though. I don't agree with that.
Okay, so tell me how I'm wrong.
Well, sex is bimodal. It's a distribution of more than just two possible states.
Oh, it's
Okay,
not.
so would you say that
It's the same as being stupid.
49.5% are men and 49.5% are women, and there is a small variance in chromosomes on occasion?
Yeah, that
Would you agree
be
with that?
bimodal. Yes.
Okay, so let's just
would
focus on the majority and say, okay, the majority is a binary, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on, before
So-
you continue on, I'm going to hand it right back. There are two sexes. There's not the rest are deformities. Those are defects.
Correct,
though
and we
they're
just got
actually
through that.
naturally occurring
Okay, I'm going to
variations.
shut up now. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah.
Natural variations in a population that you would see even if in a quote unquote perfect gene pool.
Yeah, so we already went beyond that, right? Would you agree?
No, I'm letting you get to your point. So far, I'm just letting you. I'm making sure we have common definitions, but other than that, I'm trying to help you get to your point.
Yeah, and I even agreed that for the most part it's binary, but yes, there is the outliers. So if we remove the outliers like science normally does, we can
No,
actually
science does
agree
not normally
that
do that.
the natural science outside the deformities that like
wait, what? No, natural sciences would say if there's a deviation, then you're more likely to be wrong if you make general assumptions.
that's a defect, right? Well, no, when you're looking at data, you remove the outliers.
No,
So,
you don't.
we're talking.
Prove the rule,
No,
but
you don't. If your data is if you have such a large
Okay.
sample in your
Let-
data
let-
that's
let's just look at
erroneous,
it
you
this
have
way.
to
Let's
acknowledge
just-
it in science, because otherwise,
Oh my God,
you're
you
missing
have to
something.
concede to this one thing, right? If we look at the majority of the whole world, they fall in one of those two categories. And we both agree there are some outliers. And right now, I am not talking about the outliers. I am talking about 99.99% of the population. and 99.99% of the population is binary. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, because if we actually investigate all the possible factors that could be involved behind sexual reproduction, we would find that there's actually
We're not talking about sexual
more common to
reproduction.
have at least. It's actually more common to have some variation than none at all.
No, the most common is the 2 chromosome variations, and there are some.
Do you know how many genes are in the SRX and XRY chromosome?
It doesn't even matter.
You know,
This
that's-
is why
that's
irrelevant.
It matters heavily to how
Furby.
much variation can occur at that chromosome.
So the variation
That's
does
right,
occur. Oh my God! So yeah, I don't think we're going to go
So-
anywhere on this. I was going to go to gender next, but I mean,
It's
obviously,
bad
Gender's
faith.
not a thing.
Not even
Gender,
really
I
concede
maintain
the
that gender is
first point.
entirely nothing. Right? They've
It's a
neutralized the
social-
word by trying to
why
detach it
can't-
from
why don't
sex.
men wear dresses?
You're not going to talk over me, I promise you. That's a bad strategy here.
You're
There.
causing a lot. So
What gender are dogs? Like, how do you know what gender a dog
dogs
is?
don't have a gender because they don't have complex enough cognition to express gendered behavior.
Okay,
Oh,
they
and that's
just
where I
have
was going to
sex.
go next.
Which
'cause I
again
was gonna
shows that
say
it's a
So what
human
you're
made,
saying is
it's a
it's
man-made
esoteric
concept,
butthole
which again
sniffing.
shows that it's a socially constructed concept, which is why we don't expect dogs to live out gender.
Yeah, so I'll agree with you on that, right? So, I mean, essentially, in my view, also, gender is also binary, and it's also based on science. So, the binary of gender is that most men fall in this percentage, most women fall in that percentage. The difference between sex and gender is that one is what you're born with, the other one is what the statistics are on how a male will behave and how a male won't behave. Now,
Shut the fuck up. Take a hike, bitch.
there's some old books
Mel
out there.
is
he's
back
gone.
up at 31. Unless anybody would like to revive Mel, it is $10 to revive Mel. Otherwise, I'll bring her back up at 31 after. Go ahead.
No, let's see.
I'm
if I
back
could just
to
have a
normal
second.
now.
See, so what's it? I had trying to say that like gender is like the women in Africa that put rings on their neck to make their necks long. Like it's like, oh, they're just part of culture. Stop it. 1000%, Dusty. If gender is not sex, then gender is not a thing.
Right.
It's just a statistic of how most men behave and how most women behave. That's it. There's
There's literally
other-
no reason for it at all. If we're not talking about if we're not talking about sexual biological sex, then what we're talking about is how somebody feels, or in a completely arbitrary, imaginary, and unnecessary axis. I don't care if you feel like you like chocolate cake or not, right? If I'm putting something on your driver's license, I don't want to know which one of the My Little Ponies is your favorite. Likewise, gender has that much non-utility. It's purely cosmetic.
It's if you don't fit in that gender stereotype,
One of those things.
then
Kami
you don't
did
feel that
about
like you're that
Goblin
gender anymore.
Society to foment revolution. Sorry, I nerded out.
You need to know what genitals they have so that if they're in a bad accident and a medic is trying to figure out how to proceed, they know, will proceed differently depending on the sex of the person. You might want to know what sex somebody is if, say, their name is Taylor and you're not sure if it's a guy or a girl, right? There's lots of reasons you would want to know somebody's sex. You can observe that to verify their identity.
Our bodies are also.
There's no scenario in which I would need to know what you feel like today.
Pretty sure that
See,
they
I'm
would
not
treat
sure
a
if you're
pregnant
aware.
woman different than a man. That would be a different procedure. And
A
only
large
women
amount
do
of-
get pregnant.
Corporations like Target and different ones. Like I watched Tim Pool the other day, did a video where he named off a bunch of them. They've all said, no, we're not doing that gay pride stuff this time. We're not going to have the easy tuck bathing suits and stuff. Like we're just not doing that right now because of what happened with Bud Light. And I'm like, oh, thank God. Can you please stop? You're making all the gay people look ridiculous.
Well, imagine this, like we were talking about EZ before. What if EZ actually convinces the government to have a white-black pride month for all the white people that want to be black?
That would
Would
be
everybody think that's
the
Rachel
funniest
Dolezal
thing to have
month? Oh, now we have to have a black and white flag.
Well, wasn't it like racist where people couldn't say that they were
This seems like as good a time as any to point out that if you didn't already know, I am a foundational Black American. This is my foundational Black American hat. Since I'm a foundational Black American, I'm also a Native American of unmelanated skin. Thank you.
All right. So, are you going to support that month?
Which one?
The white Black American month.
Absolutely. My people have been oppressed and overlooked for far too long. We have of the Wigger tribe, of foundational Black white Americans of unmelanated skin.
We're allowed to say that. We don't have to say the W word.
Probably I should tread a little bit lightly and not use it a whole bunch, but you know, I like to push the limits. I like to live on the edge.
If you keep going, you're gonna have as many pronouns as me.
Right. So,
well, no offense, Dusty, and no offense to Melanie, who's no longer on the panel. I love everybody, but matter of fact, by the way, Dusty, thank you for having me on. This is my first time on your panel.
Thank you for joining. I'm glad you did.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Can I say something really inappropriate for a second?
It depends on if it won't be TOS or not.
Okay. No, it won't. That's the thing. I really like sucking dick, but I don't really talk about it a lot. I don't like come on the panel and go, "Man, you know, I don't describe it."
Damn it! I was eating. Oh shit!
Oh my gosh.
Dick flavored ice cream.
It's funny when it's a joke, but when you're that serious, it's disgusting. It's fucking weird.
You are so fucking out of reality. You're so stupid. It doesn't make sense.
Necessary to always talk about that.
I have not been part of a conversation where you didn't bring up your love for cock.
True.
So, what's your favorite football team? Anybody?
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Michigan State Spartans. I'm a college football guy.
Mm.
They won the first Super Bowl.
You're one of them. You probably the same guy that only likes the first album of any band. They sold out after that. Are you that?
No, I mean, if you actually look at the history of Michigan and the Detroit Lions, who actually are my favorite professional team, we had such a bad 2 decades. My favorite team was my college team.
Hmm.
Now I moved to California. We didn't have a football team when I moved here, and then when we got one, I'm kind of like, well, you know,
to where did
I already
you
have. I live in Orange County now, but I used to live in LA.
Mm. My dad's from you heard of Temple City?
Mm-hmm.
That's where my dad's from.
Okay.
Does he still live there, Flo?
No. That's where he was raised. My grandpa was actually mayor of Temple City for a term.
Nice. Royalty, political royalty.
Our family used to own a town in Kentucky a long time ago, Macefield, Kentucky.
Did you guys have slaves too?
Absolutely.
Don't lie, Chuck.
Probably still
I'm
does.
kidding. I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
Actually, I hate to admit this, but during the Civil War, my great granddads, with uncles, whatever you want to call them, a lot of them hid in the hills because they did not want to get involved in the fight. Shameless little bastards.
I can see how that's shameless and actually respectful.
History. They all joined because one of their cousins was shot by a Yankee in his cornfield.
Yeah, that'd do it.
So they were like, nah, fuck this. Like, my family didn't really care about the Civil War because we were too poor to own slaves. Generational poverty is a thing, you know?
Well, white people were slaves too, not just blacks.
Well, no, when my family member was shot, they were like, you know what? fuck it, because I was blessed enough to like know my great grandparents, and like they knew their great grandparents, so I got to hear the stories secondhand.
Wow.
And it's an awesome. It's kind of why I love history. But yeah, my family wasn't interested in the war until like after their family started dying. That's kind of why I say that's kind of why I'll never acquiesce that it was about slavery. It was about people invading your homeland, at least for my family.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably look back. The people that probably weren't fighting were the ones that were fighting for slavery, and the ones that were fighting were just fighting because their parents told them to.
I don't know if they weren't fighting for slavery. They were fighting for freedom from the tyranny of the government, is how a lot of them saw it.
Yeah, it was about states' rights versus
federal. Yeah.
Well, here's the take a lot of people don't like, but it goes in with the states' rights thing. Okay, those people were considered property, right? And it can be easily construed as if the federal government can turn around and take your property, they can do anything else to you.
Right.
Just saying. So I mean, at the end of the day, you have to give some credence that it was about slavery, but at the same time, you have to think abstractly about it.
I mean,
Yeah,
there's
people
definitely
wanna
more
get-
than one thing going on there.
Well, no, people
mean-
want to get lost in the sauce about the racism and go, my poor black brothers are enslaved. The thing is, like, it was kind of seen as property. They weren't seen as people.
The fact of the matter is that the public needs to have a moral justification for going to wars, and we're always given one. And it turns out that I can think of 0 wars we've ever been in that were not started by a false flag. So why were we in the war? I bet it's not for the official reason, slavery.
I find it funny that every leftist ever loves to talk shit on the Confederacy, but when you tell them, hey, the Native Americans were losers in their wars, and kind of compare them to the Confederacy, they get really soy faced and angry.
I'm super mad right now. You're very right about that, Orthodox.
Well, you're also Canadian, so you probably don't care about American politics until it's our election season.
I think it's
even
funny
even
that, like,
Canadian
half the
lefties
people-
hate Trump. Trump
I think it's funny
derangement
that half
syndrome is
the Americans.
international.
I keep thinking you're done, Flo. I'm sorry.
That dude Ryan has got TDS really bad.
I want to
What's
debate
his
him
name?
so bad, but he won't.
Yeah, you have TSS.
what's his
You're
name?
a feckless
Racial
sycophant.
voter?
Okay, buddy. So like, I think it's funny when
You
when
see
all
my
of the
flag?
Trump fans say
Look at my
communism,
flag.
They usually don't even know what communism is. They just
Show
know
her
it's,
my
it's someone who
flag,
doesn't
Flo.
think
Mel, me and you've done this, and I've blown you the fuck out. Come on now.
You blew me?
Blown
Me
out.
and you've
That's a
done
weird
this.
choice of words.
See that flag, Mel? See that flag? MAGA country lady.
I understand why Orthodox guy gets so uncomfortable at the mention of gayness.
Dumbassery.
It's not even
These
gay.
people
He's
need more
blown the
sex.
fuck out.
Why is his voice so
Why
high
do you?
pitched?
Because he's thinking about blowing things out, and it's getting weird for him.
My God, I
Yeah,
hate
he's
you people so
it's like when you
much.
get caught in the lie and your voice gets higher.
Tenth man can give you some pointers.
Oh my God.
I'm just saying that I'm
Too much.
diagnosing because sometimes I just watch and don't chat, or even like I watch a lot of the videos of you guys. I think you guys need to get laid more. I think that's what the issue is here.
Dude, like 10th man, I know a lot of gay people. Most gay people do not make it into a paraphilia like you do, buddy.
What is
I don't
that?
know what
I don't
that
even want
is.
to know what that is.
It means you're taking it to a unhealthy level.
Take
Actually,
what to an unhealthy level?
I think I remember 10th man.
Don't
You
worry, I
were-
took your
you were
mom to an
making-
unhealthy level, so it's all good.
Weren't you making the debate
That's fancy.
that you're also gay, but like an older gay, right? And that you fought,
An older
and
gay?
then with the whole new trans
Yeah, that's me.
thing, yeah.
Gay
And you're
boomer?
like, now I
He's
think
one of
I
the
think
gay
I took it the wrong
veterans.
direction, right?
He's a veteran of the gay war.
Well, Gen X Jeff, you know Gen X Jeff though.
The Great Battle of Brokeback Mountain.
No, I'd be
10th man-
offended if I were 10th man too,
10th
because
man
like
made a
trans people are
really
just
good
like being
argument on
gay,
that.
but with extra steps. So we actually do it better than gay people do.
Gen X Jeff has the things against trans
No,
too.
you made it weird.
No. The more you conflate us, the more I can make it weird. So please keep conflating us.
My
You are weird. You need psychological
I
help.
can't
You
even
get very
think without getting
excited.
picked on today, so I'm just gonna be quiet.
Oh wow, Orthodox learns pretty quickly. I'll give him credit for that.
I just take it as everybody on panel's trans.
Christine, it's not a speed dating stream, but it can be for $1 a minute. That's everything's for sale here. I'll sell you anybody.
That's why that Orthodox. That's why.
Next time I get
being on
called a
panel-
ball washer, I'm like, nah, Flo's just a pimp.
That's why being on panel slowly turns you
I've
into a
called him that
narcissist.
too,
Because either you are the
Orthodox.
smartest person in the room, or you have to convince
Because-
yourself you are.
Cynthia called me gorilla pimp, which has sort of a
Yes.
ring to it.
Yes.
I don't like it.
It's true though. There's different style of pimping if you really know if you really deep in the
Are you
game.
saying that he goes around at the club being like, "Ooga booga, you have sex now, give me
No.
money"?
That's because he's ghetto.
No, that's not it. They just have hard rules. They set their boundaries, and if you even tippy toe out
She's
of
saying
that
you're a
boundary,
knuckle dragger,
they
Flo.
put you back in line quick.
A pimp's love is hard but passionate. Is that what you said?
Yeah, hard out there for a pimp.
My pimping hand is strong.
I guarantee.
Your hand is strong yet soft.
I guarantee that if any of us tried to be a part of like a group of bonobos, they'd be the ones pimping us out.
Plus,
back
you know, pussy costs $45 an hour street value right now.
Street value.
Oh man.
I brought that up the other day and on and
whoa.
It's a nice
Mike
chat.
23 says, "My new identity is the new King of England, Henry the 15th. As your new ruler, bow down to your king, Christine. As your king, pay your taxes and send Flo $100 so we can move on to the speed dating." You heard it, Christine.
Damn. Hell, I'll go
You
gay for that.
And we have our first motherfucking whale of the night.
See, this is why
Money ain't a motherfucking bribe. It's a sport I invented to win when I watch. You know all the rights and the lights and the locks. Even know all the ice and the Sprite. You just try to get money.
Money of your motherfucking life. 2-ton angel carved out of ice. Alligator sailboat, $sign ice. Fill a warehouse full of Van Goghs twice. Get money.
Money or your motherfucking heart. I could give it to my dog. He makes money when he barks. So put it in my fridge or in one of my parks that I bought so my robots can learn how to log. Get money.
Thank you, Mike 23. Christine, ball's in your court.
Flo, I told you yesterday. I told Mike yesterday. I predicted that he would be super chatting you more than $50.
Oh shit! I'm so bad with names. I thought it was Cynthia's turn to talk, and I was about to go off on Orthodox. Like, you're a fucking white man talking when the woman's supposed to talk. You fucking sexist. No,
Woman, there ain't no women up here.
Stop it,
I know,
Chuck.
that's
We
super
don't
chat.
have no problems. If you don't start nothing, there won't be nothing.
I thought you were gone. I'm sorry.
I love that super chat though, because like when people don't understand how identity works, then that makes me identify as the smartest person in the room.
How does identity work?
You can't even figure
You
out
have
if
to
you're a
have the
man or a
capacity to
woman.
identify with something within reasonable grounds, right? So you can't identify as a different race along reasonable grounds. You can't identify as royalty along reasonable grounds because those are things that would have material realities behind them. Gender, however, like we can't say that you have a feminized or a masculinized brain without doing tests on it, right? So most of the time we take that for granted.
What is gender affirming surgery?
Gender affirming surgery is a trans. I'm trying to think of probably the best way to put it because I know not everyone here
Cut
is
your dick off.
medically inclined.
It's
it's a
changing
surgery
your
that-
sex organs, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I
The
think
two are absolutely connected, and it's a lie that people like you tell us.
That's
to say it's
because
not.
of the pressure we put on people to conform to gender norms, right? So in order for a trans
No,
woman
you're
to wear a
putting
bikini-
pressure on people to conform to gender abnorms.
In order for a trans woman to
Correct.
wear a bikini like other women do,
Yep.
they also want to have the same contours. Otherwise, they stand out as not a cisgendered woman, and we like to not stand out because that makes us feel
Well,
Mel, I think I'm very respectful to trans people around here. I use all the program things, but like, let's be real. You're gaslighting the fuck out of people. All of you are. You're trying
no,
to.
that's not
You're not a
gaslighting.
woman. You're not a woman.
How is
And
trying to
you
be
can
happy
insist
with
it as
myself?
much as you want to, but you won't be.
How is
And I'll
trying
just
to be
leave it there.
happy with myself gaslighting someone else?
First
Because
off,
you need to
Dusty,
understand
fuck how you
Totally
feel.
avoided the conversation, Flo.
Yeah, no one cares
Huh?
how you feel. And Dusty,
I
Dusty, have
said
you ever
totally
seen?
avoided the conversation there.
Yeah, as if we care how this person feels. But Dusty, did you ever see the old videos?
Apparently you
Because
did.
I did a show about this before. I think I brought this up before too, but where they had the pictures of the black people and like how far their eyes were apart and the shape of their head, and then that's how they categorized the black people. That's what this person's doing. That's
No,
what
this isn't
person's
phrenology
doing right now.
because
It's the
this isn't
exact same
phrenology.
thing as putting people into
Phrenology
categories so
would
that
say
we're
that
no
you can make
longer
assumptions about
homogenous.
behavior based
No,
on physical
see, you
characteristics.
can't handle it. You can't handle the truth.
So this
If
isn't phrenology.
they don't
This isn't
want us to be
phrenology because
homogenous. They want to be
so that-
special, and they will destroy everybody in their way if you don't
you just
let
want
them
to
be
ramble
special.
for
That's how
a
it
long
is.
time about shit you don't understand. This isn't
And
phrenology.
adversarial.
Phrenology
I'm
makes assumptions about behavior based on physical characteristics,
He's
like you do with
gay.
genitals.
I'm fairly convinced that if
Transgender theory does
being
not make
trans
assumptions
was
about
normal
behavior
and not
based on
sort of fringy and edgy, I don't think Mel would be trans.
We
I'm
used
not
to
gonna-
call
Again,
it.
that
We used to
comparison.
I'm not
call it
gonna lie. I think it's
cross-dressing.
more of an
Again, that
adversarial.
comparison to phrenology. Holy shit! That comparison to phrenology is completely inept because phrenology makes assumptions about behavior based on someone's physical characteristics. The transgender movement does not make assumptions as to what someone will identify with based on what their genitals are. That's what you do. You're the phrenologist.
It's called science.
So back in
It's
my
not science.
day, a
Phrenology
tom
is
girl
debunked science. It's bad
was
science.
a girl that would want to get like rough and tumble with the boys and climb trees. That was a tomboy.
Tomboy,
That was a
tomboy, yeah.
And you know what? Most of those tomboys grew up to be women and marry men. Nowadays, if you're a
A
tomboy,
lot of times, hot
the
women
trans
because they were more
community
active
is telling them
and they didn't get
is-
fat.
and nowadays the trans world is telling tomboys, which are girls, right, that they're not girls, they're boys,
boys,
and
yeah.
they
That's
can be
what we're telling
boys,
them.
and because they're children.
Wait, that's
and
not what they're telling them. Do you want to hear how you're wrong? Because that would be good news if we're not doing that, since you're scared
Can
of
he,
this.
can he finish?
Well, we're
I'm not
actually-
scared of
we're
that. That's
actually
exactly what's
saying-
happening. What
No,
are
that's
you
not
saying?
what's
Tell
here,
me, tell me,
trans
tell
person
me,
here.
tell me.
What we're actually saying is that just because you're a tomboy doesn't mean you have to identify as a man. You could also identify as a woman, but you also don't have
It
to be.
never
a cisgender
plays out
woman.
like that, Mel, and you fucking know it. Don't you fucking sit here and lie.
There are plenty of people who are tomboys today who will not be trans women later on in life or trans men later on in life because it's
Every single time you have these conversations, it is some doctor trying to convince somebody to do a $23,000 surgery. Because it's not about
Actually,
affirming
a lot of
people's
trans people
actions.
do not
It's
go
not
for the
about
surgery.
helping people. It is a medical industry.
Why are they pushing that here in
profit.
Canada where the doctors can't make money from that sort of referral?
Oh my
I don't
God,
know, man.
what Canada's
Liberalism-
doing
Yeah,
is
that's
atrocious.
pretty stupid, isn't it?
You're also allowing people to kill themselves. I'm talking about the U.S. as well.
Canada's
Yeah, the
stealing
reason we do
children
that is
from their
because prolonged
parents.
suffering is more unethical than just death.
In fact, the UK shut it down, so Canada will probably be shutting it down pretty soon.
Yeah, didn't
Yeah,
we talk
can
about this
complain
last
our
time about
medically
how
assisted
also
dying, but I
Canada
think you're
has
more unethical and
medical
deplorable.
And,
because
by
you
the
let
way,
people
the
die for a long
US
period of time, so
the
you can make
US
more
is
money off
ar-
of
is
them.
The U.S. is arbiter of leftist policy around the world.
How are you going to use a country that has medical assistance and unaliving as an example for
Because I think
good
that makes us a
medical
more
care?
medically ethical country.
That's
No,
fine,
it does
Tim.
not.
Because
No.
prolonged suffering is less ethical than immediate death.
For children that have
Well-
depression without their parents' knowledge
Yeah,
and all
but
this
there
crap
have
now.
been-
No,
That's
no,
very
That's what
slippery
these
slope.
people
no,
advocate for.
this is not made has never been given to a
2027.
Very
child.
slippery
Made
slope.
has
They're
never
killing
been given
veterans
to a
with
child.
PTSD. I guess
Made
you should
has
just
never
kill
been given to
yourself.
a child. Made has never been given to a child.
27,
I didn't say
2027 is supposed to kick in the second half of that MAID program, which will allow anybody wanting to unalive themselves
Not
can.
anybody. No, you still need
Yes, they
verification.
gave the example that if you're poverty stricken and it looks like you're in despair and never going to get out of poverty, you're more than welcome to MAID program.
No, it's not poverty.
Chuck,
It's illness.
Chuck, is
Yo.
there a way to stop someone from doing that if they want to?
No.
Yeah, you could not. You could stop. I mean, a
Incarceration.
lot of people don't have the courage to do it.
Incarceration, right?
Right.
You can lock them up.
A lot of people would do it if they didn't have to do the thing.
if someone
Yeah, but
else
then they
did the
actually end
thing
up
for
injuring
them.
themselves,
Well, it's
and
called
then
medically
they become a
assisted
better case
suicide.
for the medically assisted dying when they have a failed attempt, because failing the attempt can actually cause more
Most
suffering.
people
than they
aren't
have to
going
begin with.
through it. Scientifically
It's
proven
just,
that you have
it's
to have
just a form. It's a form of euthanasia, is what it is.
you have to
That's
have
exactly
three.
what
You
it
have
is.
to you have to have three
Which
things
is why
that
we
happen.
want medical experts to do it only when it's ethical.
But they're
This is-
not. They're
this is
literally
where the
a
whole-
soldier
this is
is
where the
going and
whole
saying,
field
"I'm
of
depressed,"
research-
and they're like, "Have you tried the pods?"
This is where the whole field of research of bioethics comes in. Just
No,
'cause
the
you
problem
can-
is that
just
you're
because
ignoring
you
the
can take
massive
something
conflict
to
of
an
interest.
extreme,
If you
like,
have
this is a
socialized
slippery slope
healthcare, which you
fallacy,
do,
right?
I promise you, trying to talk over me is not a winning strategy.
I just wasn't
Uh,
done, so I don't know what you started talking over me.
That
It's
was
the
so
host
dumb.
channel. When the host is talking, you shut up. It's called respect.
I don't even remember what I was going to say. No. Well.
I got you.
Socialized healthcare system was along
Oh
the
yeah,
lines.
the conflict of interest. There's a massive conflict of interest when the government's providing the service and paying for the service. So if you have, say, diabetes, that's going to be a lifetime full of medication. They could look at that expense, or they could look at, hey, what about this this option here? You can't have a conflict of interest like that. It's unethical. Nevertheless, it's in place. So that paradigm itself is unethical. Yeah. Mel, we're gonna play this game again, huh? Respect goes both ways. It doesn't though, unless I want it to.
I'm okay
Yeah,
with
sure.
it, though. I'm a fan of eugenics.
Are you?
That's kind of what I was gonna say. Mel's promoting eugenics without promoting eugenics, and it's very.
Mel fell victim to a psyop, and that's what I view the whole agenda as.
I'm gonna be real. If you haven't gone through with the surgery, I don't think you should be able to. Because I called Mel this. I said he's stolen valor trans. I called him this in my Discord. If you haven't gone through with the surgery and you say you're trans, I think you're wrong. I think you're flinting.
Yeah,
Technically,
you're a cross dresser.
Yeah, you're
technically
literally.
if they've got the surgery, then they're not transitioning, so they probably couldn't call them trans then. But I don't think you'd be okay with not calling them trans if they had the surgery.
They'd still be trans because they transitioned.
What if
They're not a biological woman. They'd still be trans.
What if they're taking estrogen to grow their own boobs, but aren't going to get it cut off? Would they be trans?
That's fine. A trans woman without a penis is like an angel without its wings.
I mean, they're trans. if they call
Remember,
themselves trans,
everyone,
that's
there
it.
are no chicks with dicks, only men with tits.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm sure everybody's heard about the DSM-5, right, and gender dysphoria, but I don't know if
Yeah.
everybody knows that there's two versions of the DSM-5. And I think the first one was written in 2013, and there was a part 2 written in 2022, which is like the DSM T2, I think it is. And they specifically actually rewrote the gender dysphoria and suicide parts of the DSM-5. And they basically, you can see that from pressure of the trans community, they made these changes, but they didn't totally break in on the pressure. They actually said, we actually have to look at it based on the society that person lives in. So gender dysphoria still exists in all these other societies that aren't America. But in America, because we have this whole trans movement, we have to look at our society, and we had to change the DSM and come up with a version 2 just to placate all the pressure that they're getting from the political sciences. I don't know if anybody's written or read the differences between the two. And the reason they also brought suicide in there is also because of the suicide rates. But they did do an out clause going, we still believe in the old DSM-5. We're only modifying because political pressures in the United States and Canada. And it's really crazy.
That reminds me of the
said a lot more
the
than
old
that, by the
communist
way.
attitude about how, if you can't jail a criminal, but you can jail a citizen if they have a gun. You can't do it for a criminal because that's part of his culture. He was born,
How long until trans topics are banned, Flo? How long?
What?
No, honestly, I would still be here for that. I would.
It doesn't
Just
sound
not
like
if
it's.
they were-
Sometimes it sounds like a good idea. It'll probably be like I've done that with. There was a period of time where I banned flat Earth discussions and anything to do with race. I could see me doing something like that with trans.
Well, I'm awake now. I had just woken up earlier in stream, so like
Oh.
I'm ready now. Let's go.
You're so woke.
Limit.
You're so woke.
Oh, he wants
I
that.
find
He
it-
wants.
I
He
find
wants
it
that
funny,
speed
like-
date again.
Yeah,
He
let's
wants
go.
that
It's
speed
funny though.
He's saying he's
like,
ready for the
redo.
speed date this time.
I want to redo.
I find it funny though.
I'm
Like
just
I
kidding.
will
I do not
tell.
absolutely want to redo.
I will
Let's
tell
not
people
do it.
complaining about trans stuff, like, hey,
You
the
you
thing
just
that you're
sold
worried
Flo on
about
it,
is
saying
not
you don't want to do it.
true.
You're
And
an
they'll
idiot.
fight me on that because you want to be worried about trans people. You don't want to hear that you're wrong and that it's good news actually that you're wrong. Oh, we are doing this again? Oh God. With 10th man. Oh, this is a
Yeah, 10th man in the cup
freeway.
chair.
This is a
Yeah.
sausage fest, buddy.
Sure,
10th
sure.
man, do you
All right,
like
Melanie, you're
sausages?
just stolen valor trans. When are you gonna get it cut off, buddy?
No, I'm on the hormones, so as
You're on
has
the
been
hormones?
pointed out, I
So how long?
qualify.
How long until you get the chop?
I'm
chop?
on the hormones. I qualify.
Listen,
Don't
they put me
qualify.
up
You
here
can
for
grab
a
me
reason.
all
So I
you
just
want.
I gotta ask a question.
Look,
that
I'm not
Pat's
trying to
been
live up
asking
to
me ask.
Orthodox's standards. I'm living up
How
to my
big
own
is your
standard.
dick, ma'am? How big is your penis, ma'am?
Probably bigger than yours.
I'm 7. I told you.
Take
Whoa,
the
okay,
dick
keep
out
it
of your mouth. We
though.
can't hear
Holy
you.
shit.
7 inches long, 6 inches round. How big is your penis?
Jesus.
See, I didn't
And
want
I'm
to.
drier than the fiery pits of hell.
Yeah, see, like I'm not gonna indulge you with
No,
those.
if we're gonna talk about this shit, let's get really real.
Let's look at it like a
let's
job
get
application.
Grindr
Mel.
real.
You're
Enough that
applying to be a
it's-
woman.
Here, it's big enough that if I hit you with it, you'd be on the floor.
Okay.
We're not talking about your dildo.
See? You're just so full of shit. How come you don't act like this on Shiva's? Because he would shut you the fuck down.
Look,
Shiva did get mad at me and kicked me
I'm
off.
just saying.
That's
Let's
so
look at
funny.
it like an application to be a woman, right? How big's your dick? When you plan on getting it chopped off? What are your qualifications to be a woman?
I'm gonna get it chopped off when I'm a millionaire living somewhere that isn't
So
Canada.
you're literally just a sexual degenerate, and it's a
No, it's
fetish
what
for you.
it's what Dusty said. It's what
I'm
Dusty
a
said.
sexual degenerate
This
because I
is
want to
all
be able
for
to afford
attention.
a surgery I need to pay for. Yeah, that makes
No,
sense.
I thought you
real
didn't
gay
have to
people.
pay for it. You just told me you didn't have to pay for it
Yeah.
again.
No, because the clinic where I live are a bunch of assholes. That's
see?
complicated.
Oh, so I was right all along. I'm gonna
So
give
you
this to
agree
and
with
I'm
my
gonna continue
wait? So
being
wait. You agree with my clinic standards, even though that they pass like 99% of the trans people who come through their doors.
But I don't know your clinic standards. I'm gonna grab me some hot sweet tea. real
Well, they
quick.
say if you just want to be on hormones, that's okay. So you agree with you just said that like based on their standards, I'm a fake trans person.
No. Real gay people
Real gay
just want it to
people.
be left alone. Yeah, just want it to be left
Same
alone.
with real
You're out
trans
here
people.
going da 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 gay. Do you know that the only reason that I even came to the internet after
You never do
staying
that,
off-
Tenth
I mean,
man. You're so much better than
the
me.
reason why
I need to
no,
learn
no,
from
the
you, don't
reason
I? I need to be
why
more like you,
I
don't I,
came to
buddy?
the internet before the pandemic was because of the trans stuff.
So you're
And
saying I
said,
should be more like
have
you,
to get out
10th
there.
man? Are you saying I should be more like
No.
you?
I think you should just keep it to yourself
Okay.
and talk to your mammy because
Would you say
nobody
you keep
gives
it
a
to
fuck,
yourself? Would you
right?
say you keep
no,
your
you
gayness
summed
to
it
yourself?
up with Dusty earlier when you said, "Oh, the way that I feel." No,
No,
one
but would
gives
you
a
say that
fuck.
you
That's
keep
the
your
problem
gayness
with
to
your
yourself?
generation. You didn't get told enough. No one gives a fuck about your feelings,
Would you
bitch. Just shut
10th
the
man,
fuck
you
up and
answer my
go do the
question? Do you
fucking
keep your gayness
dishes.
to
You're a
yourself? Yes or
fucking
no? It's
dude.
very simple to answer.
Shut
I'm
the
going to say
fuck up. We
no.
don't care about your
I'm going to
bullshit.
say no. So why should I have to keep my shit to myself, but you don't?
because you're an emotional. You're all you trans people are like.
And I'm
I
being
wouldn't
super
even be on
emotional
the
right now.
internet
Definitely
if
not
it wasn't for
logical.
people like no. I wouldn't even be on the internet if it wasn't for people like you. I'm a disgruntled
Oh,
viewer. I
okay.
had no
No,
choice
likewise.
but to come
I
to the
wouldn't be on
internet.
the internet. if
No,
it wasn't
Mel,
for
just like
transphobia.
10th man, and I think 10th man's joking when he say he doesn't talk about being gay or talk about
He
dick 'cause
must
he does
be.
it all
Like,
the time. I
there's
think he's
no
joking.
way he's saying that. Like,
But no, like seriously, you bring transgenderism into every topic. There's been one time where it wasn't you who brought it up that I've
only
talked to.
one. Only one, by the way, folks.
That I've been
Hopefully
I've been
nobody's
a
keeping
part of.
track.
Here's
Hopefully
the
nobody's
thing.
keeping track. 'Cause
Here's the
then you
thing.
would be
Trans people like you
destroyed, but-
are bad for people who actually have the mental problem. You want attention. You don't want to actually go through with it because all you want is attention. So
I think
people
you
who
just
actually
want
have
me
the
to
mental
when I
disorder,
bring- right off all trans
you
people,
take
while
away
you're
from the
also
people
trying
who
to call
actually
me an
have the mental
anomaly.
disorder.
I think you just want an excuse to
Because
write off all
when-
trans people while also calling me
when
an
I
anomaly.
bring
No,
That's
no, I
sickening.
think we should actually help people who have the mental disorder.
I don't
Not
think
people
you're
who just
capable
want
of
fucking
helping
attention.
people. I don't think you're capable of helping people because the mental disorder is dysphoria, not not being trans.
bring up gay stuff.
That's
it's
why I
no
just said you
different
don't
than
have gender
dudes
dysphoria.
hitting
You
on
just
chicks.
want to
Oh,
be
I
a
do.
contrarian.
Oh, I
You
do.
wanna
I
be
just don't let
different.
any of you touch it.
When I bring up being gay, it's joking around. We're having fun. The same as a dude hitting
Yeah,
on a
you're
chick or a
never
chick
ever
hitting on a
doing
dude.
appeal to authority.
If you can't put up with the stigma, then don't be a freak.
No, like
Just like he tried to
he's
tell you.
right. He's right. He's just joking about it. You genuinely try to do it to have a debate. You try to do it to change people's mind. He does it because I'm just one of the bros, bro. I like to fuck. You do it to change people's mind. You do it to be a fucking prick. And and when you do it, you take away from people with gender dysphoria who are actually having problems.
Orthodox.
Hey,
It's true.
I would say
Mel didn't bring up anything sexual, and she never hasn't brought up this trans shit in ages. It's always one of you fucks, and that's the truth.
No, actually, Melody did actually bring this one up.
No, you brought it. You brought it back up again, Vibe, by asking 10th Man about his take on fucking trans people.
No, I didn't ask him his take. I just
Yes, you did.
recognized that we were on a different panel where he was talking about that. But that conversation happened way before that.
You just brought it back up on this panel. You asked him. You're the gay guy who's got a problem with like trans people.
Yeah, it was when Mel got kicked off. Sorry,
It is
sorry.
frequently
It
other
doesn't matter
people.
how much I do or don't
It is-
actually bring it up. People are always going to hear that.
It is frequently other people. If you pay attention, it's frequently other people that bring it up.
I will go back and check, but I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
I could be wrong. I could. Be
I don't know
wrong.
who did it
I
this
wasn't
time. I've
keeping
just
track on
noticed
this one.
that frequently it's not Mel that brings it up.
Yeah,
But
it's totally
I don't know who brought it up today.
In my experience, he'll bring it up initially, and then other people won't let it die.
I think someone was talking about Pride, so I did bring the trans stuff into it because we were already talking about Pride. But that's like teamwork.
Well, regardless, this is a hug box and a safe space. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing yourselves and for receiving me as I share myself.
You know that this is a loving echo chamber because the walls are padded with cum.
Okay, you brought that.
I don't
one
talk
up.
like that.
I
do
don't
not
like
talk
it
like
here
that.
anymore.
I think it's only fair that Melanie needs to tell us how much she likes to suck dick now. Hey, Tense?
Equality, am I right?
No,
There's
all I
only
want
one
to
dick
know.
I
Actually,
really want to suck, right? Because like I have a
oh
partner.
no.
Oh,
So,
that's too
like,
gross,
me
Tense,
too.
man.
I want.
That's how we feel when you do it,
I want to suck it a
motherfucker.
lot. So
That's just
Your
crazy.
children will be taught combat skills early as age 5 in order to crush the competition when they fully mature. Little Deborah and Jesse need to fire a pistol with precision accuracy while drowning out the screams of the non-believers. Good job.
Oh, have you seen that channel flow like Aaron Ammon Animations? He's so funny.
I don't think so.
I'll put it in your Discord so you can watch it when you have a chance.
10-4. I always like finding every now and then you stumble across a channel that's hilarious. That's always good. Do we have anything?
So, how's them Lakers?
Yeah, what was the original topic? I think we're all trying to steer away from the topic we were on now. So
The original topic was the Killdozer.
It's
So
Killdozer
Mel
Day.
got here.
I guess technically yesterday was Killdozer Day, which reminds me, if you didn't hear it earlier, in celebration of Killdozer Day, everybody on the inmate roster, their bond is half price for the duration of the stream. If there's anybody on there you would like to remove.
Does that mean it's half price to add to those things as well?
I hadn't meant that, but
You
That
should.
sounds
For the
smart.
grift. For the grift.
okay. Yeah, for the grift. I'll do half price ads too. Yeah.
Doing it for the Vine, we're doing it for the Grift.
I can let me pull back up that inmate roster just real quick for people who don't know what I'm talking about. Probably most of you do though. Thank you.
Yeah, my cisgender brother from another mother, Imperius, is on that list. So how could I not know about it? I feel like I'm destined to be on there one day too.
Actually, he's off the list.
Oh, is he?
He got served life.
Oh.
Who?
Imperius and Lindsay both got life.
And you already know Rose would like me to intercede and tell you she was just doing a bit from Patrice O'Neill and she didn't realize it was going to cause a problem. She apologized.
She's not as dumb as she's trying to pass off.
I did not say she was. I was just passing the message. I was not putting in any of my own opinions on it.
Sure. Thank you. That is the same thing that she told me.
Actually, we should shoot the messenger. Fuck you, Balderson.
If I get a message like that, I'd probably feel like it wasn't worth passing on.
So Rose is the highest one still on the list at 155. So it'd be, if she wants to buy out, it'd be a good night for it. Then EB3 at 140, Goblin Majesty, Wheels, Are We Not Men, Zents, Chris Lucas, You Tell Me, AI Matrix, Acid Reflow, Cage, OTW, Logical Spark, DJ Emo, Tom Bombadil, Justin, Electric Eye, Dr. Butcher, Pumping Vinyl, and Jason Rojas.
What did Are We Not Men do to piss you off?
Oh, I don't remember.
What? Okay. How have you not watched his personality? He is one of the most aggro people when he disagrees with somebody.
I remember you went over to Jess's and he kept dropping you off panel and shit.
Is that, I don't know. I think he was already on there.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, I just threw a fit kind of at Jess's. Well, I basically just told Jess, like, okay, well. Anyways, I dealt with that with Jess. No, he was already on there. I mean, he's insufferable and always has been.
Can I talk about that for half a second? Like how it is. I agree it's your show, by the way, and I just try to match disrespect with disrespect. So
you don't get to though. They're not here.
But then that just opens me up to criticize that there's a double standard here. If you don't want me to have that point, then I would just say
no. There is a double standard here.
Okay, then I'm going to criticize.
And that's why rights don't exist.
Because I don't think someone who's actually secure in their debating skills would host a debate show and have that double
You're equal to the panelists. You're not equal to the host. Get over it.
I'm not hosting a debate channel, and I don't care.
Oh,
There's a double standard here.
Me. This is
Remember,
like
behind every libertarian is a fascist.
Yeah,
You really
there's a
don't
double
think
standard
there's a
here.
double standard, Mel? You don't think that you should show the host more respect, like he's double in price to drop? So you don't think he should be shown
if he's,
more
especially not if he's already giving himself the respect he thinks he deserves.
You think that about every host or
Ladies
certain?
and gentlemen, y'all are forgetting one thing and one thing only. This is a show for entertainment and to make money. It is his show, his rules.
Right.
Yeah, but it's always
Right,
the
so that-
people that don't
I've
run
already
panels that
acknowledged
say
that.
stupid shit like that because they don't understand how much work it is to put into a panel and deal with all the stuff. They don't have. So
No, that-
it's
when
it's,
people
it's
plan
you
disrespectful.
take all the risk as well because if
Sure,
you make
sure. When people plan
money,
People managing
when people
pimping
plan
ain't
stuff, by
easy.
the way, can I have one response to everything everyone's saying, please? But like,
No.
when people plan stuff, I agree that's
No.
worth a bit of respect, but that's not universal, right? You don't lick their boots over it. You don't become sick.
my brother in Christ, it's his panel.
And that's how it works if you don't respect the host.
Yeah.
Hey, Dusty, I gotta run here. It's time for me to go to bed, and the wife's calling me. Once again, it was great that you accepted me on
Brother's
this
about to
panel.
go make 3 more kids.
All right, before you go, check the back chat. Before you go, check the back chat, Vibe.
And Vibe, thank you for
Oh,
joining. Drop your link backstage, and I'll put it in the main chat, and come back anytime.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm new in this whole thing, right? I mean, I've been on Sarah's panel a few times. I haven't even actually posted any videos. I'm just actually testing if I actually have the ability to talk to people. So it's been actually pretty fun as I learn how to do this. So yeah, and it's great to hang out with the DGens.
Did you come over through the Crucible crew? Is that how you found Sarah?
No. I mean, it's kind of funny. I've been watching these when I work, these different debates, and I sit there while I'm working and I start yelling at my TV going, like, I throw my own debates. And I'm like, you know what? And I saw one on Sarah's channel and I messaged her. I'm like, how do I get on one of these panels? And the first one I got on, I had like an hours of ideas that I wanted to talk about. And it came out totally horrible. Like I'm learning how to hone the skill.
So did you just
it's-
find her through like just scrolling or?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I mean, I saw some of Andrew's stuff. I saw some of the whatever stuff. Saw him on Sarah's channel. Saw some ridiculous people making ridiculous comments on Sarah's channel, and I'm like, Sarah, I want to talk back to these people. So I jumped in. I think I've been doing this for like 6 weeks now.
That's how it started with me. I'd listen. I'd listen. I'd put a panel on my phone. And I'd throw my phone in my hard hat at work and listen to that shit. And now it is my work. So. Welcome to the slide into the interwebs.
The digital.
How did you not destroy your phone? From like
because I was quality control, and so I was kind of walking around with a clipboard.
Oh, you shitter! I bet you wrote up a lot of people for having headphones, didn't you?
No, I didn't care about that. I just wanted their work to be done right. I could give a fuck less if they're wearing the right safety equipment or if they're I don't care. That's not my issue.
Based.
Yeah, so I just posted my X on there. I think by the end of this week I'll have my YouTube channel set up. I'm already using Streamlabs, so I can dual stream, and I'm setting up all my accounts. I've never used Twitter before. I never used Instagram before. Learning in this world, you have to have like all those accounts. So I'm trying to get them all like synced up before I actually officially push all my content out.
Right on.
But if you guys want to help me, hey, I'm willing to do a debate. I'm willing to talk to anybody. I debated against Melanie before too, and I think Dusty, you remember I said I love everybody. I have thick skin, so you can say anything you want to me. I don't get my feelings hurt.
You didn't like being called a bad dad.
What's that?
You didn't like having your parenting criticized.
I would
but you would have
study
been
up-
off like that too, though, wouldn't you? Flo?
I would study the TOS guidelines.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Speaking of,
Vibe's not the type of guy that's gonna break TOS.
No, I meant for when he starts running his own.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. No,
check the back chat. I dropped something for you.
Got it.
That's all
got
I
it. So
meant.
yeah, if you guys ever want me to pair up with you on a debate, or if you want to go against me, feel free to reach out to me. I'm willing to jump on any panel and willing to go at it. I've definitely gotten a lot better in the last 6 weeks.
What's your political leanings?
I'm right. I'm Christian. But I am
Believe in
always
the
willing
Bible?
to listen.
Do you believe in the Bible?
Of course. I mean, as a Christian, how can I not believe in the Bible?
Nice. Do you go to church?
Oh yeah, actually, I am part of my church's leadership
He's
group.
taking Cynthia.
No, he's my
my-
new bestie. I go to church too, and I believe in the Bible, and they always give me a hard time about it. So I'm glad.
Yeah, no, I live Christianity every day of my life, not just on Sunday. But on Sunday, I serve in my church. I'm one of the leaders at our church. What my 8-year-old daughter is actually a volunteer and ministering in the children's ministry under the infants, and my youngest son wants to get involved in the groups that I'm in. So yeah, we're not just weekend warriors.
What religion? Is it a particular religion or none to know?
That's an interesting question and probably another debate. But
Okay. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot, so forget
no,
it.
we started off Baptist, and the church I go to is actually called Saddleback Church. Rick Warren.
I heard it. Yeah, I know
we're-
that one.
We're huge, but we got kicked out of the Baptist council
Yeah, you
because
did.
our new pastor's wife started pastoring as well, and that's not allowed within our
Yeah.
group. And I've also
2-12.
and I've been talking with Jim Bob a lot and his crew. They're all trying to convert me over to Orthodox, which is kind of driving me crazy. Which is a whole other debate I'd love to have, because it seems like everybody listening to Andrew Wilson, they're all like, "Oh, are you Orthodox yet? It's the only true Christianity." And I know all about Orthodox, and I do see where they come from on that. But that is a whole interesting thing on the conversion that Wilson is having on the right wing to Orthodox. Anyways, I was saying
I
goodbye.
think- I personally-
I'm going on tangents.
You have a good one, but I personally think the right wing conversion to Orthodox Christianity is just appeal to wannabe authority, to be honest.
How can Wilson be Orthodox?
As
That's
much
what
as
y'all saying.
I love orthodoxy, and I understand why you need that hierarchy. I think it's just an appeal to gay authority.
Oh, Mel's back. Hi, Mel.
You want to know something? It's funny though. Like there was somebody trying to go against Andrew Wilson, saying like about him shaming people on whatever podcast and how is that Christian? And then I actually watched a Orthodox a ceremony. At the end, their deacon finished the whole thing, and then he's like, "Okay, we need volunteers." And we don't have enough. And I need you to ask all your friends to volunteer. Actually, and then he says, actually, don't ask them, shame them. And so like within that, I was like, oh, that was exactly what Andrew said. So it seems he's actually following his orthodoxy pretty well.
The issue in orthodoxy, however, though, is he speaks for the religion, and in orthodoxy, he's not supposed to do that unless he's a member of the clergy. That's what a lot of Orthodox bros don't understand.
Jay Dyer.
I don't see him actually speaking for that. He actually often says,
in Orthodox Christianity, you're not allowed to speak for the church or the religion.
He only says he's Orthodox, but I've never seen him actually speak for the Orthodoxy Church. And he usually tries to come from a logical standpoint and tries to keep religion out of it, unless somebody specifically asks him about a quote or something from the Bible.
You've seen like Orthodox Christians be like, you're being a false prophet right now, right? When they get mad at like other Christian streamers, like that's the lines that they're accusing them of. It's like, you're not supposed to speak on behalf of the church.
Andrew never preaches though. He's not preaching.
Yeah, I don't see him doing that
on behalf of the church though.
He's not even really speaking on behalf. Orthodox, they get their interpretation. They don't interpret it. They don't interpret. They get
speaking on behalf of my church, because I said I actually am a specific thing, but I am not speaking on behalf of my church. I just told you what my religion is, and I've never seen him actually speak on the orthodoxy. He just says it's the right one. He doesn't say this is why it's right. This is why you should do it. I've never seen him actually speak on the hierarchy of the apostles moving up. Like, he never brings those words up. Just because I say I'm a Christian doesn't mean I'm speaking on behalf of Christians. Though I should be. My behavior should be.
Yo, Vibe, do you want to start doing some Twitter Spaces debates? Because I've been wanting to do that, but I kind of want to find someone who's also on Twitter to like start that with before.
Yeah, I just posted my account in the back chat.
Well, be sure to follow me back, so if I start that space, I can invite you.
Yeah, for sure. I'm open to talking to everybody. You came back, but like I said before on previous debates, I may yell at you. I may disagree with you, but I still love everybody, and
I'll make you
always willing to talk about anything. Yeah, I've been on a few panels with you now.
He's taken.
I'll ever regret that.
No, that's what I mean. Like, he won't be loving me by the time I'm done.
All the rest you can't change me. I've never really seen you win a debate, Melanie, so I'm not too worried.
I mean, if you really are a Christian, I've heard someone call it a scarlet letter Christian. Was that you, Orthodox, actually? No, it wasn't. It was someone Orthodox adjacent. But yeah, someone call it like scarlet letter, where you're kind of just like, you're trying to be Christ-like. If you really are that humbled, all the credit to you, but most people do not live up to that by the time I'm done with them.
You do realize that Jesus would have flipped the table and beaten you with a whip, right?
No, because I'm not the.
That's exactly
I have
what Mel
way more
won.
in common with Jesus than anything. Like, whatever, dude. You're like the Romans.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Romans did nothing wrong. They're not the one. They're the ones who literally killed Christ, but they're not the ones who sentenced him to death.
They did nothing wrong. They just tried to crucify Christ.
Yeah,
They had to kill him
because
to fulfill the
the
prophecy.
government he lived because the government he lived under.
They literally
wanted
thought
him
he
dead.
was like evil, right? Like, they
No,
thought
not
he
the,
was
the
a criminal.
Romans didn't think that. The Pharisees.
Yeah, no,
thought that. Let's get
they were
get it
like,
very
"We need to
clear.
Get rid of this guy.
The
And you're
the
like, no, they did nothing
Pharisees
wrong.
and Judea thought that. Judea was
Guys,
flipped
it
the
doesn't matter. Like, neither of you is getting blamed for it, right?
facts.
It's.
I would have crucified
It's
Christ,
so
but
weird.
only because I would have been also getting crucified, and I just don't want to be going through that by myself.
So you would have been like one of the thieves on the right and left of him.
Yeah.
Good enough.
But would have you been the one saying, I don't believe in you on one side, or would you have been the one on the other side saying, I do believe with you. Can I go to heaven with you?
Well, it's kind of hard to not believe in someone who's right next to me. Although I would be skeptical of his, I'd probably be paganistic. So I'd be skeptical of his claims that he's like some sort of
He's
divine
contrarian. He's
being.
contrarian, and since he's being executed,
I'm more.
like, you know
I'm kind of like
I
in
don't
between.
Let me thank Lauren for the Cash App long bombs.
When you hear the sirens or anti-aircraft guns, you must get under cover at once. Take cover at once, but there's no need to rush. If you take things quietly, you will prevent panic in others. You must not stand staring up at the sky. That's the most dangerous thing to do. If you're within 5 minutes of your home, go home, but keep away from the window. If you're in a car, get off the main road, leave it clear for the defense services. Same reason, park as near to the curb as possible. If you're in the open with no cover, lie down, preferably in a ditch. Never forget to carry your gas mask. Always remember to see that your blackout is as black as soot. But the most important rule of all is never to stand staring at the sky. If you don't take cover, you may get hurt.
Yay, yay.
All right, guys, I'm out.
Stay excellent.
I gotta
Bye.
bounce for a little bit too if you're still going in like an
Nice
hour.
meeting you.
Yeah, and yeah, it was great meeting all the new panelists I've never met before here. And you guys make sure to throw some extra money over at Dusty.
Yay, yay.
All right, take
Well,
care.
Nothing wrong with that idea.
And Sarah, I'm sorry, Lauren has dropped me several links. Let's look at one of the shortest one.
If you don't quit spending my money, I'm going to knock her in the head.
Scrolling when this video came across my phone screen. A feature film where a male Karen... So last night, I was doom scrolling when this video came across my phone screen. A feature film where a male Karen, a Keith if you will, goes into a food court to order some Chick-fil-A with what appears to be his grandchild. This is when he gets into a dispute with the DoorDash driver trying to do his job. For added context, the driver had already received the customer's order, but the Chick-fil-A employees had forgotten to give him the drink.
You didn't order any.
How am I supposed to eat this pizza without my drink?
So being the good employee that he is, he reapproaches the counter, and that is when he has this interaction with the male Karen who was off to the side waiting for his food.
Why he thinks he's got to keep walking in front of me, but whatever.
Well, I'm trying to get a drink, sir, for a DoorDash.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to wait for my order. It doesn't mean you keep walking in front of me.
I understand, but I'm just wanting to ask a question. Don't need to get aggressive about it.
And so right there, I would say the interaction was still somewhat normal. Yes, the man did have some aggression in his tone right off the bat, and he did try to do that sly shit where he acted like he was whispering something to his daughter, but he said it loud enough for whoever it's really directed at to hear. Honestly, a pretty pussy move to me, but...
What in the fuck is that music coming from?
They put it in the background.
It's on the video.
Yeah, it's the video.
I paused the video.
I don't hear any music.
I don't either.
Okay, that's on my end. I wonder where that's coming from.
Is your phone
You
ringing?
must you got a tab open somewhere.
I do have a tab open somewhere. This tripping me the fuck out. All right, I'll figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Psychological misfit.
Oops. If I can figure it out.
Still, I would say that this is usually when 90% of interactions like this would have ended, but not this one.
Yeah, an apple up. Punch her in the face. You're gonna punch her in the face? I might. Go. Oh, so just because there's a camera here, you're not gonna do it.
That was good timing. That was perfect timing.
Dude, just get the fuck out of my face. Dude, I'm just trying to do my job right now. Before I whoop your ass right now. You don't think I whoop your ass? Go ahead. Man? Go ahead. Go. I got good insurance. Come on. Huh? I got good insurance. Let's go. Yeah. Look, all I'm trying to do is just do my job. Want to do it? You turn your fucking camera off, little boy.
This motherfucker really thinks he owns the entire counter and.
That looks like his granddaughter next to him.
It looks like his bones would break if he tried to punch somebody.
Right. It looks like he would shake. His hand would be shaking as he was trying to do it.
Like, I'm pretty sure, like, if you just beat cancer, you're not supposed to go around fighting people just yet.
Stop it. Did you find the tab flow, or are you still figuring it out?
Uh-oh.
It
Good
must
job,
have been
what's
a
that?
porn. It was a porn, so he's watching it.
I feel like we're having technical difficulties.
Oh, he dropped.
He's gone.
He's gone.
Pissed him
Okay.
off.
Yeah, flow cracks. That was a good Lauren. Like, I want to see what happens. I'm invested in this story now.
Like, I don't know. I feel like calling this like Karen and stuff is a little bit like just trying to be like, oh, it's a hashtag, when like no, like people be conflicting a lot. It's just we have phones now to record it. It's the only difference.
Well, we don't promote enough conflict resolution. We promote conflict.
The
But part of that
resolution
is like shaming people. Oh, go ahead. Crap.
The resolution is whatever it needs to be, though. Conflict always meets resolution.
Yeah, I feel like by shaming people for being emotional in public, we're essentially like preventing one side of the conflict from expressing itself normally, which prevents the other side from finding that resolution. And I'm not saying it's like the person starting the conflict is ultimately the one who's responsible, but if you're on the other side of that and you want to get out of that conflict, you can be like, okay, dude, you seem really upset. Is there anything I can do to help you feel better? Now, granted, when I'm in a shitty mood, I never think to say that, so I want to talk.
Well, I think there's a difference between online and in real life. You can always tell when people are coming in hot and stuff, but when people come in hot, there's really no stopping them.
Yeah, I think it's how assertive someone is with me. The more assertive they are, the more likely I am to just be like, well, fuck off, because you haven't given me one reason to listen to you in the first place, and now you're just acting like I should.
That's got nothing to do with assertiveness, then. That's got to do with respect. People being assertive without respect is going to get that reaction.
Yeah, like you thinking that you really are on the equal playing field of flow. That blows me away, Rude.
I never said anything about being on equal playing field. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's right.
He hasn't earned my respect. And then
He should have, though. Out of all the people you talk to, all the panels you go on to, he's the most patient with you. He puts up with the most shit.
No,
he
he's
still
kicked me
lets you
twice
up.
already.
He acknowledges that other people bring up that bullshit. Like,
Anyways, he probably would have kicked me already, so we should just stop talking about this while he's not here.
Aren't you? And
That
aren't
does
you
feel
even
wrong.
banned from some places?
Yeah.
So you should take that into consideration.
That I can't get away with the same things that like a cisgender
yeah,
person.
yeah. Hang on. Fuck you, Jessica. I don't have a fucking cute voice. You take that shit back.
Oh,
What the hell is
Well,
this?
that you can't, that you're not on the same playing field as the host. Whether some hosts to let you run with it.
If they can debate, But if they try to debate me,
every channel is not a debate,
Right.
Mel.
well, they need to figure that out for themselves. If it looks like a debate to me and I'm joining it as
It's a
debate, then it
discussion.
probably is more
It's
of
a
debate than a willing
discussion, not a
agreement.
debate.
I feel like that's cope.
What?
Cope. The
Yeah.
hell are you talking about? Do you not understand English?
Yeah,
I
no,
don't speak Canadian.
either a distinction without a difference, or this is way too.
There
much
is a
of, like-
difference, Mel. Mel, there is a difference. That's
Okay,
like calling
well-
a nightclub a boxing ring because fights break out.
Okay, then
This
then
place
what is
isn't
that
for debates;
difference?
it's for discussions
Right.
and
So
arguments.
what's the
Arguments break out.
No, but
Arguments
you keep
break
saying
out
that, but
sometimes.
can you make the distinction?
Intention. It's not specifically built for arguments and debates.
Distinction is
They
a
happen.
panel show compared to a debate.
Conversations happen.
And aren't debates set up and moderated versus
Informal
Yeah.
debates. You're just talking.
But you could say people debate in a bar on occasion.
Well,
That's-
No.
matter. You
could,
still have
actually.
to bend to the host. Like on the way I am on flows, I
Yeah.
may not be on another panel because the host may not approve that or like that behavior.
Mel
And
is
so
right though.
what I
Debates,
noticed, though-
debates do happen at bars, but a bar isn't for debates.
But there is something worth noticing is that when certain people debate do people complain, but when you all debate, you call it a discussion.
We're not debating.
Debating.
There's a difference between a debate or argument breaking out because of a
Not-
discussion and actually going into the discussion wanting it to be a debate.
At least I'm honest about it. I can't tell
Yeah.
with you people half the time because you'll say one thing and then do the other.
Yeah, Mel, you're transparent. Ha, 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 ha.
Right. You're the avatar of the fox.
Couldn't be more dishonest. Talk about I don't know about honesty with you people. You are the most dishonest speaker that's ever been. You will disagree with anything and just sit there and pull shit right out your ass.
That could also be a sign that I'm in a place where people are mostly wrong, though.
Oh my
No,
god.
it's not, you nutbag.
Not that.
So tell me again, how have I been, other than just getting mad that I disagree with you? How have I?
You
Is this
find
your monthly- is-
disagreement with
Okay.
everybody.
This is Mel's monthly review.
That's
Mel's
like saying-
monthly review.
But I could twist that and turn that into I don't pick favorites because that's really what it is. Is I will debate
No.
literally
So
anybody.
Mel,
even
your
if they're a panel
productivity's been
host,
high,
because guess
but
what?
the quality
Being
of
a panel
work's
host
been
doesn't
low.
protect you from being a bad debater.
Oh my god, stuck on
Not
the
you're missing
debate.
it. Like it's take debate out of your language right now. We're talking about panel host, panel
No,
guest.
keyword panel. What does the YouTube space use panels for?
Mel, if I invite you into my house,
Conversation.
if I invite you into
primarily
my
two
house,
things,
I
and
can tell you to shut the fuck up. I can tell you to get out. That's just how that works.
And then I can criticize you for being a terrible host.
And you can, but you'll be doing that shit from outside.
I agree.
Let's turn these frowns upside down and turn this into a hug box. Let's try everybody agreeing with Mel for a few minutes. You're right,
Oh, no,
Mel.
I thought you were going to ask me to
gosh,
agree.
Mel,
To try
you're
to be
Put
agreeable.
put
Yeah, I
her
was
in the
willing to
middle,
try.
Flo. Put her in the middle.
Chuck, how should I put her in the middle?
Up top.
Oh. No.
He didn't
Don't put
say
her up
make it a
top.
circle, jerk.
Flo's on his
I'll make it
phone.
easy
He doesn't
for you.
know
The
what the
sky
fuck's
is
going
blue.
on.
I'll make it super easy for
Oh,
you. The sky
Mel's
is blue.
talking. Everybody be quiet. Mel's talking. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Mel.
No, I'm gonna make it super easy. The sky is blue. 2 + 2 = 4.
That's really smart of you.
Men
This
have
guy actually-
penises,
Yeah.
women have vaginas.
2 + 2 = what? I'm gonna write it down.
4.
You know
This
what?
guy
Chuck,
isn't blue, Mel.
Chuck obviously doesn't understand the assignment here.
When you're using base 10 logarithms,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that he said that to you, Mel.
Or base 10 natural logs.
Here, Mel. Do you want? You can have the boss
Say
spot.
something nice about Mel.
I don't know. I don't have a lot of
You
takes
look
that
for-
aren't,
I would
that
like
aren't
to
just
pet you.
confrontational though. So that is something that's true about me. So I don't know.
I
which-
really love the way Mel debates. Mel is the best debater.
that
Mel's
can't-
got more balls than all the ortho bros.
if you're gonna compliment me, it at least has to be believable, because then my skepticism alarm goes off. Right. That's really my biggest problem is my skepticism.
Oh no, I meant what I said. You got more balls than the ortho bros. 100%.
And you're skeptic. If that's your biggest problem, that's man, you're lucky Furby.
Mel's like yeast. Yeast is bad for pussies, but it's great for making alcohol.
Mm.
Well, yeah, no, because I probably make a lot of people on here drink.
You do. It's that power you got.
And in real life, you probably make a lot of people drink.
The drinking game is that every time the Furby talks, they drink.
Okay. Should we start now?
Oh no. I'm not taking responsibility for your liver.
Oh no, I'll take responsibility. Just tell me when.
I'm actually gonna have a toe.
See, it shuts right up.
Flow State gave you some kind of little bit of power over his actions, and you didn't even take it. The fuck is wrong with you?
Because Furby gets off on adversity, and what a lot of people don't realize is that all of y'all are foreplaying.
I'm not foreplaying.
Yeah, the literal name of the thing is tread on those who tread on you, which is what I've been doing.
I'm straight raw dogging.
Ooh, raw dog.
I don't foreplay.
You're raw crabbing.
All I know is that if y'all have intimate partners, I can't tell you how to explain to them the tire tracks that I've left all over you and where those tire tracks go, if you know what I mean.
No.
Makes no sense.
I don't know what you mean.
I'll put it this way. The more you fight me, like Flo, the more you kick me off, the more it makes me feel like I'm actually doing something.
Shut the fuck up. Take a hike, bitch.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I love that clip.
You are so fucking out of reality. You're so stupid. It doesn't make sense.
She must be in heaven right now. Oh.
Yep, she got her wish, didn't she? That's what she wanted.
And when I say Arthur Bros, I mean like Jay Dyer, Andrew Wilson. Definitely bigger balls than Jay Dyer's hot pink wearing ass. That dude tucks it while he dances in front of a
Jay
mirror.
Dyer dresses like an undercover Fed.
Yeah.
He won't even acknowledge Flo's existence, hardly.
Mm-mm.
Do they have a
Flo's just a dumb. Go
He
ahead.
knows that if I get a hold of him again, it's going to be like.
I feel like I have to acknowledge the similarity in rationality there between you and Mel, her wanting to fight you and you not noticing her.
I think Mel's got the hots for Flo.
Who doesn't? Everybody loves Flo, males and females.
Excuse me?
Males and females are just either they want to be Flo, they want Flo to pay attention to them.
Like Tommy does.
Oh my gosh. I'm trying to get you pardoned.
Oh, he ain't getting a dime. Actually, I have donated to him before, but like if I do it again in the future, I'll make sure to tell him not to apply to that bond. How absurd is it? This dude is so envious that he pretends to be mad about the dog comment so that he can implement my system instead of just being like, "Oh yeah, good idea. I'll use it too."
Full disclosure, by the way, Flo never kicked me. I left on my own volition.
It's true.
Okay.
So why'd you come back then?
Oh, because I'm a sucker for punishment. I'm feeling masochistic tonight, more so than my sadistic side. I'm both at the end of the day.
So it's like a fetish. You want to get spit on and shit.
Well, that's what people see me as, so I kind of have to live up to that in order to make them fangirl.
I can see Mel and Imperius as a loving couple.
I actually can too.
We would kill each other if we had to be around each other in real life for more than 2 minutes.
Do y'all go back and forth? Do you
Y'all be having that fight sex.
Do you and
or like
Imperius
snooze
go
by
back-
death?
Oh my gosh, bro. Do you
Imperius is gay.
He's a virgin. He's not gay. He's a virgin. He's asexual who wants not to be, but doesn't really like. Ugh. It's that imaginary.
Well, he weighs 400 pounds and eats Cheetos.
People, did you know that people with narcissism actually do avoid sex along those lines? Like they're better than it,
yes,
and stuff like that.
Yes, they consider it a privilege. Like you should be privileged that they let you sleep with them.
I mean, if you suck at sex, it is a privilege to be able to sleep with people because you kind of need to be good at it.
If you're good at sex, it doesn't matter how shitty the other person is. The fuck?
Okay, true.
And even the worst sex is better than like the best pizza.
You know, Crab just made me actually think about something. Just going to point that out. That
it's a pretty prestigious word for what you're doing. Thinking.
Sorry, yeah, I meant
I was thinking
quantum
gaslight.
Okay, don't.
So you
don't.
Are you
Don't
still
yell
banned
at me
at Sarah's?
too quickly, okay?
Are you still banned at Sarah's?
It's up to her.
Of course she is.
That didn't answer my question, dumbass.
Melanie's going to have to swallow her pride and chin up and
I actually,
grovel.
you know, what's funny? I actually did apologize.
When?
Immediately after I realized that I did talk over her too much, and well before
So
she
not on
actually
not on
banned me from
stream
the
or on
entire
stream?
panel. No, in DMs actually, because I felt
Yeah,
that
yeah.
was more
That
professional.
probably won't be like to the same level. Like if you insulted me on stream, I'd want you to like
it's
acknowledge it on stream.
absolutely shooting yourself in the foot to expect an apology on stream when you won't let people on stream.
You've got your own channel.
I'm not dedicating a show to apologizing for Sierra. I don't even do shows on the things I want to do.
Why?
Well, okay, right now on Flow States, here we are. We're streaming.
Mhm.
Apologize to Sarah. She'll see it.
Yeah, okay. So, Sarah, I apologize for interrupting you during the Q&A with Rob Noor. I feel like that there's more of a discussion than that, but
that was weak.
A genuine apology. A genuine apology
Okay.
probably doesn't.
Can you do it with more groveling?
Right. And in the future, what will you do to not do it again so she can be reassured you won't do it to her again?
Oh no, we're not there yet. She still needs to apologize to me for the way she treated me on that.
No,
Oh,
it should be something like this. Sarah, I'm sorry for interrupting you and acting rude on your show. I know I'm just a panelist and I should know my fucking place when you tell me to shut up. That's how it should go.
That's okay. So again, this comes back to there is no such thing as a perfect host. So that would be stupid to say.
This goes back to you're on their page, you play by their rules.
It's opportunity for you, Mel.
This is a great way to have people who are so narcissistic that they can't handle criticism.
That's not it.
Do you want to be right or do you want to be good? Like you
right.
might feel like you're right and you've got the high ground, but guess what? You're shooting yourself in the foot by not being able to have access to
Oh no, other
panels
doors
and debate.
open. Other doors open when these doors close.
Why not have all doors open?
Because then that actually goes against my true purpose.
If that other door only opened because that one closed, there's not a door worth having.
Crap, as an anti-fascist, why do you think I would want to succeed on a fascist panel?
It's not fascist for someone to control the rules of their house.
No, but it's a panel where lots of fascist discussions take place and very little anti-fascist.
Well, that's why if you're an anti-fascist and a contrarian, like fucking arguing with people, that's the perfect place for you to be.
Let's see. Mike 23 says Mel and Imperius would make a great couple. This is comment is worth $5, Mel. Definitely worth $5. I appreciate it, Mike, and I think we all are in agreement that that those two could have terrible, disgusting hate sex with each other.
Could you imagine? They tear up the bedroom, that's for sure.
Oh my gosh.
There'd be fur flying for days.
And did I miss a freak here? Sorry, my internet bugged out for some reason. I'm on my phone now. The freak with $2 says, "What does Mel, think about trad white cis males. And I feel like DeFreak is looking at his options. Is that true, DeFreak?
That's what
By the way, learn how to spell, buddy.
And one more, and then Mel, you can give your thoughts on that if you want. Lawrence says, I remember when Tommy King thought Mel was imperious. No, Mel will be imperious if you catch my drift.
Lip period.
Filthy. And thank you all for the donos. I apologize for any delay that my internet malfunction may have caused. Let's where's my Pope shit?
How the fuck does your wired network go down so often?
I don't know. We've had a lot of storms the last day or two, but I actually don't have any idea. This is supposed to be the best internet that's available in the whole area, but Katie's not real happy with it either. So I think we're looking at a different company.
Another one.
May I read this and respond to it?
You may go ahead. Read it, and then we'll do the whales, and then you can respond.
Okay, Mike with the 23, or Mike 23 with the $50 already fucked it up. Okay, Mel apologizing is like asking for homeless guys who use crack not to use it again and apologize.
Interesting.
You should have read it live.
Am I responding now, or are we doing the
money? Money ain't a motherfucking bribe. It's a sport I invented to win when I watch. Known all the rights and the lights and the locks, even known all the ice and the Sprite. You just try to get money. Money of your motherfucking life. 2-ton angel carved out of ice. Alligator sailboat, $sign ice. Fill a warehouse full of Van Goghs twice. Get money. Money or your motherfucking heart. I could give it to my dog. He makes money when he barks. So put it in my fridge or in one of my parks that I bought so my robots can learn how to log. Get money.
Thank you, Mike, for another big donut. Now go ahead, Ferb.
Yeah, and thank you. That W's from chat as usual. I can't blame the chat. And I notice how I don't complain about this money system or the bounties or anything like that. I respect.
Fair point. Right? Fair point. I appreciate that. You are a good sport about that.
As far as biting the hand that feeds you go, I feel like a lot of the people criticizing me haven't been in a lot of situations where they actually have to do that. And as somebody who, this is my claim, you don't have to agree with me, but just try to see things from my perspective if you want, feels like there's a double standard for me. I totally feel like I'm in my right to bite the hand that feeds me.
You are entitled to feel however you want, but I'm just telling you it's not going to work here.
What my goals are.
It doesn't work that way on a lot of panels.
Yeah.
You get more rope than I've seen a lot of other people get, Mel.
Yeah.
Again, I disagree. But again, Jim Bob could have like interrupted fucking Rob Norrell night, and Sarah would have loved it. Okay, I forgot what I was going to say. Never mind.
Were you going to respond to this comment?
Oh, that was my response.
Oh, okay.
Like I apologize for precisely what I did wrong, and I think everything Sarah did after that initial conflict, she needs to apologize for now.
Well, see, I'm hearing a yeah, but. I'm hearing a yeah, but.
Well, yeah, because again, it takes two to tango. Most conflicts, both people fuck up. Actually, it turns out.
But that makes it a false apology then.
Well, I think you're trying to help her run away from actually having to apologize for abusing her powers.
Honestly, Mel, if you slap me and I slap you back, I'm not apologizing for slapping you back.
It wasn't just a slap back. It was literally trying to like mog me for a slight offense.
A slight offense?
Yeah.
She repeatedly asked you to shush.
We could have moved on and had a good night. In fact, I helped her by not adding to how much time it took, since my original complaint was that it was taking too long. And she even said she wanted to get through Q&A. So I gave the shortest fucking answers possible. So I actually did my best.
Okay, well, I mean, enjoy being. Some of you motherfuckers will insist on being right until it literally kills you. All right, you're right and Sarah's wrong. Good luck with anything changing.
I'm not desperate for to be platformed. I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm not doing this to just simply get famous. I have other.
You're a COA. You suffer from COA disease.
I just enjoy debating.
What are you doing it for?
Well, one of it is
center of attention.
Another thing is that I think my net effect ends up being that people second guess a lot of the presumptions that they otherwise took for granted before I showed up.
Do you prefer to debate with an audience or without?
It doesn't matter. It's more about me. It's more about having direct interactions with people.
Then why you want to do debates on streams at all? It's easier to just do them in Discord.
Yeah, just there's not a lot of Discords I'm in that I'm actually in contention with that also have active VCs.
What's up, guys? Hey,
Mike. Hey, Mike.
How's everybody? How's Cynthia? What's up? How you doing?
Hey.
Flo, how you? Glad to see you. Glad to see everybody. I just came in briefly. I have to say, I have to call Mel out. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say it to your face, bro.
How brave of you.
You're full of shit, man. You're so loser. I'm sorry. Listen, I don't know you. I don't have anything personal with you. I promise. But bro, if you're gonna apologize, own it. Don't fucking. If you apologize, when I apologize, if I did something wrong, I just say I did something wrong, and end the story. You're full of shit, man. You're apologetic. Like it's not very genuine. It seems fake as fuck. And then if you're gonna apologize, apologize, and that's it. And you're like, no, but you did this. If someone did something wrong to you, and then they're justifying their mistake, that's not apologizing. That's what you're doing. Right. But you know what? But you did this to me because this is why I did it. That's not apologizing. That's But anyway, I don't want to hold the stream. I just needed to come up and just call Mel out, and that's it. That's it. That's the end of it.
This is the same sort of logic that we wind up with the mustache man was slightly offended by something the Jews did, so therefore what he was actually valid in trying to wipe them out.
No,
they should have apologized to him.
What benefit do we get from telling you that you should probably apologize and not expect one?
No, I think you stay in favor of somebody who provides you a space to have these sort of narcissistic supplies. Not that you're a narcissist, but we all enjoy that narcissistic supply.
Where is that relevant for me? I don't really do this shit.
I've definitely seen you try to game favorite with people.
I don't try to get in favor at all. Okay. When? Who with?
With Kanklemore and the whole using the arsenal.
No, Kanklemore, me and him are friends. That's it. I fuck with my friends different. That's
So you remember when you got all kind of pissy with me saying don't use the R slur because it kind of makes you seem like you suck at this. And mind you,
it was retarded.
I've slid on that a bit recently, and I hate myself.
It was retarded. You were trying to word police this with the R slur. It's what the fuck?
No, I think I had a good point, which was simply that you denigrate your own speaking capabilities when it's every other word you use to describe anything you don't like.
I would say that limiting your vocabulary is bad, and if you're using that word too much, you are limiting your vocabulary. But I'm not going to change my speech just because some other fuckwit on the internet tells me to.
Then also don't be surprised if you have a space that's perceived as hostile towards people with disabilities.
Have you guys seen how Mel gets really pissed? He sounds like a little girl whining. I seen it.
I do. Oh, that's so affirming. Wow.
I mean, look, I'm calling you out, man. I know you're full of shit, man. Listen, I don't have anything. At the end of the day, I still would get along with you. I don't have anything personal with you. I'm just telling you what it is, bro. You're full of shit.
So the title of this panel is "Tread on Those Who Tread on You," and if you're standing up for Sarah doing that, that's fine. But then I think I'm talking about proportionalities here. And just because you're a panel host doesn't mean you get to act like a fucking asshole and then expect to be praised for that.
Listen,
and that's what I think you're doing. I think you're running
if
damage.
If you as an asshole, so be it. But I'm calling you out, and this is the truth. This is the actuality of it. And so,
well, you seem to think that we shouldn't bite the hand that feeds us. I think it's the opposite is true. If the hand that feeds you also bites you, you should bite back.
But you weren't biting back. You bit first.
Yeah, you're
And that's why I'm
conflating.
apologizing for biting first. But then when it becomes starving me, metaphorically, this is just a metaphor. I'm not using that as an emotional appeal. Metaphorically starving me as a consequence, then again we've lost proportionality.
You sound like Imperious now.
That's why they have.
You don't-
They make a great
Wait, you
couple.
don't think self-defense should be proportional to the act? That is, if you start defending yourself, you can just basically like do war crimes.
You
on that
made
person
the
and it's totally
first
fine?
mistake. You made the first mistake, which caused a
That doesn't
chain
make everything
reaction.
Sarah did afterwards right. That's not how this works.
Oh my God! How dense
wrongs don't
can
make a
you
right,
be? Take the cotton out, some of that stuffing
Were
out
you
of
never
your
taught
ears.
growing up that two wrongs don't make a right?
I don't. Is this narcissism or something else?
I have like there is overlap, by the way, with CPTSD and some narcissistic traits. So maybe that's what you're
What was
seeing.
the first-
hell?
What was the first one, Mel?
However, it's worth pointing out that people can be narcissistic and not have.
Have you-
NPD,
have you
which
I
is-
think she says she's got an STD.
I'm what's no.
Yeah, what was what was the
People used to
first
call
part?
people like me a know-it-all, right? Like that's what.
Complex. Damn it! I just
Complex
lost it.
PTSD.
This is probably histrionic.
Everyone's narcissistic, but not everyone's a narcissist.
Everyone around
Everyone
here,
has-
at least.
Everyone has narcissistic
There's
traits. It's
certainly
just
a place that
personality
selects
trait.
for narcissism.
It feels
Ugh.
like narcissism, but then it's just a little bit. There's a twist to it somewhere, and I can't figure
I
out.
think
what
it's.
that is.
I think it's histrionic.
Maybe I'm just like confident in my opinion because I've thought
It's-
about this a lot.
No, it's more desperate than actual confidence.
Yeah,
Are you
it's
sure?
something else.
It's that I'm right, you're wrong attitude.
Because as soon
Yeah.
as you said that,
Looking at it from
It's
from the-
histrionic confuses intensity of emotion for positive emotion. So when you get somebody that's constantly picking, antagonizing, getting strong responses, that's a miswiring.
That's why I called it center of attention disease. The more you pick, the bigger the fight becomes.
I should just be a
And you-
panel host. Then doing all this will be totally fine. Apparently.
Yeah,
Have you ever?
make a-
You're not a
make a
panel
panel.
host. You're not a panel host, Mel.
See, my thing is like, if I do a panel, I think I should actually do the work to gain their respect, which also means getting.
What was that about?
Uh-oh, what happened?
I don't know. I'm just proving points, I guess, to myself for my own entertainment. I don't know.
What do they call that? Is it lack of empathy or lack of compassion when you're
Just lack of
strictly one?
self-awareness.
No,
When,
this
yeah, when you're one-sided like that.
No, this
I mean,
is our star of the show. Like he's his star. Like he's the star.
Yeah, no matter what show. Yep.
He's
Yeah,
the
he acts like
star.
everything without him, it wouldn't even be here.
Right.
None of us would even exist. If he's like the light of the panel. That's
Right.
just
And somehow we're forgetting that, and he's reminding us that even though he steps up onto any stage, they need to be thankful and they need to make sure they treat him as such.
You know, that's the second shittiest apology I've ever heard.
Oh.
The first one was the one you got, Cynthia.
From who?
Lindsay.
Oh, I love you, Messy Chuck, tonight.
No, I'm saying on apology levels.
Yeah. Well, they're not sincere. And it's even gross when they're not sincere and you try to make it. It's just your character flaw.
It's more of a flaw.
I seen like Mel like bitch and like really like on top of his like you could hear him squeak like yeah I seen him like really getting into like bitch and everything. He was a sore loser. I mean, he debated Andrew and then he called everybody out. He was like calling what's her name? And he called her a bitch and like shut the fuck up, bitch. Like he was really. I'm telling you, like
Yeah, quick with the names. That's for we lose Mud Crab too.
And he got a little emotional when they were having his speed date and that other guy came up. What's he doing here? He got loud with it. I was like, oh, I picked that up.
I think she ought to pair up with Balderson. Apparently, those two don't get along either. Starting to see a common denominator here.
I understand.
I've been saying and saying and saying YouTube is a cluster B personality disorder playground.
It is.
You're right.
Yeah.
And none of us are innocent.
Mm-mm.
Nope.
we're all psychosocial crazy nuts.
Honestly, here, if I were, I'm gonna say this is probably the order of insanity. Who's crazier, Mike or Chuck? I'm gonna say Mike is.
Yeah.
I think that this is from most to least crazy.
Yeah, maybe.
Here, if we could just slide it. No, we can't just slide everyone down. Anyways.
Hey, what am I second for?
Well, you're.
This is least crazy's Mel and most crazy's Chuck, or most
No, most crazy is Mel, least crazy is
Wait
Chuck.
a minute. Why am I?
Because you have a
two?
word, so you're inherently histrionic.
Why?
That's actually where the word comes from, by the way.
Why am I the second one in line?
Hysteria.
Before you.
I mean, who else would be there?
You.
I passed my psych evaluations. You haven't, have you?
Yet if we
I've
call
never
this
been required
sexism,
to
then
take one. So that exactly that put you in front of me. You were in a position that was quite. Thank you. All
You know what? We're gonna let the poll. We're gonna make a poll and let them decide this shit.
There you go.
But yeah, I feel like someone at least genuinely asked why I don't have my own panel show, and the answer is quality over quantity. You know, I don't feel like
Well, you're
should just have
you're
like, a
lacking.
panel show.
You're
should know what
lacking
you're
in
doing.
quality. Yeah.
You should know what kind of a panel show it is. You should only invite guests that actually make the show what you want it to be. And if you have an open panel, expect it to be a debate sometimes, and don't complain when it is.
But you always try to block it in like it's a debate when it's not.
No, okay, I'll give you this. Sometimes I'm confrontational when I don't need to be, but that's usually because at least someone else is being. You only get out of me what you put in.
You're not taking any blame. You're just like Mel Pandora. You want to pass the blame on to somebody else.
Because I came here knowing what I was going to do, and I'm doing it.
Flo, I loved your short of the panel verse. What's the panel verse? I loved it.
Is it a new one?
Yes. Well, it's one
I hadn't seen it yet.
a lot of people are in it.
What did you say?
I loved your new short about the panel verse.
Katie made
Oh, Katie did? You're breaking up. You're breaking
Your audio, yeah. Your signal sucky.
Oh, she did so good. I loved it.
It wasn't that bad. I could understand what you were saying.
Mel, do you have any siblings, or are you an only child?
Technically, but yeah, I didn't grow up with my sibling because of me being in care at the time and my mom not being able to take care of my sibling when they were born. So it's complicated. I never got in touch with them either. It's sad.
How old are you? You don't mind me asking.
Early 30s.
God, I wish. I wish.
I was around 10 the time that they were born, and I was, pretty crushed when I found out that they wouldn't be in my life.
Did
I've got an older sister I still haven't ever met.
Was you given away?
It's kind of the same thing for my dad's side too. Like I had older siblings on that side, and I met them like once or twice, maybe. And
how did you lose contact with your family?
Oh, my dad was a deadbeat. He just didn't talk to my mom and didn't want to raise me.
I don't know.
Did they give you away or something?
Did they give me away? What do you mean?
Yeah, the way you're talking makes it sound like you were removed from the home.
Like you were
Yeah,
adopted.
so my mom was really mentally unfit for raising me at first, and credit to her, she still fucking tried her best. But it was just like the point, I'd wake up and she'd still be sleeping till like 2 a.m., which I actually do now. But a lot of sign of things to come that had yet to reveal themselves. But when she was hospitalized, that's when I think people started asking, like, where can this child live? And so they tried me with my grandparents. I was very stressful and high maintenance.
Psychotic? Yeah.
No, I had trouble behaving. It was that simple. Like I was very hyperactive and trouble listening, sitting down and stuff like that. So that's when I eventually wound up in first some care institutions those had mixed results, and then an actual
terrible.
group home.
I've been there, done that. It's a terrible road.
I can admit I got like the better, like I did not get the short stick on places that I went to. It could have been worse, but in some of the ways that it was bad, I was never sexually or physically assaulted aside from being restrained.
Yeah, but you were out of the
hold you down
nuclear.
if you're gonna hurt somebody, but
You wasn't out of the nuclear. You were out of the nuclear circle.
Do you ever wonder why you weren't hot enough?
well, I feel sexy. No.
Oh my God, I do, Flo. I do.
There is something to be said, Chuck. I don't think you need to be raised by a nuclear family, but there's something to be said. Like I got raised by so many different philosophies that I had to forge my own at some point because I was getting so many mixed messages on things.
But you come across as so hostile all the time.
I am in a place that's generally hostile towards trans people, in case you haven't noticed.
Where's that?
I disagree. I disagree because
I disagree 100%.
Neve is trans and we don't treat her bad. She doesn't get treated that way. I think it's your attitude, Mel, that causes perhaps some of the behavior that you perceive as being treated bad or not getting equal treatment.
So if I said all white people are
in
bad,
my opinion, I just want to say something real quick. You need to reevaluate your own attitude. There's something wrong with it, but that's just my opinion. But anyway, whatever.
If I said all white people are bad and we need to convince them that they're not actually white, they should be something else, would you see that as a form of violence against the white community?
I'm sorry, repeat that question.
And this is more of a thought experiment. I'm not making an equivocation to what you're doing yet. But if I said all white people are bad and we need to get rid of white people in society and convince them that they're not actually white, would you consider that to be an act of violence against the white community?
Yes.
So if I said all white people are mentally ill and we need to put them through conversion therapy to get rid of their mental illness, aka whiteness, would you consider that violence?
Yes.
So if I replace those words with trans, how does that suddenly become not violent?
Because nobody's saying that to you on this panel in this moment at this time.
The general theme or the generally held belief of these spaces, and you can ask someone who's not trans but would also probably see things more from my perspective because he's a little bit more left leaning like Crab, is that is the more commonly held belief in this space, that people think trans people are mentally ill. They should be converted back away from being trans.
I'll agree. They are mentally ill, but I don't think you can convert them.
That they're mentally ill is no different than other people's mentally illness.
It is, for example, because like the body dysmorphia and gender dysphoria would sound like the same thing if you didn't understand that one occurs along the lines of gender, and not many other things actually occur along the lines of gender that cleanly.
So you're saying because this space is that generally a lot of people are that you're going to treat everybody like that? They feel that way. They treat you that way. But
No. I've been saying this whole time, Cynthia, just to be clear, that I try to reciprocate, right? I try to give what I get. So if there's someone on panel being hostile towards me, I'll be hostile towards them.
And
but you're hostile to everybody.
And you believe that they're being hostile towards your gender and your identity and not your attitude?
I mean, it could be both. I give people more room to be hostile so that way I can be hostile. And Flo, that actually goes to something you said with the intensity of emotions and confusion and for good emotions. I enjoy this because it's a challenge and it puts my own techniques and understanding of things to the challenge. But it has nothing to do with like confusing things. Like I know when things are, I know what negative reinforcement feels like. And if
Fair enough. I agree with you. I can see that.
And by the way, if I think someone applies a punishment appropriately, and particularly I can go back and I can blame myself, I will try to take fault where I can. I just also believe that it has to go both ways because with humans, it takes two to tango.
I mean, that's fine. You can believe whatever you want, but it's just your belief doesn't matter here. But I will concede that I do agree that you're not confusing emotions. You actually enjoy the challenge.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll just leave it there so we can avoid conflict then at this point.
When you went to new homes and new places, did you have to, were there new rules and did you conform to them, or did you push back every time and find a new balance?
So the routine was always like the hardest part, right? But and I remember like in some of the first places I went, it was just like a whirlwind around me, some of the things that would happen, because I was like, one place I was in was actually more of like a what would you call it, a latchkey or like an after school thing. But I actually lived there. I was one of the 5 people who actually lived there, and so I would be there waking up, do my routine, we'd have breakfast, and then 30 people are in our fucking living room. And it wasn't really a house, it was more like a building, so it was a bigger living room, but it was still just like crowded and loud all of a sudden. And I at the time I couldn't actually comprehend why that was happening. I just kind of went with the flow. And then I would live with my grandparents, which would be more freedom, and I probably overused that freedom part because of not developing, not having learned that in lesser ways, not to do X or Y when I had less freedom. And so that sometimes came into an issue. It actually became less of an issue when I was older, but and then it would be back into a group home where you can't do anything without a staff watching you. You're treated like a criminal essentially. You if you run away, they literally say you're AWOL, which is absent without leave, by the way. So such a funny way to treat kids. And that the group homes were the most interesting because unlike the foster homes, where it was at least one set of parents who would give you
I'm quite familiar with group homes.
With the group homes, it was like you not only had multiple staff on different shifts, so always being raised by different philosophies. It would be like 5 or 6 staff at some points, all there.
Prison.
And like you started becoming on guard. Like this staff is probably has it in for me because I do like the slightest thing and they're on my fucking case. Whereas this staff is actually kind of chill about things. So I learned to appreciate authority a bit in the group homes, which later translated to me not being just like anti-authoritarian mindlessly later on. But then I would go back to my grandparents and I was in like regular school and I could not function in regular school. And so those emotional problems translated to home. And so I found my way back in the foster homes. And my first foster parents were just like, get out every day, just leave. We will say to your fucking face, by the way, we just want you to, so we can make money. We want to raise you as little as possible. So get the fuck out of here. Go find a job or whatever. We don't care what you do as long as you don't come back with the cops. And so that was 2 years of my life just being in a shitty city, and absolutely like compared to the city I'm in now, that place was shitty and not having much to do and getting into a lot more trouble than I would have otherwise, and not getting caught for a lot of it, funnily enough. But
when did your gender flip?
No, that was later. So and then my last foster parent, this person literally gaslighted me on day 2. So when I first came in there, some chocolate milk went missing. Probably somebody who's like, oh, the new kid's here, I can just blame them. And then so I got blamed, and it was by the kid who was like quote unquote her favorite. You could tell because she was very good at playing favorites. And my whole time there was her telling me, "You're a thief. You just lie all the time. You've never told the truth." Which led to me pleading with her nearly every day to stop treating me like that, to the point where I even thought maybe if I just admit to stealing the milk, she'll get off my fucking case about it.
Oh, gotcha.
So that was another 2 years of that until I left before I was 18 because I was so distressed that I was like having homicidal thoughts towards her. And
Again,
luckily,
what was the or against the other?
18, you're so close to 18 that we're just going to get you a place.
What was her purpose in accusing you of shit?
I don't even know. I don't know. This person, it was to the level where the only way I could just understand it is maybe she had been treated like that growing up because it was that severe.
You were a scapegoat.
Because I knew myself enough to know that if I had taken the chocolate milk, I would remember it because I don't steal things without remembering that I stole something. And then
if you did do that, you wouldn't remember it though.
What?
That's true.
If you did steal things without remembering it, you wouldn't know it.
Well, no, I probably found out. I probably have things.
I'm just giving you shit. I'm just giving you shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, it would be easy to figure out that I'm doing that at some point, though, because I'd have things I shouldn't have. But no, like usually stealing for me was a very intentional act, and I would plan it and stuff like that. And so for that to happen so quickly without even me thinking like, well, what would I do in the scenario? You know, it was all just like a huge prolonged face slap of just like, fuck you for being here feeling kind of thing.
How many years did you get bounced around?
Well, yeah, probably about like.
What's your situation
12?
right now, Mel? If I could ask, what are you?
I live on my own.
Okay. And you
I
said
am
like you're in your your late 20s, correct?
No, mid
30,
early 30s.
30,
or early
yeah.
30s. Okay. So
Like I struggle with a lot of stuff, but that's just more like I smoke too much weed, so I don't.
you remember we
No.
talked about the subconscious mind, correctly? Do you remember that shit?
Not
Remember
exactly
that
what we talked
conversation?
about now. I do remember talking to people about subconscious mind, so that tracks. I like talking about that because in those times, like I wanted to behave so badly, and everyone was like, just behave, and I was like, I want to, especially for my grandparents who were like, I was so grateful to have them in my life because I got to go on home visits, and like that was the one time where I didn't feel stressed. In like that entire point in my life. And so when you start hating yourself for not behaving, you're like, why can't I behave? And you start to realize there's another part of your mind that's acting different than what you want. And so I started to learn to call that the subconscious, which at a very young age, surprisingly.
Yeah, and obviously you know that the subconscious mind is the one that does the talking. Everything, the way you act, the way you talk, you've been programmed. So
It depends on how much inhibition you have. Because like if you have zero inhibition, like you're high on meth or something, then I would agree.
Let me put it like this: any one of us in this panel, let's just say, like, I'm assuming everybody. Well, we're all American. We could, if we were like taken from America, taken to China, we wouldn't been acting like Chinese. Doesn't even matter the color of your skin. We would talk like them. We act like them, and because that's just what it is.
You mean immersion? But if you were taken, but think about this, right? If you were taken from America, put into China, but surrounded by other Americans who were also taken to China, then you might see more of a mix of the former culture and the new. Really what I was struggling with was like I was in a bipolar environment, something where like things could escalate quickly as a child misbehaves and then gets restrained right in front of me, which was stressful for everybody who had to witness that. And then it was back to, we have to go back to acting like none of that just happened. And I think that caused me to have bipolar behavior to the point where I was clinically diagnosed, but then later on found to not have that diagnosis, even though that doesn't go away for adults. And so it was probably much better explained by my complex PTSD that I was acquiring at the time.
Mel, earlier you said that you would get stressed. When you get stressed now, do you get stressed now on some of these conversations or the attacks you feel?
Oh, no, I compartmentalize this stuff in a very healthy way where like none of it matters. to the point where I don't even remember most things that happen, just because none of it's worth taking personally at the end of the day. Because I know who I am in real life, and I know that also, like, most people don't take the time to get to know who I would be in real life. So people's criticism of me on here are often wrong. And so that makes it really easy, because people often don't understand being trans or being communist, and as well as getting things wrong about me. I don't feel like the criticism even lands, so I can walk away feeling like it is what it is, kind of thing.
Yeah, but Mel, that's your fault. You created this image of yourself. You understand that, right?
I tend to walk into people who already have images of like trans people and communists.
No,
and
you
stuff like
created this. This is your own in your own thoughts. You're creating all this bullshit in your mind. You're projecting all this. This is why people treat you that way.
So you think that I'm wrong about the trans stuff, and that the people who I'm claiming are wrong about the trans stuff are right?
All I'm saying to you is this: whatever the fuck you do in your personal life, that's your personal shit.
Yeah,
but
that's the stuff I really care about.
I mean, you basically, you see.
Well, Mike, don't you think that Furby has the right to be wrong?
Oh yeah, he has the right to be wrong. Yeah, I guess.
And I have the left to be right.
That's the way I see it. People have the right to be wrong.
I mean, we all make. I mean, even me. Sometimes I slip and make mistakes.
Oh, don't say that about yourself.
I mean, I'm very humble. I don't ever tell anyone. I am very appreciative in terms of like people that are real with me, real as fuck, and pull me on the side and tell me, "Yo, bro, like this is just what it is," and I'm like, "Yeah, man." No, that's the thing. In my personal, like, I've experiences. I think we could all speak in terms of like how we all been fucked up at times, and we all experience hardships. We all go through that shit. It's in the decisions that you make in your personal life. What do you decide?
Yep.
What do you want? Because at the end of the day, it's only you, and then only you, and then people walk around like as if they're gonna live forever. They have this mentality. It's like, I'm never gonna fucking bleed. I seen blood. I seen all kinds of shit. But anyway, I'm not going to get into that. But I'm just saying we have to make a decision. What exactly, and within the self-image as well, we have to decide how we want to present ourselves and how we want to live life. And that's what makes a difference.
I like your internal locus of control. Not enough people have that.
I mean,
it's really difficult. Yeah,
I don't know how I'm supposed to take that other than to keep doing what I'm doing, by the way, because that is what I'm doing. I've already decided I know why I'm here, and I'm going to keep doing that because I'm confident.
Well, you're going to keep getting booted from channels.
That's fine. My goal isn't to be on the most popular panels and to be the most famous leftist ever.
Then what's your goal?
It's like I said, it's complicated, but to put it simply, I really like debating, and I like feeling like I get people to second guess themselves and do better rather than make presuppositions that just make them feel better.
Do you feel that's getting you to the results that you're trying to accomplish?
Indirectly, yes.
For some reason, I disagree with you on that. I don't think.
Well, for the first one, it's pretty easy to see how I get people who actually also like debating. They see how much I like debate, and they offer me to debate. For the second thing, I think it's unreasonable to actually expect to change people's minds in person. That's not actually how you see how most people's minds change. Most people will disagree with things verbally, even if they don't fully believe it, but then realize when they're thinking about it later that they didn't, and then start to second guess themselves the next time they go to say it because they no longer feel as confident in saying it. And so, can I just finish real quick? Just to make sure you see the point. I do see people second guessing a lot of the things that they otherwise took for granted when I first showed up.
I just want to say, like, when you go to bed at night and it's like, do you feel like, oh fuck, I'm feeling it, like you waking up in the morning like, yeah, I did everything that I wanted to, and it makes me feel better. Do you feel that way?
Yeah. And by the way, you're not Army, are you? You've never done any sort of military stuff?
No.
Well, there is something in military called Met TC, and it's basically just it's a way of keeping you on task and making sure all like you have a clear sight to your objective, both literally and metaphorically. And that is what I think about. And I wouldn't say I'm always my performance is flawless. I always try to do better, but definitely I feel like I fulfill my objectives.
I think you were dancing around my question. I don't think you were.
No, I said yes. I answered yes at the beginning. And like I said, I fulfill my objective, so I'm satisfied with that.
Does anybody ever fill all their objectives, or do we all just look at the to-do list and then write in the things that we did do instead of because we can't cross off the things that are on the list? Let's see. The Freak with $2 has a question for Fox.
I mean, it depends on what trans person you ask.
Yeah, I don't know that it's
I don't try to
monolith.
have a standing in the trans community. Like, I could go hang out in the Surfs Discord and have a standing with a bunch of people who already agree with me, but that's not challenging to me at all.
Do you recognize when people accept you for who you are and don't have that judgment on you, towards you? And do you put your guard down a little, or are you prepared for them to strike again?
Well, what do you think this whole discussion has been me doing? I feel like I have put my guard down because, again, like when someone comes at me with well, what's your life history? Or sorry, yeah, let me put that differently. When someone approaches me with what's your life history, then that's a bit different than saying you're mentally ill because of the way you are.
Got you. I agree. You've definitely shared a lot, and I do appreciate that. I just wonder in the future, will you take that into consideration and perhaps approach conversations with Mike, Flo, or Chuck, or even myself differently because of this moment?
Oh, I feel like I already do. The whole what you get out of me, what you put in thing came from well before I ever showed up. And technically it started with speakeasies because that came through with Prancess, but you guys probably don't even know who Prancess is.
Yeah, we do.
Well, yeah, right. You've seen him on Sarah's, but you don't know about his community, Ruby Space Act and stuff like that. But anyways, well before even that, I realized that I have a very strong ability to just be like a mirror that people project onto. And the amount of times people will accuse me of something that really says more about them than it does about me was quite surprising. So when I first came into this community, my goal was to be more like that, less immediately hostile and more let's see where they're at. Let's see if they're friend or foe first, and then I still go for the foes more than I let the friends talk to me. So when there is a foe on panel, you'll see me being hostile rather than opting to talk with someone who's less hostile towards me, because this is a sport to me. This is debate. But at the end of the day, it's I do try to be more reasonable because I understand how it's a problem when you're always just attacking everybody as if they are a foe.
Did you like to get in fights or do you still? Maybe, I guess, I don't know. Were you ever a fighter?
No, I cried afterwards. And the only reason I paused is because in the all boys group home, I did start fighting back at some point. But the first few fights I was in, I felt like I had to fight. So no, it was always me putting on that identity so people will see me as more masculine. But at the end of the day, I'd much rather no parkour or Aikido, where you don't even really hurt the person that much if you can avoid it. There's other forms of Aikido you can learn, but Yoshikin Aikido that I learned focuses primarily on disabling people.
Aikido, none of that shit works when it comes to violence in the street. You just, man. Yeah.
No, it's great for disarming people. If you know how to disarm someone, it's very powerful in the street.
The streets.
I can speak from experience, by the way.
I only use Aikido in the sheets.
Does it work?
I thought you only used blueberries in the sheets, Flo.
And another thing, by the way, I am also just here because like I'm here for the social aspect too. I crack jokes and I like when people laugh at them.
Well, see,
I like
you're
talking
coming
about other
across
stuff.
this last hour. You're coming across as a human, as opposed to some animated stuffed thing that you come in blazing.
That
when
was
you
perfect.
go.
Like you accidentally, by the way, summed up why I chose the Furby.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, why? I didn't catch it.
Because I think people often struggle to see me as a human, and so I think it's funnier that they end up screaming at a Furby.
Do you think that's unique to you?
No, why would I think that's unique to me?
I don't know. I'm just curious if it was unique to you, or if you think that people have trouble seeing people.
I chose the Furby to be unique because I was thinking like I don't just want to be like a ping tuber, which is like a VTuber with a static image.
No. My question was about whether or not you think you're particularly hard to see for people, or whether people just have trouble seeing each other.
No. And I like as you've seen, I've tried to be an open book actually because I find transparency to be something that people don't expect from me. And so it's kind of like my reward for like if you actually look, here's a whole bunch of other things we can talk about that isn't confrontational on its face. And Chuck, by the way, I appreciate you. Like I was almost expecting you to talk about your past more. And I appreciate you giving me so much room to talk about mine.
I'm a good listener, believe it or not.
We were all listening to you. I mean, you were discussing about your past and everything.
Chuck remembers everything. So Cynthia writes it down. Chuck remembers it. Me and Mike will probably forget.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I'm kind of worried. Like Chuck's like cataloging this against me.
No, I just have an open mind, and when people can change my mind or my outlook or my perspective, I'm open to it. Because we got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. And if my mouth is running all the time, then I can't hear anything anybody else has got to say. So
Yeah,
I lay back and listen, and I can relate to a lot of your story because I know all about group homes and things like that.
And being trans.
Yeah, well, not the trans part.
Yeah, but you see how Mel, like, you just found the common ground. Do you realize that?
I've always believed it takes two to tango with these things. Like I need to also be talking with someone.
Didn't you learn anything
who wants to
for
achieve
this?
that?
Snow thinks it's too peaceful in here. She sent in $2. Woke up and shows snarkiness. She says Furby takes more than batteries.
Yeah.
I take Mel's point of where he says he basically he meets you with your energy and stuff. He was provided a space here to open up. He just mentioned how Chuck allowed him the space to talk. Perhaps others could learn from this interaction that sometimes what we perceive is, why are you this way? Is they just need a moment to express themselves to be understood more.
But you see, I agree with you, Cynthia, but it's really difficult. You see, every action has a reaction. If I came to you and slapped you, you're not going to be like, can I hug you? Oh, wait, you know what?
Right.
I mean, so it's just, that's just life. You put in what you get.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, that's just what it is. And I mean, we could also, there could be some sympathy to a certain degree, and especially if you know a person, but there's a degree to everything. Everything has a limit and basically boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
There's a limit
That's
to
kind of,
everything.
just to be clear, by the way, I'm not here for anyone's sympathy. That's why I don't focus a lot on like my own victimization and stuff like that. Actually, I used to be a lot worse for those things. You can even ask Mudcrab about that, bringing up those kind of topics all the time, victimization and stuff like that, and seeing everyone as hostile as well, going back to that. And just like, I agree with you guys that like not every scenario needs to be treated that way. But I think there is a tendency, like when you said equal and opposite reaction, I almost thought at first maybe you were talking about me, like people being hostile towards me because they perceive me as attacking them with something I said to someone else. which I find interesting because if you relate to something I said to someone else, it might be because I have a point, not because I'm necessarily trying to attack you. But also, like I feel like people in this space don't understand that sometimes you're catching strays, and I haven't even said your name, and so people will come at me hostile just from something I said to somebody else, and I do have to be ready for that, right? Because otherwise, like I'm just going to seem like I am actually here to be abused.
Satan, no, Lindsay and Imperius were given life sentences.
With no parole.
And Flo, just to point out, like I have criticisms with you on that, but like I'm really not here to tell you how to run your channel, dude.
I get it.
Well, you were a while ago.
Yeah.
No,
you had no problem
criticism.
doing
I
it
criticize
well,
things that
no.
affect me. Yeah,
Hey,
I criticize things that affect me personally because I think that's called voicing your opinions and calling shit out.
You see, but Mel, no one is absolutely coming at you for voicing your opinion. It's how you kept. It's just how you put in perspective.
The energy, yeah.
Like, I just don't think I'm being any more aggro than the behavior that's generally normalized here and other people that you see people doing the same thing. Like if Jim Bob were treated the same way, hypothetically, like I know he's a much bigger creator, so there's clout there, but I'm not getting into the clout discussion, but I think he would feel disrespected by the same treatment, and he would be say just as heinous stuff, if not worse. And people would be like, okay, well, yeah, well, Jim Bob's a guy. Like guys say that shit all the time. But people, and I'm just saying this because I truly believe this. I truly believe that people get more offended when a trans person acts angry and confident.
I disagree.
I disagree with that.
Then I only wish you could walk a mile in my shoes.
Listen. I could be wrong for this. I get it that some people are going to have their own opinion. Even me. Fuck, man. Like, people have their own opinion about me. Should I give a shit? No. But at the end of the day, I still, my character doesn't change, and I just keep on walking. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from. I get it that you're trans and you know, whatever, and you're entitled to it, and my understanding is gonna cut it off soon. Okay, whatever. It's your body. What the fuck? But if you want to live your life, live it, and that's it. You don't have to fight anyone, and you don't have to explain yourself to anyone, and you don't have to make other people believe. And so if you believe who you believe, but at the end of the day, I do understand that. Well, I do also the comment with Flo. Sorry, Mel, you're always going to be a man. All right, I'm not gonna say anymore. I don't want to make anyone cry and shit.
I don't know if like you were expecting him to say that or not, but like that
I didn't
coming up
either.
when he said you're always going to be a man, just like, oh
Yeah, yeah, man. But that doesn't mean that you can't like
So,
be who you are, right?
I want to have my soliloquy now. Like, I think that I can't have it both ways. Like, I cannot have a strong voice and stand up for myself while also pleasing everybody. And so I've had to make sacrifices. And part of that is that I'd rather be strong and right, as Flo pointed out, because this is a very moral thing for me, than, you know, be a people pleaser and just focus on who has what to offer me.
That's the second part of that.
And there's a reason, there's an ethical reason. I think that this leads to a
Well,
space
you
where
just
there's
can't
more
be who
people
you are
who are
and-
incentivized to do bad behavior. Whereas when we're actually asking panel hosts to do better, then we're incentivizing them to actually do better.
All you gotta do is send Flo nudes. You'll make him happy.
I don't think he wants my nudes.
Oh no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Just send it.
Oh, so that way then afterwards I can be like, oh yeah, he leaked them on me.
Right. Just don't think about it. Just send it.
Again, I'm just saying that as a meme. I don't actually know what happened and I don't care, so I'm not taking sides on that.
It's a mess. It's a mess.
But
Cynthia
let me
started the whole thing.
make it perfectly clear. Nobody has seen any photos that
Ever. Well,
Well, I think there's some credibility to your claims, so that's why I'm still here. If I thought that there was more credibility to Lindsay's claims, I would be a little sussed out by you. But so just take that as you will. Again, I'm still not taking sides.
All right, the freak, explain your simpy self.
Yeah, get up here, dude. Doesn't the freak come up sometimes?
Yes.
Yep.
I thought he was on the list. No.
No.
Chuck, oh.
The link's right there. It's literally right there. One click away.
That's so mean. That's so how I would shame someone for not clicking the link.
Well, freak, come up. And
But yeah, Chuck,
yeah,
you are by and far a better listener than me. I'm way too fucking ADHD to do a lot of this stuff. To be a good listener for people, and I can just admit that.
I didn't used to be. It was my way or the highway a long time ago. And then when I quit drinking and turned my life around, I turned more into a listener than a talker.
Yeah, it could be that like the amount of weed I smoke doesn't help. But also I feel like my brain runs like a mile a minute when I'm trying to listen to people, and it does. Like I just don't like feeling like my brain's fighting me, so I do try to tend to like half tune out and then tune back in and try to listen. And it has
Well, I'm sure I don't know that much about weed, but it would seem to me like it would mess with your cognitive abilities.
Well, in some senses, it feels like it kind of slows down my thoughts because it doesn't feel like every other word someone says leads to a whole stream of thoughts. And I swear I'm not trying to like laze myself, but when you're ADHD, it can sometimes feel like you're thinking about 50 different responses to something someone said, and they haven't even finished their sentence. So, just
no flow.
It's just easier to sit through that when I'm high. It feels like, but I could be wrong. Maybe it makes me more impulsive.
I don't know. I was just asking. I don't have that much experience in that department.
Weed is boring. We're adults here. That's children's drugs.
Stop it.
Damn, Flo.
I did like.
Wait, no, it's a children's drug if you're not, if you don't wake and bake. But if you wake and bake, that's hardcore enough that you're back to it being an adult thing.
Thank you. Hello, Duck. Is that you?
Oh, that's clearly a fake duck.
It is. This is counterfeit duck.
Furby duck.
Another quack.
Beep bop duck version 2.
This Chuck.
What?
Is that the freak for real? That's not the freak.
Duck,
That's
I will
Duck.
give you creative license to make a duck Furby if you want.
Okay.
And then I'll show you how to set up your own ping tube thing.
There's
I don't know. I don't know what the second
strange
part
bird.
means. But we could make online avatars.
So it bounces up and down when I talk. When you talk, like my Furby does.
I don't know how to do that. I just want I want my sexy studio most of the time up. I don't.
Yeah.
Sexy studio.
No, it's just like the duck Furby would really throw people off if you like whipped it out. Like do it sparingly. Don't overdo it like I do. Just use it sparingly.
I like the avatar, the hyperactive avatar. It's very cool for the panels.
I
think you got a
can
love
make it, by the
connection
way, I
here.
can make this thing go fucking nuts. It's kind of funny. One sec. Open.
So, are you a Furby for real in real life?
No.
Or do you just
You mean
play
furry,
one?
right?
Furry, yeah. And or you just play one on YouTube?
So, wait.
Furries and Furbies are different things.
Yeah.
And
Are
it's,
they? Yeah.
It's one of those like it's complicated type things. Like not to like make it super like, oh, I'm super special or anything like that. But like I didn't have a lot of friends growing up. Part of being moved around and stuff can lead to that. And so what that meant is that like I actually socialized a lot more with like my pets, which were a cat and a dog. And long story short, I see a fox as like kind of like a hybrid in behavior and kind of like a form of a cat and a dog.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. What's the other ones? So
Like cat dog.
I think Freud, Jung, and Lacan would say that your subconscious has some there's some intrinsic lack that society has provided in animals. It must be the case, Smell, that the fox is the thing that satisfies the lack or the the Lacanian object for you.
Freud shit's like outdated. Freud shit is like outdated, by the way. So like, maybe look at what like the modern consensus on this take is.
No,
See, I told you this should go crazy.
But I wanted to do this the psychoanalytic thing. Wait, go crazy. Go do a little.
Yeah, no, it goes wild, and I can even like turn down the sensitivity so it just like stays on the entire time.
That's pretty fucking funny.
I thought you got a vibrator stuck up your butt.
No, I am the vibrator stuck up your butt.
Is that the same thing that Trippy has? Trippy Cat?
No, his thing is way more complicated, and I respect the shit out of people who put that much time and effort into it. I'm way too lazy for that.
I like yours. Yours does look slightly better than like the $10 vibrator stand that they have at the adult stores.
First of all, the adult stores don't have cheap vibrators? That's only Temu. Let's be real.
I have not been to an adult sex shop in probably 10 years. That's how
Let's
sad my life is.
just call it what it is. Ever.
Dusty, if you have your affiliate link, make sure to get that grift going.
I don't have an affiliate link, but thank you for reminding me to grift. You can donate to me. In fact, you should donate to me. In fact, we're going into rolling extensions. So, what time is it?
2:40.
We're going till 3 a.m. my time. If you would like to keep the stream going, then $1 a minute. Banner will be up. Thank you. Gotta find that banner.
I've had a craving for that Ronald McDonald video. I know we're past the point of free videos at this point, but
Which one? He's got a bunch of them now.
well, I haven't
Maybe you
seen all
should
of them.
donate some money.
I mean, I was just talking about $10 vibrators. That's about where I'm at personally.
Guys, donate some money. Come on.
That kind of romance.
That kind of romance. Whoa.
You know what you need to start doing, Flo? Get people from like your community to start making like clips of like the things you want, and then we can all like do like TikTok dances.
What?
While saying the
Calm
meme.
down. Calm down, Fox.
We gotta be relatable to Gen Alpha.
Is that what they're called?
I mean, maybe we're at Gen Beta now. Shit.
So we have to dance to connect with the youth. Or sad.
Now, I find that interesting. The freak wouldn't hit the link to come up, but now he decided to restream.
Oh
There
shit.
he is.
It's big.
Wow.
Look at that.
Eat your words, Chuck.
The power of reverse psychology. I love it.
That was the
literally
worst
summoned
prediction
his
ever.
ass.
Worst prediction ever.
It worked, didn't it?
So the freak, what was Flo wrong about?
Okay, on the timeline sense, I think that once Lindsay and Flo had the first falling out after the pictures were sent, that's when I feel like Flo got everything wrong in dealing with Lindsay. Just the dealing with Lindsay part.
What?
In what aspect?
Go on.
Can you
Yeah,
explain more?
like
What did he deal wrong with? Do you have an example of that? Because there's been so much, I'm kind of confused on.
Yeah,
what
that's what I was asking for, is clarification.
Yeah.
I actually don't have like the back, I don't know the back log of how they interacted or anything, but I'm just saying from that point on, it seemed like Flo had to or dealt with Lindsay exactly the wrong way that he should have.
You don't have any idea how. You have no specifics. You just have a vibe.
Right.
Oh my god.
You're literally talking out of your ass.
All right,
Yeah.
And you know it.
But
Talking out of feeling.
if I was wrong, then you would have actually what do you call it? you two would be good right now.
What does that mean? How?
How? Because you would have handled it differently, and you two would be friendly.
No, there are some people that you just cut out of your life because they're pieces of shit. Do you agree?
Yeah. I don't
She's a
think
piece of
Lindsay's
shit.
though.
Well, because you're a simp.
Maybe.
How else can you explain the fact that you're sitting running around saying that I've handled things wrong, and then when asked on it, you have no idea how anything's been handled?
Because you two aren't friends anymore.
And so that's automatically my fault. The assumption is that if I were handling things right, we would be friends.
You don't have tits.
I think you could have handled it better, and then you would have been friends.
Oops. I ain't trying to hear everybody right now.
I think if you would have handled it better, then there would have been potential for you to be friends.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that it's my failure that it caused us to not be friends?
I think because once you have a channel brand and you have a kind of a reputation to kind of uphold, you have to maintain that, or you have the Darth Dawkins branding syndrome. And
I don't know what that has to do with anything. What reputation am I upholding?
Just the fact that you are you are you, and it's almost like the Mel Cosmic Fox syndrome, where she could never be wrong. You have to kind of uphold that in order to maintain the channel integrity.
I mean, I can be wrong, but I will run it's impossible for me to be wrong with how I run my channel. It's mine. I choose how to do with it what I want. I chose not to have her around. You're saying that that's wrong of me to make that choice.
All right. Well, let me ask you this: Is there anything that you conceded in that relationship that she asked of you?
What do you mean?
In other words, did she say do this or do that, and and we can be friends, and then that you actually did those things?
Do you want to know? Okay, here, let me explain this to you. Do you know why I blocked her this last time?
No.
Because she was in my chat telling donors to stop donating to me. So I timed her out and I texted her and I said, "Stay in your lane. Don't do that again."
All right.
She refused that. She said I was wrong and she was doing the right thing.
So you assumed her intent, and then
motherfucker, it doesn't matter what her intent is. It's my chat.
That's true. That's true. I'll give you that.
She needs to stay the fuck in her own lane and not tell donors not to donate. In what world do you think that that's appropriate?
If she cared about someone else,
yeah.
Only, but how did you said
and
that
what?
she didn't?
And what she said? Stop. In what world is it appropriate for somebody to be in my chat of my business telling my donors to stop donating to me?
Just out of pure concern, I would, that'd be
pure concern.
Response. Yeah.
For a guy who she didn't know, he'd never talked to her outside of chat. Outside of my chat.
When else has Lindsay ever tried to hinder your monetary flow?
When did she try to attack my relationship? When did she try to attack my channel? When did she try to attack my reputation? When did she lied and said that I spread her nudes around when she was spreading her nudes around? When did she dox my phone number? Are you fucking kidding me?
All right. Well,
you don't have any goddamn clue who you're talking about, do you?
I admit I don't know everything that's gone on.
You don't know anything at all. All you know is that you're a fucking simp. You've never taken up for anybody like this. Lindsay deserves it the least. Who?
I've backed up Cynthia over on Gen X Jeff.
Okay, Cynthia over on Gen X Jeff. So you feel some certain sort of way. You think that you know enough about anything to speak on shit, but you don't know enough about anything. You're the one that's in the wrong. You're the one that's handling shit wrong. You're wrong.
Maybe, But I think that if you would have handled things a little different, it wouldn't be like it is right now.
You know what? You're right. I'm going to handle things different. After this conversation, you're fucking toast. You can go hang out with her.
I think that'd be unfair, but hey, you know, it's your channel, whatever, right?
You're right. It's my channel.
So, you know,
what do I need your bitch ass around for doing her bidding?
Listen,
you don't even know why you're doing the shit you're doing, do you?
Do I know why I'm doing it? I just think that you could have handled it a little bit different. Now, I understand that you're probably in a pinch on other levels.
On what levels? I'm not in any pinch at all.
All right, let me ask you this. Actually, I should have
watched
the video between Katie and Cynthia, because how does she feel about the whole thing?
She's annoyed with her. She doesn't like her either.
All right, that wasn't always the case. But the fact that she doesn't like her, the fact that she doesn't like her is influencing you as well.
There's lots of influences. She was the one who convinced me to put her on the fucking inmate roster in the first place. I had her all the way kicked the fuck out because she dared to step to me and tell me what the fuck that she was going to do.
Right. So now at this point, any friendly behavior that you would have towards Lindsay would be a disrespect to Katie, would it not?
No, that's not true. I disrespect Lindsay because I disrespect Lindsay. The same reason I disrespect you. Katie doesn't give a fuck about you, and I disrespect you because you're trash too.
Well, I don't think so, but you know.
But you already admitted that you don't think, really.
Sure, I do. I mean, what have I said that's been totally irrational?
That I'm wrong. You couldn't even offer a thought as to why.
I'm just saying, I think you can.
You just think that I'm responsible for making sure that things are kosher with Lindsay for some fucking reason. Like her little bimbo ass has no responsibility for anything.
No, I never said that. I never said that.
Okay. Is it my fault that she doxed me? Is it Cynthia's fault that she doxed Cynthia?
Yeah, that would be a no as well.
Okay.
As far as I know.
So you got somebody who's running around doxing people and you think that this is my responsibility, like I should be friends with her still.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that from the point where you two had the falling out after the pics were sent, I think you could have handled it better the whole time. That's all I'm saying.
How, motherfucker?
I don't know. That actually, I don't know.
That's my point. You don't think.
But I'm not you. I wasn't there.
Then why do you feel like you're entitled to have a thought about it?
I mean, I can have an opinion on anything I want, right? But I just think at that point is when everything kind of went sour, and then you had to maintain, your position.
How should I handle you?
However you want.
See, now if Lindsay had responded that way, she'd still be around, but she doesn't. So what is it that you think that she has demonstrated that deserves your loyalty or mine?
I can't answer that because I don't know.
Because there's fucking nothing.
Yeah, at this point, you're probably right. Let me ask you a question real quick. When she said that to Mike in the chat, was that after the OTW after the Jack Talcott panel, or before?
Which Jack Talcott? There's been a ton of Jack Talcott panels.
I think like kind of the most recent one where you two are both up there, and there was like
That was before.
So it's before that. Wait, the Mike incident was after that panel.
It doesn't matter the timeline. Let me explain this to you. She misbehaved in my channel and was trying to chase off my customers. I told her to stop. She refused. That's her wrong. She said I spread her pictures around. I didn't. That's her wrong.
All right.
She doxed my number and Cynthia's number. Well, then I did dox hers. That's her wrong.
How did she refuse to comply with the Mike chat thing?
Literally said she would not.
Okay. Well, then you're right.
No fucking shit, I'm right. Dumbass.
Oh wow.
What a fag. I don't know who Stan is. Stan, you've got your name as Lindsay Smith. Either way, I'm not inclined to let you up. I'm sure you're hilarious.
Yeah, we have someone else that wants to come in. Talk shit.
Hi, Fly. Hi, Chuck. How are you guys?
Hey, Miss Joe.
I'm irritated. How are you?
I could tell. I've been listening for a while.
There's a Lindsay Smith in the
back chat.
Yeah.
There was. It's not there anymore, but it wasn't Lindsay's normal account.
What was that about? This guy had no argument.
I don't know. This dude's a little bitch. Let's see, 6 minutes, and we're shutting down. Unless we get an extension in.
You missed a super chat too, I think.
Did I?
I just want to mention a lot of the behavior that was described is like prototypical antisocial in terms of, you know, not totally taking care of one another. You know, in a deeper sense, you know, it's like, you know, not being able to navigate sort of the trade-offs and sacrifices that are required for, you know, sort of these complex relationships. So
It's not complex. It's high school. That's high school shit. That's
Is
shit
it
you're meant to
though?
grow out of.
Yeah.
Arguing like that over nudes and trying to use that kind of shit. Yeah, that's fucking high school childish shit.
Yep.
You got 5 minutes to donate or the show ends.
Yeah,
Actually,
I
got
do
a.
think, yeah, I
There's
mean,
5.
I mean, just
Thank you,
yeah,
Snow. Snow says, Furby, show how you have Tourette's syndrome every time you talk.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really sad that I think, you know, when I think of like the culpable parties here, I would think that someone would have had a, you know, a confidant, or what do you call it? You know, if you're a person non grata, you know, you should have a place to go vent those types of things. You shouldn't have to sort of hold that stuff in all the time. You know, where it boils up, and then now, you know, people are making accusations in private chat back here. I mean, it's just crazy, you know. I don't even think the comments section really knows what's going on or what went on, but like, to me, that's upsetting as an adult who values his own relationships and all this other stuff. Like, you know, you're not gonna be able to beat this stuff out of someone.
I don't think it's about beating that out of anyone. I think it's just if you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. It's just how it works.
When you step into a panel, you have to play by the panel host rules, whether you like them or not. They are their rules that they set. And if you don't want to play by them, you won't be around anymore. And it's that simple.
She was also trying to manipulate a flow in many ways.
Absolutely.
And she wanted to have leverage. She realized that she fucked up. She realized that shit when I was talking to her. She's like, "Oh fuck, I fucked up." She didn't want to get me involved. That's the thing. Claimed that she was talking about some other mic, and then Flo has receipts.
That didn't fly. I showed the text of her talking about Mike 23 like the day after she did it. I mean, I don't know what kind of dumb bitch doxes me my phone number when I've got her fucking address, her whole name. It ain't Lindsay Smith.
Which is bizarre to me. Her real name's not Lindsay Smith. Like, she's a character.
It's a generic name.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that she's a character. I think that she wants to hide her personal identity for probably a reason. I think that bitch is 53 years old and acts like she's 15.
Like I said,
Rocky, it's
shit.
$1 a minute. Oh shit! I forgot to put the banner back up.
That'll be 10 minutes, Rocky. $10 is 10 minutes.
Yeah, it seems odd. Anytime someone has to send another person, right, to get the final word in,
Right.
That's even like
high school.
She's got
it is a
Tarek
little
and DeFreak. She's scraping the bottom of the barrel.
I mean, it's pretty bad, right? Like,
When you hear the sirens or anti-aircraft guns, you must get under cover at once. If you're in the open with no cover, lie down. The most important rule of all is never to stand staring at the sky. If you don't take cover, you may get hurt.
I thought the freak had something to stand on, but after he talked, he's talking from emotional feelings or something.
Yep.
He had nothing.
Yep, you're absolutely correct in that. This is his emotional feeling. I thought he had statements or he had something.
Yeah.
He had no fucking clue. He had no idea what was going on.
Your friendship with Lindsay didn't affect shit. Your stupid ass mouth did. Your arrogance and your presumptuousness, you feeling like you got any right to walk around saying bullshit and having opinions publicly on shit that you don't have a fucking clue about. That's a you issue. That's not a Lindsay issue. So take responsibility for your problems, OTW. I mean, the freak.
Little side cheap shot at OTW there, fucking bloke.
Did she send the freak? I mean, did she send him?
I don't know. She send you? She put you up to this?
Did she talk to you and make these suggestions in or how did this come about, the freak? Like, what inspired this moment?
I'm just friends with both of them, so nothing more than that.
She didn't ask you?
She did what?
Did she ask you?
She did not ask you?
No, actually, and I asked her if she wanted me to bail her out of the flow jail, and she said no.
So then,
you asked me another time when she was trying to get in the way of my money. There's another time.
Right.
Well, that was only potential money. That wasn't, fixed money. But anyway,
I'm just saying.
I went to bat for Cynthia on Gen X Jeffs when.
I don't give a fuck, bitch.
Right. I don't care. How old is that?
That's ancient history, ain't it?
Yeah, well, he's still mad at me by it, but I'm not.
Oh, Jeff?
Yeah.
That's because he wears the wrong size panties.
Cynthia, the one thing that I have in mind, and I don't know, I keep remembering every time when I talk to you, it's like you kicked the shit out of Tarek. You made that motherfucker look like a piece of shit. Props to you. Like
that's not
hard to do.
That's not hard to do.
You really like made that
look like that. No one has to do anything. He just makes a retard of himself.
Absolutely, he's duplicitous. He says things that are inaccurate. He makes up stories as they come to his mind. Nothing he says is credible.
Oh my gosh!
I don't mean to talk shit when he's not here.
Then he'll suck up your ass to try and get you on side kind of thing too. And it's like, dude.
You've seen Tarek though, even in his like formal appearances, he will accept any debate that's in front of him.
You are so fucking out of reality. You're so stupid. It doesn't make sense.
You got your people mixed up there, Duck. Teriyaki.
I just wanted to talk to the Irishman.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's not him. We're not.
No, that's Teriak. Teriak's a legend, but Tarek is not Teriak. They're two different people.
Correct.
That's my bad.
The guy Flo just played was Tarek. The clip.
Yeah, Tarek. That guy.
Fuck.
Guy with the balls on his chin.
And then like he posted a picture of that when he was a lot younger, like 20 years ago.
Holy shit, he ran.
Like a 6-pack abs.
So,
and then the thing is, I was like, take off your shirt. And he actually did take off his shirt, but it was nasty as fuck. I'm like, okay, wait, no. The purpose of taking off your shirt is because you're claiming that you have a 6-pack. If you're gonna, and I think what comment I said, but he's like, you know what? You believe whatever you want. No, motherfucker. I believe when people back up their story, back up your shit. You're gonna, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna make a statement, back up your shit. And and then after that, I think Cynthia said something, and then he turned off the. He's like, you know what, guys, I'm leaving, and he just left.
I really don't think Lindsay expected you to go on panel like that, Mike, and just go, "What the fuck are you doing?" I don't think she really expected that.
Uh-oh.
What?
So that's not a good compliment.
I'm not British either, by the way.
That's what I meant.
Let's see. I think he probably knows that. 17 and works. Sorry, I'm doing some math real quick.
What is it, Montero? For $2. Just his voice alone. What a British queen.
Thank you, Montero, for the $2 and for complimenting our very own Jess White, the British Queen.
But yeah.
Yeah, I'm Australian.
Thank you, Harmon. Harmon sent in a cash app. It says no clips. So, you know, I like a whale clip, but thank you for the extension. So we got till 4:07 now, and the rolls are still open. And the freak is dead backstage.
An hour and 2
Yeah, because Harmon just.
It's like 4 o'clock for me. Well, I'm in New York.
Show that last DeFreak comment.
By the way, if you want to know my actual heritage, it's more Irish. I actually don't. I have very, very tiny amount of British in me, but most of my background is Irish. Just so you know.
Do y'all think that Lindsay would come up here and just all of a sudden be an honest woman and take ownership?
She would pretend to. I think she would pretend.
Yeah, I mean, what would be the point of us listening to the story? Because she's going to go tell it somewhere else and twist it.
There was 2 Lindsays in back chat. Who the hell was that?
Hey,
Well, that wasn't actually Lindsay, right? Correct, in the back room.
I don't know. That's why I was asking.
You know, you can. I can verify. The channel it's connected to was not Lindsay's. It was called Stan or something. So who knows? It could be her on the wall.
When you're in StreamYards and shit, you can actually see the owner of the accounts. So you can go directly to the channel and you can see who owns it. Yeah. So you can tell if it's not the person they say they are.
I got you. All right. I really don't understand. The one thing I'm going to say is just I don't. But yeah, we all sometimes we slip and we make mistakes, but you know what I'm saying? Like you have to be very fucking like stupid to make statements and then look like a fucking idiot, and everybody else is looking at you. It's like, and put yourself like in the internet and like you look like a dick. I just don't get it. I don't know.
If you were my friend, I would do the same thing.
What was that?
If you and I were friends, I would do the same thing.
Forgo thinking entirely. Accuse somebody else of being in the wrong without having any idea what actually fucking happened.
I just think that if you look at the results of where we're at right now, it could have been handled differently. But from what you said, I have to concede a little bit. So
Now, have you told Lindsay that? Have you told Lindsay that she should have handled this better? That have you made her responsible for this?
No, I haven't.
Oh, imagine that surprise.
Why? Why haven't you?
Because I think Lindsay wanted to be part of the group and part of the the program and everything so much that it's just another assumption of mine, unfortunately.
Yeah. She sucks too bad.
Well, if she wanted to be part of it, she shouldn't do the things that she does to him, because those actions are what makes you get pushed away.
Do you really think that she has ill intent?
Absolutely.
You do?
Yes.
Absolutely. I will tell you, even in her statement of, and then I received a message from Chuck that he paid $1,000. That was a private message between her and Chuck. She had no issue with Chuck. Chuck wasn't involved in it, but because she's being passive aggressive, she pulls out anything she can to throw anybody she can under the bus anytime she feels like it. Lindsay's only loyal to Lindsay. And that's not even her real name. So that Lindsay's only loyal to whatever that lady's real name is. She's not loyal to you. She's not.
Do you know her real name?
No, I know.
So she once came on here and was upset at Jack for rewarding bad behavior for Noelle. But that same needs to be applied to her. Her bad behavior should not be rewarded.
I think the attention itself is enough for her.
Yeah.
She doesn't care if it's negative or positive attention. She just wants the attention. She's one of those kind of people, from what I've seen.
I would say that there's some truth to that.
Part of the group.
She doesn't get to be part of the group. She can be part of a different group. She can't be part of this group. She shot herself right in the foot. And she's using. Here's what you and Tarek and any other dumbass needs to understand. She's obsessed with me. You guys are a means to me. She ain't coming back though.
Gotcha.
Not to sound narcissistic, but let's be real. It's about me.
Oh, it's definitely about you.
Yeah. Oh, most definitely.
I would
another
actually.
thing, that you and Lindsay's relationship, whatever, that shouldn't or doesn't affect how all the other things that I feel about the Powder Dusty. So just want to make that
right. No, again, like, you're not being held responsible for her. You're being held responsible for you. You're the one acting like a dumbass today. Lindsay ain't here acting like a dumbass.
Facts. You put yourself in here, buddy. Deal with it. Sorry.
It's weird how people on these YouTube streets refuse to acknowledge that they're the reason they have problems. Right? OTW refuses to let me just not like him.
That is true.
It's like hearing OTW pawn off me being pissed at him on Paul is exactly the same as hearing you try to pawn it off on the Lindsay. No, motherfucker, it's at you.
Do you understand the freak? Do you understand what's going on right now? I don't know. I kind of believe you.
I think I understand better. I think I understand better. Yes. But I don't know how many people have actually brought this up with Dusty, directly. A lot, or just a few, or just me.
Basically, just you and Tarek. I will give you credit where credit's due. You did handle it more directly and honestly than anybody else has. I mean, you were wrong as fuck about it. Your starting position was so wrong and irresponsibly wrong. It was almost dishonest in and of itself. But once you started engaging, you were straightforward.
That's cool. And it's like I said, your relationship with Lindsay doesn't affect the whole I guess you'd say, ball of wax of the Powder Dusty and how I feel about that. So
Correct.
anyway.
And I almost think that her desire to be back is more of a power struggle. It's more of her just showing she has the power. She can do whatever she wants, whether it be she wants to show other people or she wants that power overflow. It runs deeper than we probably know for her in her own world that she's created.
How does it run?
Oh, it gets deep. It gets so deep.
So
that Rojas in chat isn't the one on the list, is it?
If I remember correctly, it is he somebody paid his bond, but not for his alts. So I've still got Rojas alts.
Oh, okay.
And our bond's still half off. So if you are on
They
bond,
are. Yep.
this is your time. This is your time to get off. Your moment to redo your second chance.
Correct. In celebration of Killdozer Day, all bonds are half price.
Leah, she's definitely a bunny bull. You get that? Y'all get that?
I don't get it.
Oh my God. Fatal Attraction. She took the
I don't know
kids.
if I ever saw that.
She was obsessed with this guy and she took the poor kid. She took his kid's bunny and
That was Glenn Close and Michael Douglas, wasn't it?
Yeah. And fun fact, she gets questioned by the police officer for some things, and she has a monologue. And fun fact, one of the the serial people around the takeout people, when he got arrested, he did the exact same monologue. It was always his dream.
Now I'm going to suck my own dick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's been doing that. Vital kid.
So I'll admit another mistake is that I started to watch that video with Cynthia and Katie, and I only got to the very beginning, and then I haven't watched it since. I should have watched that before I said anything.
I don't know what video you're talking about.
Oh, the live her and I did, Katie and I.
Yeah, I only caught part of it. But yeah, no, I mean, whatever. It's not just that video. It's just who the fuck runs around telling people they did something wrong when you actually have not a clue at all.
The freak. Did you learn anything today? You fucking
yeah.
Fuck no, that dude is too goddamn old to learn new shit. If he doesn't know not to act that way by now, he won't know not to do it ever.
Wow, man.
How old are you, freak?
I think I learned.
How old are you?
I'm 50.
Yeah, he's too old to learn.
Oh. Do you just miss Lindsay and want her to be around, or you're just trying to uplift her and save her?
I like Lindsay. I think she's smart. I think she has things to offer, to contribute. She has different opinions on things.
Like what?
But the whole flow thing, it all went off the rails. So that doesn't mean she's a bad person or something. It just means that
she's a bad person.
So unfortunately, that's how you see it. So
it's like that movie Poison Ivy.
That even the smartest people could be fucked up, right? You know that, right? The freak. You know that?
The babysitter kills the wife and takes the place of the wife.
That happens so much in real life. It's crazy.
Oh, I know. I remember when I had a stalker. Oh my God.
What? In real life? What?
Yes. It was horrible.
Oh wow.
40. No, I was 36.
Was it somebody you had been with in a
3-6?
Is it somebody you had been with in an adult way?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Okay. So,
But she was sending letters and baby pictures to my wife. Oh, it was horrible. It was a nightmare.
Whoa.
And she was from California too. Imagine that. Something in the air out there.
Come on now. There's like 25 billion people in California, so
And all of them are nuts.
That's what I'm beginning to think. Yeah. But I mean, until it happens to you, you're like, what the fuck is going on here?
Satan is praying for Lindsay. I'm sure she appreciates it.
Yeah. And I do agree with that statement. The freak, she's not gonna have sex with you.
So those are your guys' assumptions. I never thought about that.
So you're saying there's a chance? Oh, you never thought about it, my fucking ass.
Give me a break. Please.
Here's the thing. If it ever does happen, in that moment of post-nut clarity, you'll be like, oh shit, she's a shitty person.
I mean, a guy
Really?
would fucking knot hole in a tree if he could.
That might hurt.
I'm just saying, guys, when that thing they think with the wrong head, they don't think. When you think with the small
I
head.
haven't got any news. She's very to me, she's a very nice, sweet girl, whatever. You had a different experience.
You are so fucking out of reality. You're so stupid. It doesn't make sense.
So you can be best friends with two different people and they just don't get along, and that's kind of like, it's just the way it goes, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, you didn't even have no ammunition to come up here gunning with. You were coming up on your gut.
mm-hmm.
Well, but
Feel
if
it.
you just look at the outcome, I could say that and still be on a.
That's a fucking whore. That is a slut. She's a cocksucker. She's a fucking bukkake whore.
Flo, not to switch anything, but I have Big Lack in my chat asking for the link, and that's the guy that Tarek had made up those.
Oh my god!
Yeah, drop it for him.
Can I?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, give it to him.
Thank you. Here you coming your way, Big Lack. Yeah.
You're gonna burn him. You're gonna burn him again. You're gonna burn him alive.
No,
Lindsay-
Big Black's coming up, not Tarek. I'm
sorry.
surprised Tarek doesn't have a bond, but I can also understand why he doesn't have a bond.
Huh?
He the same reason that the freak is avoiding it, because he backs off his wrongness quickly.
Hello, Big Black. How are you this evening or early morning?
Welcome.
What the fuck is y'all doing over here? What's up, Cynthia?
Chilling. We just up here talking shit and swallowing spit. What about you? What you doing?
Man, what I be telling my people, we did talking shit, swallowing spit. I seen you was live. What's up? Where's these weirdos at?
Well, we don't know where they're at.
We're right here.
I gotta
We're
ask,
just fun-
Flow State, are you like, do you have a magnet for like lunatics?
Yes. This is Big Lack. He's a content creator here out of Dallas, Texas. And for some reason, whatever reason, Tarek tried to put him in that situation with Brian O'Shea in the incident that happened back in 1990s with in Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago.
So she sent me the shit, right? I looked at it, I listened to his shit. I'm like, this dude don't know who the fuck I am. He don't even know me. So, you know what I'm saying? It was weird because he tried to put me with dude. And where was dude at? What's his name? The dude he tried to put me with? What's that, Brian?
Brian O'Shea.
Brian O'Shea.
Yeah, so Brian definitely knows he don't know me. So for him not to say nothing was crazy too, because I know he know what the fuck going on, right?
Right.
But Brian doesn't seem like he really wants to acknowledge that, and I like, for makes sense. You know, he snitched on the wrong wrong person.
Nah, Brian cool though. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying. Damn, what we talking about? What we talking about?
Your mic is cutting out, Big
Yeah,
Loud.
your mic sounds like there's a
Yeah, your
noise
mic
out
is
there.
saying like you.
Oh damn, maybe I'm too loud. Am I too loud?
It's you gotta. I think it's a weak connection. It's the frog sound, the burp burp.
Yeah.
Check my
Like
audio right
burping
quick.
out there yawning.
Okay, y'all tell me when I start sounding better.
That's
Okay, I'm gonna
better
turn it.
actually already.
Much better.
Yeah.
Okay, bet.
You ever been to Colorado or to Chicago? You got anything to do with Chicago? Like, how do you make that
Nah,
mistake?
I've been to Evansville. That's close as I ever got to Chicago.
Cynthia, you know, like, how did he make that mistake, or did he just choose somebody at random to?
There was he got the paperwork, and there was another person named Big Rick or something like that, and he just put it down as Big Lack. But this was also when Brian O'Shea was going around to all the panels and saying the N word. Did he go to your panel, Big Lack?
We came to his.
Oh, remember when Paul was doing that whole bit?
Yes. What a stupid fucking idea.
But it's this is how come it's hard to cross culture panels because of stupidness like this.
Nah, that's a mind thing, man. You know what I'm saying? Because cool people get along, give a fuck what color you are. You know what I'm saying? So
Yep.
yeah, man. People do this shit on purpose. You know what I'm saying? They run to sections where they feel like they comfortable, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? But it don't. I ain't into that. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Cynthia, I fuck Cynthia. Me and Cynthia been rocking shit out by long. Shit, I've been Cynthia really done put her feet in the soil on this Dallas shit. You know what I'm saying?
They
Real
don't know.
talk.
They don't know about all that. They don't know about that. But
Yeah,
Tell us more.
the content creators in Dallas, we really do have a strong voice. You remember Queen 88, right?
Yeah.
She just got a shout out on No Jumper. The whole crew, Big Lad, Trig, Queen 88. I don't know. Would you put Soul Player? Would you put like there's so Ratchet?
absolutely. All of them.
One of them
Yeah.
is at the Diddy trial right now doing coverage from
Ratchet, yeah, Ratchet, yeah. I'm definitely watching Ratchet right now, man.
For sure. So a lot of people have voice here in Dallas. A lot of content creators come out of Dallas. Well, in the beef in the Mo3 sector, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a lot of content creators. We got Skull, we got Tree, we got 88. Who else? Damn, let me see. We got K Kira. You know what I'm saying? It's people like me. It's a lot of Dallas. It's certain people, you know what I'm saying?
Is Lemon from Dallas?
To who?
Lemon. Is Lemon Dallas?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think Lehman from the beef sector though.
Is.
Yeah. I don't think so. I think he's from somewhere else.
Duke. As crazy as Duke is, he's been on
Duke. See, I know Duke now. Duke, I've been known the longest on this internet. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He was doing this shit on Facebook. He's never stopped doing what he did.
They were watching the interview with Uncle 607 and Duke, and they were like, is he crazy? Is he acting?
I think they finna bring him on No Jumper too, right?
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. He's on a documentary on Amazon Prime. He's on
yeah, he just a hoe ass nigga. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
Sure he's that.
Yeah, that's all. You know, Duke, man, I ain't mad at him. You know what I'm saying? Duke, shit, he gonna do what he do. You know, he gonna do Duke. So, you know, I wouldn't advise doing nothing on camera with him that could get you put in jail.
I wouldn't advise doing anything on camera with anybody that could get you put in jail.
Yeah.
Right.
Don't do that. No. So, you know, let him get his shit off. Get his shit off. Get his shit off. I'm saying, yeah, man, shit, man. I seen you was live. You know, I fucks with you for real. So
I know.
Came
Appreciate
over to holler at your people right quick, man.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
All
Come
right.
on.
Mel's back.
So
I
who am I
heard the
talking to?
violin
So
music earlier.
all up here
Who
right
was
now
playing?
so I can.
Flo, was that you playing the violin music earlier?
Yeah.
Up top is Flo. He's the host of the show. Myself. Next is Chuck. Next is the Freak. And then all the way coming in from Australia is Jess. We coming in from NYC is Mike. I don't know much about Melanie. Is this the same Mel or a different Mel?
That's Mel.
It's the same Mel. It's the Furby.
So my Big Lack, they have a whole not a Furby, a furry, right? Did I say it right, Mel?
I'm not.
No,
yeah.
Mel's not a furry.
Oh,
I think she's saying Big Black is.
No,
I be watching y'all. I be watching y'all. I be watching. You know what I'm saying. I come to Cynthia shit, so I be combing through her shit. I be looking at Brian O'Shea shit. It's a couple of other cats too. You know what I'm saying that I'm subscribed to. You know they done struck like 2 pages out of mine, so I be losing the people I'm subscribed to. But I always go back. You know what I'm saying. Brian and all them. They definitely. You know what I'm saying? That shit just is what it is, man. And we ain't doing no nigga shit now. This is human being shit. You did?
fact. But sometimes people be characters on here, and you don't know what the hell they got going on.
Well, shit. If they ever wanna, if they wanna hear a real nigga, shit, just let them know. Shit, send me the link. I'll put them to fuck with y'all.
I sure will. I was oh, and Kimbo. We forgot about Kimbo and all of this, and we can't forget Charleston White neither.
As a white person, and I get that it's with a soft A, but you say the N-word too much for me to comfortably have you on stream.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
That I'm literally.
Hey, let me tell y'all the story. Let me tell you.
Humor,
Hello, let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all the story, right? So I was watching this clip on Instagram, and it was a doctor. He was like, "Damn, I had somebody come in, and I did their teeth right, and it usually take me 2-3 weeks to get back to him, but." He came in, the white dude. This is a dentist. This is a white dentist talking. He's talking about this black guy. That's his client. And he said, you know what I'm saying? He came in with like, you my nigga. He said I had made sure that he could get in sooner than the 2 or 3 weeks to wait. I think I got him in like 7 days. And he kept saying, you my nigga. You know what I'm saying? He said he felt like he had a coming to Jesus. He felt like he had been accepted in a world, you know what I'm saying, that he had never experienced before. So he was like, maybe I need to do shorter wait times for my black clients because I love where I'm, you know what I'm saying? Good luck getting back. Good luck.
That is a hot topic. That is a hot topic. The N-word, religion.
I'm just saying. So if I
get why
call
they
you
want
my
to say
nigga,
it. Because if I was religious enough, I'd want to say Jesus is my N-word.
You my nigga, man. You my nigga. No, and this is not a clown show or none of that shit. I'm just telling y'all, man. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead. I'll allow it.
Go ahead, say it.
Yeah, I'm not going to get baited into this. Is an obvious bait.
Just say it, Melanie.
I know bait when I see it. Sorry, damn it, stupid thing.
How do you know it's bait? It might be delicious food.
You might have that moment like the dentist. You don't want to have it right now? See?
So I'm not going to bring up the subject matter, but y'all remember that thing that Neve brought up from my former takes that was so cringe? It was like my worst take ever, and even though it was devil's advocate argument, but that was me taking bait back in the day, and I've taken many delicious forms of bait, and trust me, I know good bait when I see it. I've also learned that the better the bait is, the bigger the trap.
Flo, Sin7 put a comment down there. It said that Lindsay came from the black sector before she showed up here.
I met her through Fight Club.
Easy. Do you know Speakeasy?
Oh, okay.
Have y'all come across Speakeasy yet, Big Lack?
I have no idea who that is.
Very funny, Mel. You don't know who Speakeasy is. Very funny.
Nah, not him. I don't think.
Okay.
I would have to see him. Wait a minute. Who is the dude? Who is the dude that it's got like he got a little man cave? It's like a cave or something with, and he be drinking the coolest beers and shit. Which one is that?
Yeah, they got to be talking about Sneeko.
That's it. That's either Traveling Fools or LC.
That's the one that say nigga on here.
is that's probably Traveling Pools. Oh, no, no, that's LC. That's LC. He's Australian.
Oh yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him. Okay, yeah.
Oh,
I
the
remember that
drunk
guy.
Australian. I know.
And then there's another dude too that used to be with Brian. That be he be who?
Paul or Tommy?
I think it's Tommy. Yeah, I think it's Tommy. The one that Tommy is real. He a real stiff one, right? Yeah, I think it's Tommy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tommy's,
sure.
Tommy's a little renegade on here. He's a
Yeah,
different.
yeah.
Duke. He's a Duke.
Okay. Yeah, man, I like him. I like Tommy.
They talking about? Is he talking about Luma Tommy?
Well, he's talking about our Tommy. But see, Tommy, yeah, Luma Tommy's not exactly liked. I mean, he's liked, but there'd be beef going on.
You're not talking about King TL, are you?
Man, I forgot that I had a pull up
I think it's
earlier.
Tommy. I think it's Tommy. Real.
Cynthia, I'm more crazy than you. 53% to 47.
And I even voted for myself to help you out, homie.
Damn.
Just blame all the haters in chat flow.
Do you have the Tommy clip of him of the shooting to show Big Lack? So he could
yeah. Give me a second. Look at it.
You know what's crazy? Big Baby was that wasn't Big Baby. Royalty was playing the clip. She was playing the clip today earlier. She got the clip on her page right now from back then.
Of what?
When we all met up. When we all met, I think Tommy was on there. Brian O'Shea was on there. We had Josh from the Murphy sector. We had Duck, D-Way's brother on there. That shit was crazy. Yeah.
Did you feel like they were just coming over there to create content or just, troll and take viewers?
I think people were just a little too emotional at that time. It's just like it just caught people off guard. You know what I'm saying? But it was people was definitely trying to control the content. You know what I'm saying? Tommy, he was trying to control the content. Brian O'Shea, he didn't say much, but it was a lot of people that had shit to say.
Cynthia, I put the link backstage. I'm on my phone, so I can't do it.
Oh, okay. Can I present it?
Yeah.
All right, hang on. How do I do it? Let me go over there. So this is Tommy, and he's talking to Flo, okay? Hang on. What? 1 second. I lost it.
Y'all know Mike Martin?
No, I don't think so.
So, anyways, back to me.
Okay, go back to you real quick. But as soon as I pull this up, okay, I got it. All right, hang on.
Do the meme from earlier.
This is Tommy, okay? Is it up? Yeah.
If I ever see him in this life, I will have his kneecaps with whatever piece I'm carrying, and I'll do that time because Goblin's right. He is a piece of shit. He's running around here grifting for money over shit we're doing for free. Flow State, his family, except for his kids, just him and his wife, because they're both garbage. Now, what the fuck do you think about that? Tell me I'm fucking joking. And I swear on this.
Cheesy chops in the chat. That's what I was thinking. Crazy.
Could you be any more fucking emotional?
I forget if I made this joke, but it would have been really funny if somehow that bullet hit you.
That'd be hilarious.
No, it wouldn't be hilarious.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Well, not because you got hurt, but just because just by
it's ironic. It's because it's ironic.
If it hits someone else.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
You just so happen to be a victim of it yourself at the same time. Wow.
With that dude.
That's Tommy.
That reminded me of
no,
another.
that's not Tommy. Then I'm thinking about the wrong person. That's not.
He's thinking of Paul because Paul's the only one that hung out with O'Shea.
Yeah, it might be. Oh yeah, I remember Paul. What's his name?
Here,
What's the name of his page?
You got me. Hang on. You
Here.
got something.
Yeah, I'll play it.
The albino.
Yeah, no, that's not him. I don't know him. I don't know him.
Oh yeah, the albino. Oh yeah, that's classic.
He swears he's not. People think he's mixed.
He's mixed something.
What? Mixed with what?
What?
I don't know.
No, they do. There's some people that swear he's 1/8 black. We lost Flo. We lost Flo.
He's having all
This is not the
kinds of
first time this
internet.
has happened tonight.
Hey, man, look, the freak. Hey, say the freak, man. Your motherfucking avatar is lit. That's my favorite shit.
StreamYard's
swear.
probably fucking up on him. It was messing up on me last night too. It was fucking up real bad. No, I kept doing the same thing he's doing right now, dropping in and then coming back. I had to do that quite a few times too because everything was just malfunctioning. It was fucked. It was amazing that I could even keep the stream running.
Well, they said we had a
It's
big.
only happening when he goes to play a video, so I think he might be having, might be pressing the wrong tab.
Maybe it's just he's just making sure that he doesn't accidentally bring up his porn tabs.
He did that earlier, Jeff.
No, I
by
don't
accident.
I'll see this. We could share. We could swap recommendations.
Oh God.
I'm good, thanks. You keep that shit to yourself. I don't want to know the shit you're into. I don't want to know. I'm good.
Nope. I mean,
That
don't read
shit
your
will probably scar me for life. So I'm
probably
good.
not-
just
probably
delete your
most
Discord there. Delete your Discord
No,
messages.
not in my Discord. I'll ban you from my Discord. You fucking put that shit in there.
Something about
Probably
two
the
dogs and a horse.
It's probably the most stereotypical.
Got my fingers crossed for a little freaky dinky.
Like exactly what you would expect a college bro to watch.
You want to go down under, mate?
Did you find that clip of Paul?
Yeah.
I think
And then once a week, every Sunday for some
And
reason.
he had the balls to do a broadcast with people called Talking with Famous People. He was the famous person. Okay. If you go into these people fucking background, Jack Talcott, and you look at who they've been for the last 5 and 6 years, it's narcissist central. I'm the potentially famous person.
That's Paul.
Please, can you play the non-sexual orgasms clip, please, Flo?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
wrong one.
Was
that
that
was the
him?
right one. That was
Yeah,
the
that was
non-sexual
it.
orgasm.
I've had non-sexual orgasms within my body, pleasures that I didn't know were possible.
See, how is that an orgasm?
Oh, that's Brian.
That is one of the most
No, that's
retarded
not
things I've ever heard anyone say.
It looks, you know, Brian drinks his own urine.
That's not Brian.
No, he looks like Brian though. They're both ruthless, which is what we say homeless. But
I mean, he
call it
basically
Shut the fuck up. Take a hike, bitch.
He basically just said he masturbated, right? Because like a non-sexual orgasm.
That's
is
the
just when you're
best
not having
clip
sex.
so far.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, what do they be talking about on this bitch, man?
You know what that reminds me of?
Here it is.
A Mad TV sketch. It's so old now, but it's the sex guru who gives himself infinite orgasms. So he walks around like this all the time. It's probably Jack Talcott when he's not on stream.
But can
Giving
you see
himself
why people
non-sexual
think Paul's
orgasms.
mixed though, Big Lack? Can you see why people think he's mixed?
Some frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. He wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
He just doesn't have eyebrows. Like he has really light eyebrows and eyelashes. That's it.
Look like Heavy D. Paul look like Heavy D.
Yep, nah, for real.
That's but hey, Paul might be mixed. He might have a little some nigga in him.
Told
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Paul might be he mixed with something. He mixed with something. I know when he turn red, he get red than a motherfucker.
Mixed
You
with
know what I
fetal
mean?
alcohol syndrome.
Nah, Paul
It reminds
don't
me
give a
of like
fuck.
that South Park episode where like PETA was making human animal hybrids and they had that like human duck hybrid come out of the egg, and it actually really disturbed me as a kid.
What?
Just put something in back.
So what's up with y'all? Who all into it with each other over here? Paul into it with y'all?
I'm into it with everybody.
Paul's a has-been.
Jess and I hate each other right now, apparently.
Paul's a has-been.
You have a problem with your own. I don't have a problem.
Jess, I
don't hate you.
I was
I've
not
told
gonna.
you that
I was not gonna
times.
keep TOS.
I don't hate you.
I was not gonna keep breaking TOS. By the way, I think there was.
I don't know why you're so desperate for me to be a hater.
By the way, to be clear, I was not going to keep breaking TOS. If I was going to, because I understand it's also monetization and stuff like that. So I don't actually want to put your channel at risk.
No, you're just being a smartass and you push the boundaries. And some streams you come up and things are good and we can have a somewhat decent conversation. And then other times you fuck it up and then you get kicked from the panel.
No, but it is kind of misleading to say it is TOS because
No, but at the end of the day, if I say don't say it on my channel, you don't say it on my channel. Or you
Hey,
get
we just had this conversation. I'm getting deja vu.
You have to play by
talking about he's referencing to my last stream where he got kicked off the panel because I repeatedly asked him not to keep breaking TOS and saying certain words, and he kept trying to do that. And I said, no, you're not going to tell me what you can and can't say on my fucking panel. If I said,
literally
don't
telling
say
you
that,
right now
then
that I
fucking
wasn't
say
trying
it.
to continue doing it. I was contesting the point that you kept saying it's against TOS when it's not actually. You're just
Do you
against
see how this
I
is just not a
told
winning
you wanted to
strategy?
say it, and you wanted to argue and protest your ability to say it. There's no argument. You
If
just
being
don't
wrong
say
about
it.
how
or you
TOS
leave.
works is a winning strategy,
There's
then we're
plenty
not
of
doing
other
good in this
panels
space.
that you
Flo.
can join. There's plenty of other places you can
We
go.
just had we just had this damn conversation, didn't
Just
we?
had it.
So they have a problem. You just missed the Powder Dusty and the Freak getting into it.
Look, Cajun, what's up? Yeah, we over here chilling with my people, man. We chilling.
It's very simple. It just wasn't in TOS. I was
Would you-
agreeing with you not using it anymore, and you keep saying I was trying to use it when I wasn't.
You know what's surprising, Mel, is that the panel that we had before the last one, I had you and Imperious both on the panel, and we actually had a pretty decent conversation. It was quite surprising.
No way.
We had a common enemy.
It was very surprising. I was like nearly gonna fall over. I was that fucking.
It's
shocked.
not surprising to me. It's bound
It
to
is to
happen
me because
whenever.
you two are the two most fucking difficult people to have on panel, especially together.
Well, if you could have just admitted, okay, it's not TOS, I just don't want you to say it, then I would have been like, okay.
Oh
well,
I
my
told you I didn't give a
TOS.
fuck if it was TOS or not. If I told you I don't want you to say that word on my channel, you don't say it. That's it. There's no argument.
Exactly.
You're right. I wasn't arguing that I should be able to use it. I was arguing that it's not TOS.
What
The
is
thing is, there's no
TOS?
argument. And if you try and
Terms of
argue that,
service.
you get
It's YouTube's
kicked.
rules of what you
That's
can
how
and
it
can't
goes.
do.
Mel, you know what? You'll figure it out or you'll find somewhere else.
Fuck you! 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 Fuck you!
Maybe read TOS before you talk about it then, Jess.
Can y'all explain to me what
You know what?
TOS
You want a
is?
tissue for
Can
your issue?
somebody
'Cause I don't
tell me
really
what
give a
TOS
fuck.
Terms of service is TOS. That's what TOS means. Terms of
It's
service.
literally like YouTube has like their terms
Turn
of
it to
service
what?
that you need to follow.
It's the community guidelines. They're saying
How
don't
long
break
ago
community
did I
guidelines.
about this? No, like this happened
Actually,
fucking how many
I
hours
didn't hear
ago?
it.
Clear. Just,
All right,
just
everybody shut up except for me. Community guidelines. They're referring to the breaking community guidelines.
Just so we're
TOS.
clear, because we're all
Okay.
Yeah,
clear.
terms of
Community
it stands for
guidelines.
terms of service.
Okay. Okay.
YouTube's community guidelines and YouTube service are different things. You should know both of them, though.
The community guidelines are a subsection of the terms of service.
Oh, I thought about it the other way around, but you might be right.
I'm always
Some
right.
words for TOS and a word like, for an example, a word like retard. There will be times where YouTube doesn't give a fuck, and then all of a sudden you'll get hit for it, and then all of a sudden it'll be all right again.
All right.
Certain words are triggered through the AI and shit that they have integrated in YouTube as well. So there's certain words that
Thank you for the demonstration,
retard,
man.
that I still use on my channel, but there's other ones that are strictly it's not gonna happen there. But there's plenty of other places that allow that shit. You got to respect the host, Mel, or you're not going to have a chance to even say anything on a panel.
Yeah, and I show that respect by not actually using the word again, even when I disagree with something you said, which was false.
Well, as soon as you tried to argue, you got kicked, so you didn't really get the chance.
I can't obviously say the word, but it was grape and.
Oh, right.
I think Jess's stream.
How many warnings did you get? You actually got 3 warnings before you got booted. 2. So I gave you more than fair opportunity to correct yourself, and you didn't.
Well, no, I didn't use the first word the second time.
Yeah, exactly. You chose not to. So make whatever
used,
excuse you
and
want.
I wasn't going to use the second word a third time, right?
You realize how irrelevant this is? I
just
don't
disagreed
care.
with the lie that it
I
was
don't give a
against
fuck,
TOS.
Mel. I don't give a fuck.
It's the owner's channel. They can set the. They can make the rules anything.
You're not going to use it, or you can get kicked. That's how
the problem is. Like, we're going around with word of mouth over what TOS is, and
you
it's
can't accept it.
What word are we talking?
Bro can't accept reality. It's like, geez, man.
Fuck! I thought we had her talked down, Cynthia. She's wound up like a spring again.
You can't help Mel.
He's so desperate as fuck for me to be a hater, but I don't hate him. He just makes himself look like a retard.
So here's the thing about these hot words, though. Like, even if you don't get a strike or a violation for it, they still don't help you in the algorithm. It'll downgrade your. You might get an 18+. You might get a yellow dollar sign. You might be not monetizable, right? All that shit. You know, there's other things than straight up strikes. So,
I'll explain the reason, Flo, since you mentioned that. The reason is I'm really close to getting monetized, and I'm trying to keep my content clean of certain stuff at the moment until after that process is completed. So, yeah, anyone that's gonna disrespect that process, I'm gonna put you in the back. You can fuck off.
Yep.
So that's simple.
And Melanie, owner of the channel, can set any rule they want.
When you up on base and then YouTube be like, yeah, we ain't gonna prove because of reused content. Like, what is reused content? Is it because you got struck from another channel and brought your content from that channel to over there? Could they use that as reused content?
There's a lot of things involved when you get monetized. Even when you're close to a point of monetization, YouTube starts looking at your channel differently. And once you actually get monetized, you go through that process, your channel, it's different through the algorithm. Yeah. Like, you'll get hit with a lot more copyright, a lot more issues than you would otherwise if you were
answering something that he didn't ask. So reused content means that you're taking, like, it recognizes that the content you're uploading has in large part already been uploaded somewhere else, and that it's not original content.
Even if it's your own content.
Even if so, like, a lot of channels that get hit with that are like auditing channels where they'll review somebody else's video, and if too big a percentage of their content is other people's video and not enough of it is their own commentary, then that'll be like a reused content.
But if you are like reviewing a video and you're like skipping through it and playing like a section of that, and then you're commenting or having a discussion over it, YouTube doesn't care. That's under their fair use shit. So you can use other people's content, but there's restrictions around it.
And that's what I do. I be stopping this like a motherfucker. I be on it. You know what I'm saying?
Certain people you strictly cannot restream at all, though. Like, if you do, you'll get striked straight away. YouTube will take stream down straight away as well.
And don't even hum Hotel California, or else they'll come get you.
Don't even think about anything from Rock Nation or Prince.
See, I had 3 channels. I'm on my 3rd channel. They struck out my first one. It was monetized. They struck it out. YouTube took it. That was the first channel I came in. I had almost 1 million views over there. The second channel I had, it was a backup channel. It had a bunch of views on it. It got monetized. They got that one too. And I didn't get no warning, no strikes. It just went away.
What?
So this is the 3rd channel. Yeah. And they would not give it back. I did the Twitter shit, hitting them up on Twitter, all that. You know what I'm saying? I did all that shit.
Did they tell you why they took it?
Nope. They don't give you no excuse. They don't give you no reason. They just tell you it's gone.
They just give you an email saying that your channel's been down. They don't give you no explanation. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah, man. Listen, I give you guys props. I can never do what you guys are doing. I don't, man. It's not for me. But
But I
however,
mean, you got certain people they know how to do that, and when you got a voice that you not, when you got a voice, it just you know what I'm saying people tone in on this shit. I'm trying to figure out how the bigger platforms do it to Tasha K's and the Doe Jumpers and all that. You know what I'm saying? How do they avoid the
yeah.
fuckeries? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, if you could actually, if you could actually make this fucking shit work, it is profitable. It is profitable, but that comes with a huge price. I mean, every fucking shit comes with a price. But you know, if you guys can make it work, yeah, there's a lot of money involved in that. But yeah.
But you know, a lot of the bigger channels too, they do go live on all, they stream on all platforms at the same time, like academics and shit like that. So you know, I think you just got to build the support because as long as the support is there, it really don't matter if you monetize or not. You know what I'm saying?
You have to network. You have to step out of your boundaries and just build that network and stay consistent.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Consistent.
In my opinion, also like don't like in my opinion, don't sell yourself short. Like people could see fakery and they're like, oh, this guy's fake as fuck, and they don't follow you anymore because you know what I'm saying? Like if I could be more specific, like as an example, like let's say Flo, you know how he contends himself, and all of a sudden now he's trying to bring in more drama. I think OPC is doing that, in my opinion. We're trying to like switch it up and desperately in need of money. That people pick that shit up very quickly and like, you know what, fuck this guy. Like this is not, you know what I mean? You lose customers really quickly. That's
You have to operate with integrity because, like, if anybody thinks that they can get away with some fuck shit with this many people watching you and recording you, you can't.
Yeah.
So just to be super clear, I have no
Who
intention.
just dropped a deuce?
That was actually perfect timing.
Y'all been following the Diddy trial?
We're having perfect timing. But yeah, no, I have every intention of following TOS and your rules, Jess. I've said that multiple times, and that doesn't seem to be good enough for you. I'm just going to leave it as you're wrong. I've told you you're wrong. You haven't proved me wrong.
What the fuck are you talking about, Mel?
Is he allowed back on your channel?
I can't wait to get my dick wet.
So you just even got kicked for the night, and
He's
you're throwing
been
this
on my
thing
channel multiple times, and
Jess
the only
never
time
actually
he gets
communicated that, to
kicked
be clear.
is when he pulls that shit, when he says certain words that he knows he's not meant to on there. That's the only and I actually warn him first before I do it. I don't just randomly do it.
Except I never said it. I never said. Jesse,
all right.
I like that.
I told you 3 times, don't say that word, and then you tried to
I'm
argue.
done with the topic. I'm done with the topic.
I don't give a fuck.
You're just
If
lying
you
now.
Well, what did he done with it?
Well,
To be honest?
I'm done with it too because you're just
You're
lying
gonna
now.
have to
Anyone
just kick
who
my ass.
disagrees can go
Oh my
check.
gosh, no.
Just being straightforward.
Like, really, you look desperate at this point.
I'm
not the one
gonna.
who has to
Go
lie.
back to her page, Mel. Do you want to go back?
What did I lie about? It's all recorded, you fucking idiot.
I only said each word once.
It's
then
all
you wrote me a nice
recorded.
statement.
Everybody in the chat, I'm such a lie. Go see.
I love that video.
What's going on over here, Cynthia?
I love that video.
Why
God,
would he
that's
to
just
argue
classic.
shit that's fucking recorded? But the shit's all on record, you
I love
freaking
that.
dummy.
Shit.
Yes, multiple videos of that clown. That's classic right there.
That shit is crazy.
That's actually very good.
Oh shit, Cynthia got some shit over here, man. Shit.
I have my own drama. Trust me, and that's
What a
the whole
retarded thing to
Tarek.
cry about. That is what a retarded thing to cry about. Jeez.
Oh, you mean Mel?
Yes, there are people like that in general. Tarek. There's a few of them.
It's so odd because he was up here with such a great conversation, and then he left, and now he's back, and he came. It's like he went back somewhere and switched, and now he's back to I don't know. It's
He's
wild.
my biggest fan when it comes to haters, and he's so desperate for me to hate him, but I don't. It's hilarious.
That's what we was trying to explain to him.
I
But
think that just Mel just wants some sort of acceptance, and he's
attention.
desperately, and also attention. I agree with that. He's desperately looking, and in every possible way, he's just approaching it very incorrectly. He just is not aware of what his self-image is fucking really off, and eventually he'll learn it. Either way, life will teach you. Life can kick you in your nuts. Like if you're not following it,
I don't give a fuck. I can already tell you that now, but go ahead. Man, I don't give a fuck about shit tonight. Like, let that be known. But go ahead and say it.
You got a lot of hope there, Mike, that Mel is going to change. Mel is not going to change.
It's gonna take some lot of work, but he has some common ground though.
Man, I don't think anybody needs to change shit. Everybody can keep being who they are, and if they suck as they are, then they suck as they are, and if they don't, whatever.
It sounds like everybody has their little whack pack.
I think the moral of the story is that if a panel host tells you don't say a fucking word, just don't say it, and then you can just move on to something more productive than arguing over stupid ass shit.
What you guys are missing is that Mel loves arguing and loves this shit, and Jess, you and Furby are foreplaying right now. You're doing foreplay.
They love it. They feed off of it.
He loves it.
Yeah. So in other words, just don't feed off of it. It's not, especially if it's not very beneficial.
Why do you think he was up here crying?
Because it gets him hot and bothered when you're mad.
Because he got kicked for being a retard. That's why he was up here
For
crying.
Deluge.
So,
do you think I would entertain that much on my channel, Flo? Are you serious?
Huh?
Sorry?
I wasn't paying attention.
I said, do you really think that I would entertain that much on my channel?
No.
Me?
No. The answer is no, Flo.
So tonight on my show, we talked about a method called
maybe.
No.
Okay, well, since James said so, then
maybe.
That's a beautiful part about the panel
James
versus
would be only saying
eventually
that
everyone
James
gets dumped on.
James actually has spent quite a lot of time over at my channel and on my panels and stuff like that, especially in the early days of my channels. Yeah.
What was the question technically?
Why are you gay?
I'm not.
Why
What was
are
the
you
question?
gay?
Dennis? What are they kind of dancing around? What's the question?
She's saying she wouldn't tolerate that shit on her panel that long, and I was like, and then James was like, no, bro, she won't. And I was like, okay, well, if James says so, then I guess it's true.
No, there's certain words that I don't like. Certain words that I don't allow on my panel, and if you, there's no argument there. If you try
How do
and
you
argue,
feel about moist?
Sorry.
How do you feel about moist?
Well, it depends on the context.
Moist.
Like, you know, I have little kids and their nappies are moist, and that's not exactly a pleasant context for that. So yeah, it depends on context. Context matters.
Are you pretty steady across the board on your do's and your don'ts, or do they kind
So,
of fluctuate?
We got to know what the good kind of moist is. Then.
Everyone gets the same treatment. No one gets no fucking privilege.
No, but I mean, like today, not
Okay.
saying this word goes. Is it for that word always, or do sometimes is
It's
it
always. No,
Okay.
it's always. Yeah.
But could I say it?
No, Flo, you couldn't. You would be put backstage. Just like if I disrespected your channel here, you would put me backstage.
No, I would give you. I would give you special treatment.
Fuck off, you would.
Well, yeah.
Wow.
To be fair, Flo
I'm
wants
still
drama.
retarded because I don't know what words you're talking about.
Well, she's not going to say them because if she doesn't allow them, she's not going to do it on another
Rocky knows that. He's thrown out bait.
No, just spell it out in the comments. I don't know what. There's so many. Which ones are you talking about? How many? There's like so many fucking words you can't say anymore. I don't know.
Put them in the back chat.
Yeah, put them all in the back chat. There's. You can't
Oh,
say.
there you go.
Put them all in the back. Shove them in there.
I think we ought to ban the word Rocky.
So question: the words that are being said in the private chat.
There's a few. There's more. A few more too.
I mean, if you were to say it, you get put down on the YouTube.
I'm really close to monetization, so I'm not willing to take any risk that's going to jeopardize that, considering I've like been on here for a whole year to get to that point.
Does that mean you're not letting Noelle up?
Yeah, I don't actually let. That's actually true. I don't let Noelle on my panel because of she's got a history of she's got a history of flashing, and I don't want that risk on my channel. So if you've got a history of that shit, I don't allow you up. You threaten that shit. You even threaten to flash and shit on my channel. You get banned straight away. I take that shit pretty serious. And being a female creator as well, there's certain attention that I do not want to attract.
Didn't she get you recently, Flo?
A little while ago.
Okay. She got somebody just last week. I forget who it was.
There's a lot.
Tommy. I think it was it Tommy? Might have been.
So does that flashing apply to male and female or just female, Jess?
It applies to everybody.
Oh.
Like I don't allow a lot of different things.
So Flo
like that.
just flashed. But you would still let him on your stream though, right?
Sorry?
Flo just flashed us.
Yeah, I think Melanie was turned on.
But I only showed my taint. I didn't show anything else, so it should be all right.
Yeah, so
Melanie might have got excited.
Well, the risk is on his channel. It's not on mine.
Oh, gotcha.
He can do whatever the fuck he wants on his channel. I'm not going to ever tell someone else how to run their streams.
That's Melanie's job.
But on my panels, if he was trying to flash and shit, even if the twerking thing, even if he got up to twerk on my panels, I would put him backstage. I wouldn't allow that.
Now make that booty work, twerk. 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 Now make that booty work, twerk. 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 Make that booty work, baby. It's just like you're doing squash. Hit the flow, make it dry, firecracker, make it pop. Got the ballers throwing guap, she can go and don't stop. But she took it up a notch, started coming.
Flurry, I don't have an issue with it. It's just certain things I don't want to attract to my channel, like certain attention. As a female on YouTube, I do not want, so I don't encourage it on my channel. So I don't give it. It's not that I give a fuck. I think it's hilarious that you did that actually, but I still don't want to attract that attention.
Okay, good. Get her undressed and we'll do this thing.
You have to first become my man to be able to accomplish that. So unfortunately, it's not so easy as it is for some other women. Some other women will get it off on the first fucking day they meet you. It's insane.
Shout out, Lindsay.
Yeah, but she did more than take a top off, didn't she?
Most likely.
Backstage? Yeah. But
I'm sorry, Flo, for talking about my channel on your channel. I feel kind of bad about that because I usually do.
I don't give a fuck. This late in the evening, I don't care at all.
Do you mind if I link it? And I'll
I insist that you link it.
Drop your
I
link
will.
in the chat.
I might have to send you some money too. Just
Damn, I got
Yeah.
Mel bad mouthing me, calling me the Furby Whisperer.
That's a great
Is
line.
that a compliment or an insult?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I'm grabbing my whiskey now.
Nice. All right. You do need it.
It's gonna be a hell of a morning for you.
Yeah.
How rude cunt crab's like, I'm
Are
gonna
you
fight
just starting to
later.
drink?
I just like a heap of shit that Jess just said. Oh well, rude cunt crab, you've been telling me that you're gonna come up on my channel, on my panels and fight me. And shit, hurry up and do that then. I think that'd be hilarious. Couple of
Shut
Aussies
up,
friggin-
Anybody seen Steel Man around?
Oh, not since he was preaching about fucking his sister. I haven't.
Yeah, I hadn't seen him around since then.
That was weird as fuck.
Well, I asked him if he, I think it was on Justice Channel. I asked him if he was teaching his kids about incest. Not a word.
Where'd
He
that
was
guy
advocating
Cecil go?
for.
Remember Cecil?
No,
What
he
are
was
they talking
advocating
about?
for. He was advocating for incest to be legalized and okay. And he said it was normal to want to fuck your sister, but we've been socialized out of it. And
Where
all-
in
a
the
whole
fuck do you find these people?
See, I always thought that was
Hey,
Mel
he
that
came
thought
from
that.
here, from you guys. I don't know where the fuck he came from. Did he follow you to my channel, Chuck? I swear. He turned up at the
no.
same time you did.
Well,
Well,
no,
he
he
was
was there first.
insane.
He was
I
there
always thought
first.
it was Mel that was. It wasn't Mel. I thought that was Mel's thing in the beginning, and that's why so many people didn't like her.
No, a lot of people don't like Mel because he advocates for transitioning children behind their parents' back. That is the biggest thing that people don't like about Mel.
I don't like him if he does that.
Wait a minute. He's a big advocate for what?
For children, transitioning from male to female, female to male, kids behind their parents' back without their parents knowing.
How is that even possible, Mel? That's wild. But okay.
No, saying that's another lie.
Also, mind you, Cynthia, you're talking about a person that has also tried to debate me about dicks entering vaginas being lesbian.
What?
Yeah. That was an interesting debate. That was probably the most interesting debate I've ever had on YouTube, and that one was with Mel. Yeah. Is a dick entering a vagina lesbian?
No.
Don't know how that works.
Don't understand that definition of lesbian if that's what they're talking about. Where did Flo go?
Yeah,
I'm
Flo,
probably having more tech issues. Like I said, I had issues.
he leaves and he
in my
comes.
last stream.
He's coming back.
Okay. Do you
Only
need
a
more
communist could think
hours?
that.
Everybody go watch Jess. Go watch Jess and learn the rules before you go up there. She's so
You don't have to
close.
learn- you don't have to learn them before you go up there.
It's not that bad. It's pretty universal. Like there's a lot of panels that don't like you using those words. It's nothing new, and it's like it's only on my fucking channel.
Oh no,
That's right.
it's everywhere. People do it all the time, or they'll porn bomb you.
Yeah. And also, I don't just go, "Oh, you broke the rules. You're banned." Either I actually give people a chance to correct themselves and go, "Oh," because I've slipped up too. We all do it, especially if you're not used to being on panels and stuff. But
Right.
but at the same time, you know, I do want to stay on YouTube. So yeah, there's certain things that you can't have up here if you want to continue having a channel.
Absolutely.
And also, Cynthia, being a female creator, you'd understand about not dealing with certain attention as a female and navigating that. There's certain attention that I just do not want on here. So I don't leave any doors for that to happen. They're
Not
just
even the
not
back door.
Nope.
Jess, that's you on your picture, Jess? Is that you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got my fingers crossed for a little freaky deaky.
We're all lined up.
Great timing.
Yeah, you gotta pick the character. You gotta pick the character.
Never gonna happen.
You
It's
know
never
what?
gonna happen.
Wait, Rock, did you shave your Chess?
That's a weird question. This is a good time to end.
It was 1974. Young R&B rolled out the factory door. Fresh, clean, yeah man, not a scratch. Indianapolis initial dispatch. First 13 years just sat back. Soaked up culture, learned how to rap. Cut my teeth on a crew called Brain Sand. With a new man that I'm deep, I'm a man but me. Know I had to be warming up. Hit beat down, started forming up. A crew that definitely told with up. Shabba mass that band that'll bump your rump. But all good things gotta die sometime. Transfer, but there ain't no sunshine. Hooked up with these all-be allies. Knew we were like-minded after one line. One night, man, yo, I knew we had work. Lost one beat, junkie, I'm through with that jerk. Step back, it's a red alert. I'm not kidding. Get in any motor vehicle that you can fit in. Sit in any sitting emergency position. Allow my dog to beat and make it happen in no vision. I'm just another dude on just another stage in yet another city part of a bigger state in. There's a bigger show going down every day, so what you gonna do, man? Stanley would say that there's a lot of rappers still in the void. A lot of hot groups out there making noise. Every single night, there's a bigger choices. You hear now, so raise your voices. You hear now, so raise your voices. You hear now, so raise your voices. Man, I hate it when I gotta get up when it's dark. I'm too tired and I just wanna sleep in. Start thinking I might have a cough. Think my boss would believe it. This weekend I did a lot of drinking. My voice sounds deep, so it just might fly. Start thinking that I just might try. Clear my throat, look. Hi, this is Andrew Hart. I'm not feeling too well. Think I got the flu, but I really can't tell. Voices all scratchy and it started to swell. Well, you know I might be contagious. It feels like that it's in the early stages. My girl had it, and I think I caught it. Oh man. Oh yeah, dude bought it. Hook, line, and sinker, man, they never even thought it. It's time to get to sleep, restart it, 'cause hey, really not prepared to begin this day. Up last night at a show too late. Too many drinks and too much smoke, and I wasn't even rapping, just licking low. Hold up, I gotta get the cell phone. Hello. It was nice, talking real fast. All I made out is junk at the past. I'm just another dude on just another stage in yet another city part of the biggest stadium. There's a biggest show going down every day, so what you gonna do, man? Stanley would say that there's a lot of rappers still in the void. Lot of hot groups out there making noise. Every single night there's a bigger choices. You hear now, so raise your voices. You hear now, so raise your voices. You hear now, so raise your voices.
This has been the most painful 30 minutes I've ever experienced on any fucking panel.